Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another edition of the Club NVX Duckling Showdown number 6. I'm, of course, Showslide VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the lovely people in the chat and by these amazing players as well. Welcome to our weekly Showmatch Series. A shout out to Club NV for organizing and sponsoring all of these show matches. And, of course, we are bringing them to you live here and now. This week's show match is going to be a GSL group. It's going to be a GSL group here. There's going to be some winners matches, some elimination matches, and of course decider matches as well. 4 players enter and and all of them will make some money, but they can only be one coming out with the most. 4 players in total. We're going to be featuring Creator. We're going to be featuring Bunny. We're also going to be featuring these 2 lovely players as well. !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the entirety of the Wikipedia page. You can get a breakdown of the prize pool. You can get a breakdown of the entire group as well. We will be getting into it as spawning in the top left hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our first series. We have our first TVP. Our Protoss player, the Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have representing Team Cloud9, the red Terran player. It is Gumiho. Here we go. As a reminder, we're diving into our first best of the night, our first series, our first of many. I should emphasize as well. There's going to be 4 best of. Sorry, did I say 4? I meant to say there's going to be 3 best of 5s and 1 best of 7. 4 series in total. 4 series in total. But that's a lot of games, a lot of best of 5s and a best of 7 as well to top it off. Oof, it is going to be juicy. It's going to be spicy. A long night full of StarCraft. What more could you ask for? It's beautiful, Bobby. It's beautiful. Let's go. Hold on. This is better. It's beautiful, Bobby. It's beautiful. Need to use that more often. As for the time being, it is going to be a Rax Expand economic opener at a Gumiho. Going to be going for the CC on the low ground as we speak. Across the map, Nightmare going for a Gate, Cyber Expand himself. Standard opener from Nightmare, economic opener from Gumiho. Important to point this out just because we have seen quite a lot of double gas openers as of late. We've been casting a lot of TVPs, but that is not the case here. Not tonight. Not so far in Game 1. But again, it is going to be a best of 5. A long series is going to be brewing here. And we'll do our best to keep you up to date. Meanwhile, we're going to be the only stream for the time being. We typically have Inu. Shout out to Inu, of course, the Korean caster for Into the Clan. Usually he does provide some English coverage, but he is unavailable tonight. He'll be doing a replay cast, I believe, in a couple of days. So if you're a Korean native speaker, if you're tuning in now because you can't wait, but if you want some Korean language casting, then we got you covered. Again, in a couple of days, check out Inu's channel, give him a follow over on Twitch, and I believe he's also going to be broadcasting on another platform as well, as of course Twitch is soon no longer going to be a thing when it comes to the Korean broadcasters. Meanwhile, Dev gets across the map, and this is a very greedy opener, by the way. Oh my god! As the Adept shades in! No shot. The Adept does shade into the main base. We commit to the shade as well. We have a Rax, we have a factory. But what else do we have? We have a 3rd CC before Starport in a TVP. And the Adept does scout, does confirm. A big moment here for Nightmare. Does realize how greedy Gumiho has been. And we're even going to get a couple of SCVs. We got 1 SCV in total, sorry, 2 SCVs, got a lot of damage done, some lost mine time as well, and again, we now know just how wild Gumiho has been. And how do we respond? Oh yeah. What is the correct answer to seeing a greedy build? Fappy, you throw down gateways. Let's go. We have 2 gateways in the natural. We have soon to be, 2 gateways in the main base. It's going to be 4 gate blink as a response. Before we can respond with our 4 gate blink, we have 2 Hellion shading, almost said. Going to be diving into the main base. Shot's going to be going off. Probes, they line up for a moment there. But the surround was real. Very nice control out of Nightmare. Surrounds the Hellion, shuts it down. 4 probes go down. Good damage for Gumiho, but that could have been worse. On top of that, big scout. Looking at his vision, he saw both gateways in the main. He saw both gateways at the natural. He's aware of the 4 gate blink. So Gumiho knows, but can he stop it? That is the question. The problem is that even though Gumiho is aware of what's going on, he doesn't have the tools to defend, or he doesn't have the best tools to defend. Because of this third TC, we have no starport, no second, no third racks. There's no tech lab on the factory. We're producing cyclones, not tanks. We have one, soon to be two bunkers on the low ground, no bunker in the main base. Nightmare has options here as Blink is done, reinforcing across the map. That is a 5th gateway, by the way. It's a 2-base all-in. Essentially a 2-base all-in here from Nightmare. His goal is to break Gumiho. Now, if Gumiho is able to somehow weather the storm, if he's able to minimize his losses, then he will be ahead. Gumiho will be ahead if he survives, but surviving is going to be a tough ask. The first tank is halfway done. The first tank is on the way. Both bunkers have been spotted. Did you get eyes on the Cyclone? Nightmare coming in. Yeah, we're going for the first bunker. And the first bunker should be going down with one more volley. Oh, it does fall. Cyclone gets started, we go for the other bunker, we avoid it, we go for the Cyclones instead! And one after the other, Cyclones are being focused down, the tank has arrived, but we're going for it, we go for the dive. We shut down the tank, it did cost us how many Stalkers? 4 Stalkers went down. But damage is being done. The factory units have all fallen, we have a handful of Marines remaining. The boys, they're being pulled, and a couple of Stalkers are going down, we're down to 3. 3 Stalkers remaining, but we have more Stalkers reinforcing here at the natural base. And again, Gumiho, he lost all his Cyclones, he lost all of his tanks. We have another tank on the way. It's just about to pop. The tank just barely comes out. But I'm sure that's going to be the next target here for Nightmare. Oh, tank shot does reveal it. He knows. He does see it, waiting for reinforcements. Tank is going to be repositioning. Oh. And it's looking pretty exposed. It's going to be the next target. There's a lot of Marines though. A lot of Marines here to support. To protect that tank. One Stalker goes down. And you can see across the map, Gumiho going for an eBay block on the 3rd. Let's go. eBay block on the 3rd. And Gumiho, he's surviving. And even though Gumiho lost a bunch of SCVs, it doesn't matter. He has a 3rd TC. He can afford some worker losses. Second tank has arrived. This position becoming more and more fortified. It's going to be that much more difficult to break. Nightmare, he's in trouble. He's in trouble right now, and he's expanding elsewhere, taking the forward 3rd base, forced to because of this eBay. Not ideal, a very exposed base here by Nightmare. If he ever loses map control, then Gumiho can punish that base. As we dive into the main base, one tank goes down, a bit of miscontrol, one Stalker, almost gets thrown away. And this is a brutal trade here for Nightmare. He kills the tank, but the Marines, they punish him so hard. The boys are coming first round, they force a recall. And that is going to be 5 dead Stalkers for one tank. One tank and 3 SCVs. Again, not worth it here for Nightmare. Gumiho, feeling confident, salvages. He knows he doesn't need the bunkers anymore. He salvages the bunkers, throws down the turret, and is breaking out. eBay finally gets denied. I believe that was a kill. It was a cancel. Never mind. But again, this space is so exposed. Right next to it, there's high ground. This is a beautiful position for tanks to siege up and actually take control of that location. Speaking of, Gumiho just positioning himself to expand and take that 3rd. The 3rd he's had for a very long time. He mule hammers the hell out of it. He's got the safety turret just to make sure the DTs can't catch him off guard. And now Gumiho, he is in control here. Now Nightmare, he's on the back foot. Now, for the time being, Nightmare does have an economic lead, but, I mean, he has a worker lead, but that doesn't necessarily correlate with an economic one, because we have mules to come into play, to factor in. We can see Nightmare rushing into Storm. This is high risk, high reward. As I'm sure you've seen before, 1 and 2 juicy Storms, they can annihilate a Marine-based army. Storms, they can make or break a fight here for Nightmare. Either they connect, and Nightmare wins the fight, or they miss, or Gumiho splits, and Gumiho still gets out of control. So really risky maneuver here by Nightmare, but is going to be going for it. There's also potential for storm drops. Storm drops into the natural, into the main, into a mineral line. So Nightmare can come back here, depending on his spellcaster usage. Outside of that though, Gumiho's looking quite comfortable. He's got 3 tanks here on the front lines. Ghost Academy on the way for Ghost production for EMPs. That's going to be a good counter for those storms. So Gumiho just securing himself. Nightmare still trying to break through. Oh, as he's paying attention, does pull back. Not going home. As he dives in the army, Storm does connect. Oh, only on some of those Marines though. Hot pickup by Gumiho actually did save a lot of them. You see that most Marines did avoid the storm, the second storm especially. So Gumiho does heal everything back up. And good response, very quick reaction there by Gumiho. Oh, and that's not a good start for Nightmare. Again, first two storms just were not ideal. But he has more in the chamber, and he's going for the economy. Uh-oh. He's going for the mineral line, but there are turrets! There are turrets in position. Nightmare now does spot them, and goes for the drop anyway! And Gumiho responds in time. Does pull back. Okay, the storm drop is denied. We have other turrets being thrown down here. Gumiho fully aware of the potential of storms of those drops into the mineral line, and Gumiho will deny them. Steaming on forward, Stutter stepping forward as well. Storms are available, the scan did reveal them, so Gumiho is fully aware. Will retreat for now. Nightmare does see the army. And can we get a surround? Yeah, we collapse on this, show us the storms as Gumiho he picks up in time. Doesn't give Nightmare the chance to storm the army. Okay, the slick move so far. As he kills his own unit, I think. Regardless, behind this, we are working towards Colossus. We do have a second robo up and running, making two Colossi at a time. So Nightmare, he is refining his army. It's now no longer just about the storm. Now he has some consistent splash damage. But it's still going to be a difficult engagement here for Nightmare. Does feedback one of those ghosts. EMP connects on the Zealots. A good storm. Oh my god, a very nice storm in the army. The first good storm here of the game. And can we get some more? As Gumiho ignores the army, keeps on pushing. Tanks are able to cover themselves. Again, that's 5 tanks sieged up. Oh my god. And Gumiho, he's going straight for the kill, straight for the third base. Storm will slow him down. Nightmare coming in from behind. Coming in with that storm. The Zealot does actually catch the army. We get a surround going. Big storm here on the bio, on the tanks as well. Nightmare getting the best engage he could have hoped for. GG gets called. He swallows up the army. Oh my god. And Nightmare, he does take game number 1. Whew, GG. That was the best engage he could have hoped for. He came in from behind with the Zealots. He locked the army down. And the tank sieging also helped just bunch up the bio. The storms were actually the best he could have hoped for. And GG. GG. Nightmare, he does take the first game. Again, relying a little bit on a good fight to go his way, but hey, did work out. Did pull it off there. As we're getting ready here for our next game. Equilibrium. Hold on, sorry, I'm just getting everything going. Okay. We are good to go. Beautiful. Getting into game 2. Sorry, I'm just hosting the lobby, so I'm So right after the game, I'm like quickly rushing to make the lobby so I don't make the players wait too much or wait too long. So there we go. GG, well played. Nightmare getting the fight he was looking for. Whew, despite Gumiho getting away with a faster third base, getting away with a pretty insane army. Again, with those 5 tanks, if Gumiho was able to get a better angle of attack, maybe a slower push, then he would have quite handily actually worked his way towards that third. But he was caught out. And with that, Nightmare, he does take a lead in this series, and now we're getting into game numero 2. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hardland, we have our South Korean Protoss player leading the series 1-0. Currently teamless, looking for a team, by the way, deserving to be on a team. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Red Terran player representing Team Cloud9 down in the series, looking to fight back. It is Gumiho. Can I cast 2 on upcoming editions a bit later? Oh. We'll have to ask the Monjo, papi, the Monjo. So you have to ask. Regardless, we're getting into this, and Gumiho going to be mixing up his openers. Okay, so initially we had a Rax expand. Initially we had an economic opener in game 1. Here in game 2, aggressive. Double gas here out of Gumiho to kick things off is going to lead into a faster factory, into a delayed CC. We are loading into hard lead. I do think this is a good map to spice things up, a good map to be aggressive on, but how aggressive will we be? Again, with a faster factory, we can lead into a cyclone drop. We can go into a committed Widowmine drop. We can go for initially Reaper Hellion with reactored Reapers with Hellions on the way behind it. We have options as the Perp Scout comes in, and we do get eyes on the reactor first. Reactor has been spotted. Nightmare denied access into the main. Factory is on the way. Behind this, we do see Nightmare just going for a standard opener himself. So everything is looking normal from the Protoss. Really, our eyes are on the Terran to see what they do bring to the table here. Again, Gumiho, he has options available when it comes to his opener of choice. Probe trying to get a read on the first couple of units, whether it's Reaper or Marine. And there it is. Marines are on the way. We're skipping Reapers. This is a bit of a greedy maneuver out of Gumiho. So essentially what's happening, no SCV Scout and clearly no Reaper Scout. So no Scout whatsoever. Typically we would follow this up with Hellions, and the Hellions would be going for the scouting instead, unless we did want to go for a committed mine drop. Regardless, this does mean that Gumiho is in the dark as to what Nightmare's initial tech is going to be. So Gumiho playing blind, essentially. Playing blind, we can see that, I mean, he's not being punished. Like, Nightmare isn't going for anything too crazy. So Gumiho can just comfortably get into this, and we can see it's going to be not reactored Widowmines, reactored Cyclones. Cyclones are on the way. This should be leading into a starport, into a medevac drop. And early game Cyclones, they can do quite a lot here in TVP. Specifically in this matchup, Cyclones, they have their place in the early game. And oh my god, we delay the starport! Let's go. Okay, so I assumed it was going to be a 1-1-1, but that is a very late starport because that is a second Rax on the way before said starport. We're rushing into Stim, rushing into Marine production. This is going to be a pretty committed, pretty terrifying 2-base push, as we are building up and prioritizing army production before drop play, before harassment, before anything else. First couple of Cyclones are on the way. We continue Cyclone production behind this, bear that in mind. So Gumiho doubling down here and just pumping out as much as he can. First 2 Cyclones are going to rock up. We shouldn't find too much damage here. There's a shield battery. Shield battery is done for Nightmare. Yeah, we have a second pylon. We have a Stalker in position. Nightmare should be perfectly fine. Adepts a shade across the map, and they will get a bit of scouting information. They get eyes on the second Rax. Big moment there for Nightmare. And there we go. We go for the add-on. So we have 4 Cyclones to begin with, just for map control. And we're getting into mass Marine production behind it. Marines and soon-to-be medevacs. Now, once the medevacs hit the field, that's when we push. It's going to be a pretty hefty timing with Stim. Pretty hefty timing here as Gumiho will retreat. And how many gateways are we working with, by the way? We didn't quite bring it to our attention, but it was a Twilight Council opener. It was a Blink-based opener from Nightmare. 1 gateway at the natural. We have 3 gateways in the main. Once again, 4-gate Blink. Oh boy. So did I say 4-gate Blink? Mate, that is a 5th and a 6th gateway on the way. This is a we're not stopping. This is a 2-base all-in from Nightmare, even more committed than the last game. Even more committed here than on Oceanborn. We're just doubling down on mass Stalkers. Now, on the plus side, Gumiho wasn't overly greedy. He didn't rush into a 3rd. He didn't rush into a starport. He has a pretty hefty army, but because he doesn't know what's going on, no bunker. No bunkers whatsoever. No tank production either. He's not ready for mass Blink Stalker, but he does have Stim. Can he take the fight? That is the question. 1 Cyclone going to be going down. Good target firing here on the medevac as well, taking a lot of hits. The juggling, though, very nice from Gumiho. Preserving his Cyclones a little bit longer, but 1 more goes down. And that Stalker army is looking to snowball out of control. We Stim on forward. We do go for the Stim, and Stalkers are being targeted down one after the other. Again, Nightmare, he wasn't fully aware of how aggressive Gumiho was being, and the mass army here, the Marines, they just shut down the Stalkers. Oh my god, so many Stalkers went down. That was 10 Stalkers falling. We depower the gateway. We stopped reinforcements. And Gumio, he does survive. He shuts down the all-in with his own aggression. And Nightmare, there's no robo. There's no way to reinforce. There's no way to reinforce this. There's nothing else available for Nightmare. He's got a handful of Stalkers coming in with another pylon. Nightmare is not transitioning. He is still committed to his 2-base all-in. But he's kind of lost so much momentum. Nightmare, can he keep this going? How good are his blinks? That is the question. They're pretty good. Doesn't lose a Stalker. But you can see how low the army is getting. Pylon back up and running. Charge on the way here for Nightmare. Oh my god. Gonna try and double down on this. Diving on forward. Again, good juggling here by Gumiho. He can't heal the Cyclones, but he can, again, avoid shots. As the Tech Lab is on the way, tank on the horizon. Yeah, we see Nightmare blinking his heart out. Doesn't lose the Stalker, but likewise, Gumiho barely loses any of his units. You can see here, only 2 Marines have gone down. Finally, we get a Cyclone. We get 2. Gumiho bleeding out a little bit too much there. So he does back off. Meanwhile, Nightmare, that's another gateway. That is how many in total? Still 7 gates. 7 gates in total. Gumiho, I was worried he was going to be taking a 3rd base. No, he's going to be scouting. Scans the natural, sees the lack of gas. Sees that charge is on the way. That's what's important here. Still no bunker by Gumiho. He's crazy. But he may be able to get away with it. The first tank has finally arrived for Gumiho. The tank is here. Charge lots on the way. Nightmare, can he break this position? Oh, it looks like he might be able to. The boys are being pulled again. Still no bunkers whatsoever. Gumiho with a lax defense. And it looks like Nightmare, can he break through? He gets high ground vision. Gets the tank. Tank goes down. We're running out of Zealots. And without Zealots, Stalkers are that much more vulnerable. Reinforcements have arrived. And Nightmare, he's done it. With the reinforcements coming in, he breaks through the natural base. Gumiho, it felt like he did misread this a little bit. He probably assumed that Nightmare was transitioning into a 3rd base, but no. We just keep going for a 2-base all-in. Gumiho caught with his pants down again. No SimCity at the natural, no bunkers. Was a little bit overconfident. And with that, Nightmare, he's going to break Gumiho. GG gets called. Nightmare takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Oh my god. We're learning lessons here. You know, if at first you don't succeed with your all-in, just keep going for the same. Just keep going. Just don't stop, Pappy. Don't stop. Just double down. Oh, and in the end, it did work out quite well for Nightmare. Again, I do believe that Gumiho assumed that he had weathered the storm. I do think that he assumed that he had gone past the worst of it, and that Nightmare had backed off, right? And that Gumiho had survived, and I mean, that's why Gumiho was working on a 3rd. He was making a 3rd CC. He was working on the next step on the mid-game. And alas, he was caught out as a result. Was caught with his pants down. Ay, ay, ay. And just like that, we have a 2-0 lead. This could be a 3-0. Sorry, they're speaking Korean, so I don't know what they're saying. Let's go. But this could be a 3-0, which I was not expecting, I'll be honest. Gumiho, this week, by the way, he actually made it to the finals of ESL Open Cup Asia. He made it all the way to the finals of our weekly tournaments. He was looking quite impressive there. And even here, these games, like, just to bring it back a little bit here, Gumiho hasn't really been able to get into like, his ideal game. Game 1... likewise, he was all in, so same for game 2. Like Nightmare has been so aggressive. He's been so aggressive this entire series. Gumiho, he just wants to play some StarCraft, and Nightmare, he's just been in his face the entire time. Here we go. Will it change in game number 3 as spawning in the top right-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself. He is teamless, but deserving to be on a team. Hopefully he does get scouted. It is Nightmare. And spawning. in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Cloud9. Gumiho, he needs your support in the chat. He needs your support to fight back here and now and make a series out of this and try to force an ace match. He's up against the wall. It is Gumiho. Here we go. Again, as a reminder, to be fair, in game 1, Nightmare attempted a 5-gate blink build, and he was getting damage done, but eventually Gumiho, he weathered the storm, he survived, he got into a third base, and Gumiho ended up getting caught out on the map, if you remember. He got caught out, he got caught with his pants down. Nightmare had a miracle engage in the center of the map, otherwise things were going Gumiho's way. In game number 2, Nightmare, he's like, okay, if the 5-gate all-in didn't work, what if more gateways? what if more gateways, Papi? He threw down a 6th gateway, a 7th gateway as well. That much more all in, and it did not work. Remember, Gumiho, he held beautifully against the first push of Nightmare. So Nightmare backs off. He's like, what if I throw down another gateway? what if I start charge and just keep making units, Papi? And again, Gumiho just was not aware, right? Was not aware that Nightmare wasn't transitioning out of it. And I mean, that's been the series so far. It's been very quick games, very decisive moves out of Nightmare, is what I will say. Very decisive from our Protoss. And we'll see if Gumiho can fight back. I hope so. Personally, I want a longer series. I want a back and forth. I want to see what Gumiho is made of, because I've seen it before. Like, he's a terrifying player. I'm sure Nightmare knows that as well, which is why Nightmare has been so aggressive. It's been working. Here we go. This time, economic opener. Gumiho going for a Rax Expand. It's a safe opener though, a little bit less economic. What I mean by that, Rax Expand, but CC is on the high ground. CC is on the high ground instead, so it's going to take a little bit longer to land on location, so it's a little bit less efficient overall, but just, you know, safer in general. Behind this, Nightmare, 3 games in a row, Blink. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Nightmare, going to be Blink. Now, game 1, he went 5-gate Blink. Game 2, 7 gates. Game 3, do we keep going up? Do we go up to 9 gateway? Do we go up to 9, or do we calm things down? We are on Equilibrium. Equilibrium is a much larger map. It's a much larger map, much longer rush distance by ground as well compared to Oceanborn and Hardlead. So if we wanted a longer game, this would be the map for it. This would be the map for something more economic from Nightmare. We see Gumiho getting into a 1-1-1 behind this. Getting into his starport. Likewise, we see Nightmare as well, just waiting for his gateways to finish up, working on Blink. And we'll see if he does take an expansion. Does he take a third? Does he saturate it, more importantly? We see the Adept trying to shade in, is going to be shut down. Checking the vision here, Nightmare, he did spot the starport, is aware. And we are opening up with a medevac drop. Okay, so a pretty standard opener out of Gumiho, going for a Widowmine drop. Ooh, potentially with Marines though. Let's go. This is a build that I haven't seen in a month. It's been a while. This is a build that was very popular amongst the Korean Terrans, specifically Maru and Beyond. Maru and Beyond, they love this. This is a single Widowmine and Marines. The way this works here, as opposed to a regular Widowmine drop, is that we get into a mineral line and use the Widowmine to zone away the Stalkers, and you kill workers with the Marines instead. At the same time, we get into the natural. Probes, they are lining up. Ooh, damage being dealt here, and we do get 2 workers so far. At the same time, drop gets into the main base. Our Stalker's in position. Medevac does get targeted down. Oh my god. Medevac did fall. Good defense so far by Nightmare. Going to be losing 5 probes, but he cleans everything else up here. The Hellions, the Widowmine, and the Marines. I'm a little bit shocked again. The Medevac fell before the mine got unloaded. And this could have been so much worse. 5 workers get picked off, that is true. But I mean, that was 5 workers for Hellions, Reapers, a full medevac of Marines. Not the best trade for Gumiho. Also, I assumed he moved out with the Widowmine, but I believe... Wait, what? Okay, no, yeah, the Widowmine did die. Yeah, Widowmine was picked off as well. For some reason, it's not showing here in the battle report, but it's showing here in the units lost. That's why I was a little bit confused. I'm like, did it live? That's dead. Meanwhile, Nightmare is opening up economically. It's going to be 2-gate Blink into a third. Now, this is a delayed third base. If you notice, Nightmare threw down a Robo and he threw down a Bay before the third base. So a delayed third from Nightmare just for a safe opener, just to get into Colossus production. Prism Joke gets into the main base, and we do have Marines in position to defend. He's going for the medevac. Oh, and he will get it. Trades a medevac for a Stalker. Not the best trade for Nightmare, but it was okay. Keeping the medevac count low. Containing Gumiho. Coming in once again. Nightmare, he's fully aware that these are vanilla Marines. They don't have stim. So he can safely pick them off one after the other. Gumiho, as the drop gets defended, as it gets deflected, we throw down the third CC. For the first time here, this entire series, we're going to be entering the mid-game in like a pretty calm position. As I say that, 3 probes go down. And I spoke too soon. I assumed it was going to be Colossus production. I assumed it was going to be Colossus, but no, it's going to be Disruptors instead. Nightmare. Risky move here, by the way, rushing into Disruptors like this, but I mean, with this, he can go for some Disruptor drops. We'll see if he will. And Stalker's rocking up. They delay the third CC, they pick up the SCV. At the same time, orders are harassed here at the third base, denying mining time. Good reaction out of Nightmare. Doesn't lose many workers, doesn't lose many probes. Only losing 1. It's Nightmare rotating back in towards that natural. Trying to at least. And there we go. We spoke about the medevac drop. Sorry, we spoke about the Disruptor drop. And it is on the way. Again, risky maneuver here by Nightmare, but will it pay off? Again, he's aiming for either the army or the workers. Oh, first Nova is going to get spotted. Now Gumiho's on notice. The first Nova is meant to catch the army by surprise. And it was a bit of a blunder there by Nightmare. Did whiff. You can see the medevacs hunting down that War Prism. At least trying to. Nova getting to the mineral line. Ooh, a big connection. 8 SCVs go down, but Gumiho is going for the hunt. He's going to try and track down this Prism. Does get a bit of shield damage, but does not get the War Prism. Will escape. So far, good connection here. Good damage by Nightmare. Getting 8 SCVs. Behind this, taking his third, getting into a 4th base. Order targets get thrown down. Oh, we get 3 probe kills. And Nightmare, he does escape. Does escape with that Prism. And Gumiho pushing right through the center of the map. Right down mid. Nightmare, he does see the army. The Nova! Decent connection, but we will lose the Disruptor. Not sure if that was worth it. 1 Disruptor goes down. How many Disruptors do we have is the real question. 2. Now 3. 3 Disruptors. The Prism! Oh my god. Calm down, Bobby. Nightmare almost wanders into the Marines. Will back off. We head for the goal base. Yeah, we see Gumiho rotating around again. Gets eyes on that Disruptor. Nova goes off. Big connection on the Marauders. Gumiho not quite paying attention. Distracted by the counterattack. That is going to be a cancel on the goal base. But we can see across the map. 15 SCVs going down. A brutal amount of damage. The mines will not connect either. Nightmare. Oh my god. Nightmare handling this beautifully here. Is losing probes, but he collapses on the army. Nova going to be going off as well. Not quite connecting, but we collapse here on top of the tanks. And Nightmare, he cleans up this army. At the same time, did lose workers here back in his main base. Yeah, mine shots, they went off. 16 probes go down. Well, we shut down a full medevac. Can we get another? We can. Oh my god. Both players are hurting. Again, those mine shots going off, getting quite a lot of damage done here. Soon to be resetting. Order charge towards the third base. Probes are going down, but Nightmare is still up in workers. Oh, that's the medevac. No, the cannon. Medevac is going to go down. Order charge coming back in once again, but Nightmare, he wants to push. He smells blood in the water. Gumiho, what do we have at home to defend? No more tanks. No more tanks. No more Widow Mines that we used to harass. 2 probes go down. See Nightmare moving on forward, but he does run into the army. Oh god, the prism! Being a little bit too adventurous, and it will not go down. Oh my god, barely does survive somehow, some way. Gets into the dead space. At the same time, Nightmare collapses on that fourth. Shows the Novas. Big connections. On the Marauders once again. But is it enough? Pretty juicy connections, but have we overextended? We lose every single disruptor. Nightmare getting a little bit too adventurous, a little bit too overconfident. We had good Purification Novas, but we lost every single disruptor. And now Gumiho is in control. He has a massive supply lead. Nightmare struggling to rebuild, only making one disruptor at a time. And he hasn't been able to retain those disruptors. He's only got to have one Nova. Fourth base going to be denied. And Gumiho is looking to finally put a point on the board. Looking to finally fight back here. It was a very chaotic game is what I will say. Very chaotic game. Very back and forth. Nova! Good splits. Good splits here by Gumiho. Doesn't lose anything. Pushes on forward. Sims on forward. Mind Shield's going to be going off here on the sentry. And Nightmare, he's trying to barely hold on. Zealots have gone down. We can stim on forward. We can dive on top of the Stalkers. Expensive losses here for Nightmare. And Gumiho, he's done it. He's broken the army. Boys are being pulled. Not what you want to be seeing here. It's the meat grinder. The probes, they go down. Nova goes off. Nightmare, he barely cleans this up, but look at that supply here. He's got half the army supply down in workers. Not accounting for mules as well, as Gumiho has the gold. That was his main, by the way. That's how chaotic this game has been. Picks up the main base, lands it as the gold. Reinforcing across the map with another army already. And Nightmare, he's barely holding on. If he can land one juicy connection with these disruptors, then maybe he can survive. That's a big maybe. And loving the pickup micro there from Gumiho. Avoids the Novas, stims on forward, Widowmines into the mineral line. Not quite connecting, but yeah, GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and Gumiho will fight back, putting a point on the board. GG. Whew. It is not going to be a 3-0, thankfully. Thankfully, Gumiho, again, he's still got that fire within him here. It was not an easy game, though, is what I will say. It was not an easy game whatsoever. It was a very, very chaotic one. But that's what we love. That's what we're here for. It was amazing. It was beautiful. And up next, we have our next game. We have game number 4. One that I was not expecting. I'm not gonna lie, I was a bit surprised. I was a bit surprised to see this map chosen here by our players. A little bit surprised, and I mean, you have to imagine, I'm talking about one map and one map only. Up next, Radisson Station. Let's go. Radisson Station was not vetoed. A very rare map has been chosen. We barely get to see it. I think I've seen it once in the past 2 weeks, I think. Maybe twice in the past 2 weeks. Like, it's, again, just a very rare map. Despite, again, twice in 2 weeks doesn't sound that rare, but considering that we cast on a daily basis, and considering that we cast, like, sometimes multiple times a day, we cast a lot of StarCraft, and it's not a map that we get to see too often, which is why I'm happy to see it. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Radisson Station. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Radisson Station, representing Cloud9 as his team, putting a point on the board, fighting back. Can he force the ace match? It is Gumiho. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, deserving to be on a team. It is Nightmare. Here we go. As we have loaded into Radisson Station, Radisson Station is a very unique map. It is, it does allow for some very interesting and unique games. I will give a PSA now. If you're out there, if you're in the chat, whatever happens on this map, be careful. Because you may see something, and you may be like, yo, this is crazy. I'm gonna try this myself. Again, PSA is only on Radisson Station. So usually games on this map are a game of greed. You know, how greedy can we be? How much can we get away with on this map? We've seen a lot of CC first. We've seen a lot of like 3CC, even 4CC before Starport. Just hyper greedy play. Reason for this, ramp leading into the natural. We have a free pocket base as well. The fourth base is very defendable with a single attack path. And even here in the early game, there's no Reaper Cliff. There is no Reaper Cliff to get into the natural or into the pocket base. The only cliff is here to get into the main from the natural. You can fully wall off. As a Protoss player, if you didn't know, you can fully wall off here at the natural and then kill these rocks to create an opener once you take a fourth base. Like, you can just completely wall off here and you'll be perfectly fine. There's just a lot of defensive features. On top of that, longest rush distance by ground. Longest rush distance by ground map in the map pool. So there's a lot that comes into this. We can see that Gumiho, though, is going for a double gas opener. Intriguing. Very intriguing here. Did go Reaper first as well. And we'll see what he can get done with said Reaper, as he's just going to be chilling back at home. Okay, he's not scouting. Again, as I mentioned, there's no Reaper cliff into the main. So if you open up Reaper like this, like, what are you going to do? what are you going to... You can't get across the map. So we're going to be chilling back at home. And with a double gas opener, we've gone for a faster factory into a starport. What is our plan? I'm really curious. Really curious here where Gumiho is going to be taking us with this build. Opted not to go for any add-ons. With these Marines finishing up, we can go for an add-on swap with the factory on that reactor, which is what I imagine is going to be happening. Never mind. We avoid the add-on swap and we're going for some Cyclone production. Interesting. Looking for a Cyclone drop, I imagine, with some medevacs. Back at home, Nightmare, his tech of choice is going to be a Twilight Council. Very safe tech option. We've seen a lot of Stargate and Skytoss play on this map. A lot of Skytoss on Radisson Station. Hallucination Scout comes in. Nightmare confirms the late expansion, confirms the 111, confirms the add-ons as well. He sees everything. And should be feeling relatively safe with his opener, as he should be getting ready for the drops. Should be anticipating a drop from his opponents. And there it is. Medevac is on the way. It's going to be a Marine Cyclone drop here from Gumiho. There's no fast stim. There's no additional Cyclones. Yeah, we are going to be dropping. Now, on the flip side, outside of like a game of greed, as Nightmare is going 2 gateways into a third base, he's cutting quite a bit of corners here, in the sense that a lot of Protoss players go for a Robo before their expansion, sometimes even a Bay before their expansion, but straight up just 2 gate into a third base. Greedy opener here from Nightmare. Drop does come in. The boys are being fooled. Cyclone, the juggling here, looking pretty good here from Gumiho. He gets 2 worker kills, but is forced to pick up. Ooh. Nightmare not taking too many losses, but the drop does come back in. Takes down a sentry, but we will lose the Cyclone, and with the death of that Cyclone, that is the death of this push. Gumiho has to retreat. It was okay. We killed 2 probes and a sentry, but the problem is that we lost a Cyclone, and that is an expensive loss for Gumiho. Not so sure that's really what he was hoping for. As a follow-up, there's that 3rd CC, basically on location. And behind this, we're getting into Banshee production. Okay, Cloak Banshee's on the way. Again, I like this from Gumiho. Basically, he knows that you can be really greedy on this map, so he's going for drop play, he's going for Banshee harass early on. His goal here is to slow Nightmare down and make sure he doesn't get away with too much greed. That's the goal at least. We'll see if he can accomplish that goal. It's difficult on this map. Accomplish that goal. I think I said goal. I think my brain was looking at the gold base, which is also a factor here in the later stages of the game. Banshees are on the way. 1 for either side. We still have the medevac drop potential as well. So we'll see how much economic damage Gumiho can deal. Raven behind this. Nightmare getting his own base up and running, working towards charge, additional gateways, taking his gases at the natural, smackering on up as the Banshee has arrived. And do we have detection? We do have detection. Observers on the way, but 4 probes go down already. We get 5. We get 6. Oh, almost 7. But the Banshee is going to be stowed away. Oh, God, no! Does get thrown away, barely does survive. At the same time, though, we have another Banshee rocking up here at the third base. This time there is a shield battery and detection available. We blink on forward, and we force back the Banshee, getting a kill. No damage dealt with that Banshee. Not fully worth it. So we have killed 6 probes, which is good, but we lost a Banshee for it. Did lose a Banshee for it. Wait, did we lose both? We did. We lost both 2 Banshees for 6 probes. Suddenly not as ideal as it could have been. So some rough losses there for Gumiho. Does slow down the economy of Nightmare, that is true, but again, that wasn't a free investment. As he should be soon landing his third base on location, setting up here on his 5-rack setup. Bit of a 5-1-1. Standard setup here on 3 bases. Now, when it comes to games on Radisson Station, I'm always reminded of Maru. Like, I loved Maru's WTL match on Radisson Station. If you missed out on it, it was Maru versus Hearthstone. It was Onside versus Shopify during the WTL, the most recent WTL season. And Maru, what he did here was crazy. He went for a gigafast third base into triple starport production. Was it triple or quadruple? Triple star production, mass BC. He just went mass BC. Hearthstone, he just rushed into Sky Toss, and we got to see Maru flex his BC control, and it was crazy. We see here, though, Gumiho instead just going for a June drop in towards the third base. Shield battery overcharge gets popped, but it gets focused down. Overcharge is denied. Here come the storms, though. Decent storms on the army. Can we focus down the Medivacs? We cannot. We get trapped here on the auto turrets. Ooh, did the High Templar go down? They did. Expensive losses there for Nightmare. A good drop by Gumiho. Now, Gumiho, yes, he didn't kill too many workers. He killed, what? There, 3 probes. Lost a tank, but he killed 4 High Templar. That's some valuable pickoffs. 4 High Templar went down, and he saved all of his medevacs. He saved a good chunk of his army. Not too bad killing those High Templars. Gumiho does retreat. 4th base on the way. Likewise, 4th base already done by Nightmare. Now, clearly, we've kind of taken up some roles here. Nightmare, clearly the defender, building up on 4 bases. Gumiho has been applying a lot of aggression with mixed success. And I do worry that at one point he's going to overextend and bleed out too much. He has to be careful with how he does commit here, because he has been a little bit cavalier with these drops. Speaking of, storms into the natural base. 9 SVs go down. But we're going to get a kill on the Prism and a kill on the Archon. Good damage there by Nightmare. But again, throwing away more High Templar. As Gumiho is pushing. This time with Ghosts. Ghost production is underway. Plus on ship weapons for Viking production and eventually Liberators. We have a 4 CC on the way. Nightmare, how much splash damage are we working with? I believe we don't have a bay yet. No, we do, sorry. We do have a robotics bay, but no Colossus, no disruptors, only 1 robo. Nightmare still a little bit behind there when it comes to his splash damage. There it is, the first Colossus is now on the way. At the same time, a big Zealot robot comes in. We split off the Zealots. We have a handful in the mineral line at the natural, a handful in towards the third base, and we push in towards the main. Damage is being done. And Gumiho out of position. He's racing back home. 8 SCVs, 9 SCV kills. As finally we will clean this up. As we get 12 SCVs in total. Oh my god. 12 SCVs for only Zealots. Bear that in mind. Only minerals were spent. And it didn't just kill 12 workers. It also forced Gumiho to turn around. Forced him to turn around. He lost a Marauder as well. And that is buying time. Precious time, to be honest. Remember, Nightmare, he only has the 1 Colossus, and he's slowly building up that Colossus count, moving out with the rest of his army. Show us the storms! Good EMP. But a juicy storm does connect. Only 1, though. Only a single storm for Nightmare. EMP's caught the rest. Let's reduce Stim on forward. Archon is barely saved. Can we get the Prism? And can Nightmare even take this fight without a storm? I don't think he can. Prism goes down. Big pick off. 0 storms available, 0 splash damage. Nightmare taking a rough fight. And Gumiho, he is moving out. So now back at home, we do have 2 Colossi. We can try to hold here on the high ground. Gumio focusing on that Archon. A good pick off. Archon 4 Zealots as well. We can see Nightmare going for his Zealot counterattack at the same time. Bold move by Nightmare. Doesn't have those Zealots at home to defend. And Gumio, he doesn't push in. He's going to rotate around, going for the 5th. A base is looking quite exposed. Yeah, we dive on the base of the probes. They come in a little bit too soon. They do get shut down. Nightmare is going to be able to force this back, though. With the help of his Colossus, he's okay. Does force back the army. The Zealots are still wandering around. They haven't committed yet to a run by. Just fanning out, trying to catch the army. Zealots actually coming back here to join up. To meet up with the main fight. Nightmare, he's going for the dive. He wants to focus down the medevacs. He gets one. One medevac does go down. Good EMP here on the army. Does EMP the High Templar? Oh my god. Very nice control there from Gumiho, but is he still bleeding out too much? Nightmare chasing this down. Collapsing on top of this with those Zealots. Good EMP. More Ghosts on the way, and is Nightmare overextending? Without Zealots, this army is looking quite vulnerable. Oh my god. You can see Nightmare bleeding out so much. Does finally retreat. Does back off. Ooh. Things are going to be calming down a little bit. Nightmare re-establishing this northern base. Gumiho likewise taking his own 5th as well. So both players soon to be on 5 bases. Disruptor production has commenced. For Nightmare, he has a 2nd Robo. He has 1 High Templar. Right here. 1 High Templar, you soon to be 1 Storm. Oof. So he does take him right to the face. But here we go, the Disruptors, they have arrived. Nightmare collapsing in the army. There is a Planetary. It's the Planetary behind this, never goes off. Oh, not the best connections. Gets 1 Marauder. Gets a Ghost. Pretty good pick off. Does get a Ghost there as he does retreat. The Colossus looking very bruised. They're barely standing. At least one of them is barely standing. And Gumiho is now working towards his Liberators. And Liberation Zones are exactly what he needs, but is it too late? Never going to be going off. Storm trying to zone away the army. Not ideal. One Disruptor goes down. A big overextension by Nightmare. Bleeding out a Disruptor. But he's in the face of Gumiho, reinforcing you on the front lines. His economy, I was about to say left untouched, but no, the mines! 12 probes go down. Nightmare taking a big loss to his economy, but he collapses on the army. No Widow Mines here, no Liberator set up. And it looks like Nightmare, can he break through? The repairs. Oh! Repairs looking a little bit too good. Gumiho, he's barely holding on. The Disruptors, they weren't really a part of that fight, which was a bit interesting. Weren't really a part of it. Gumiho scanning the gold, trying to get a read on the economic situation of Nightmare. Does collapse on the 5th, will get a kill. We'll get a kill in this space. Never takes down 2 Ghosts. Oh my god. Good connections here from Nightmare. Takes down 2 of the Ghosts. There's 2 Ghosts left. Still making more. 2 more Disruptors at a time. We throw down a Dark Shrine for DTs. Nightmare still in the face of Gumiho. He wants to end Gumiho here and now. Good snipe here on the High Templar. There are still 4 left. They are still available. Prism going for a flank. It has been spotted by Gumiho, I believe. As we dive on the army, good snipe here on one of the Disruptors. 1 Disruptor goes down. 2nd Disruptor goes down. Ooh, and Nightmare bleeding out a lot here. The Colossus get picked up by the Vikings. And Gumiho, he has momentum on his side. He takes down another Disruptor. We're down to 1. The Colossi have fallen. Prism coming in for a backstab. We need to get some damage done. There is a Liberator at home to defend. Gumiho pushing forward. Looks like it did take it over to the face. Oh. Does pull back in time. The warp in into the main base, actually. We go for the Ghost Academy. Go for the Academy. We shut down the gold. Academy is going to be going down. Will delay Ghost production. Meanwhile, we pick off some of the Medivacs. Nice pick-offs here from Nightmare. Nova goes off. Gumiho is paying attention. Up. Oof. Is looking just in time to have another warp into the main base, but there's no detection of the Ghosts. They live. The Ghosts will survive. As they'll say, try to camp the production, but they're not really getting much more done. You can see Nightmare trying to catch the army. Getting a Viking. Backing off. Zealous into the gold. Oh, sorry, into the pocket base. Getting some SCVs. 8 workers go down. These +3 attack Zealots, they don't play. 9 SCVs. Nightmare taking a worker lead. Still rallying across the map. Oh, did survive with this Colossus. Actually made it back home. They raced back home. They're barely standing, but they're still alive. I assume the Vikings had caught them out. But no, they made it. Did make it back home. Goal base being re-established. But this is the big power spike for Gumiho. Liberation zones. We're making 4 Liberators at a time. We have a Liberator range on the way as well. Advanced ballistics. And once Liberators come into play, the dynamic changes. Suddenly you can bully back the Protoss army. You can force back the ground toss. And you can be more assertive with the Terran army. Likewise, Nightmare also working towards Sky Toss. It took us a while because of how aggressive Nightmare was, but that's a Stargate on the way, soon to be a Fleet Beacon, 2nd, 3rd Stargate into carrier production, or into Tempest. That is what the Liberators do force. They force out Sky Toss. Oh my god, Nightmare running into the army! Bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. Nova, big connections. Oh my god, big connections here on the army. Ghosts go down to Marauders as well. Both players fumbling a little bit. We're getting too excited, Bobby. Oh my god. When Nightmare throws away his Stalkers, but Gumiho does take some Novas to the face. Things becoming a little bit too much here, as Gumiho was distracted by the Zealot run by. Zealot's gonna be cleaned up. Nightmare pushing in once again. Server does get caught out by that turret. Or turret cave detection. Oh, we're going to be backing off. We have Blink on the way for those DTs. Nightmare still with a solid economy, taking a 6th Nexus. Or I guess a 7th. The 6th is the goal base. As I say that though, there are Liberators coming in to harass. Gumiho pushing right through the center as well. He is maxed out. And how many Liberators do we have? We have 8. And there it is. Liberation has arrived. Nightmare going for a massive counterattack. We're going for a base trade. The goal base is going to be forfeit. We defend with the bare minimum. A couple of storms going to be thrown down. But we collapse here on the Colossus. They finally do fall. The base will get picked up. At the same time, Nightmare kills the planetary. He can't always recall it. Gumiho, he keeps going. He knows he's on a timer. Second guessing himself as Nightmare goes for the 6th base. The 5th even. Gets us around, planetary goes down, and Gumiho, he's coming back home. He's coming back, he wants to try to catch the main army. The Disruptors! He does catch the Disruptors. 1, 2, 3 go down. And we have to recall. We gotta get out of here. The Disruptors are left behind, and the recall is gonna be in time. As Nightmare is trying to race back home with the rest of his army. SCVs, they were pulled. Gumiho trying to cut Nightmare off. He has been spotted. And Nightmare, he has to engage. There's no escaping this. Zealots, they collapse on the army. And the Stalkers, they will get the hell out of there. Zealots go down, they trade with the bio. And you can see Nightmare plummet in supply. Again, losing so many Disruptors there in that fight, in that pseudo-base trade. Nightmare lost the gold. Gumiho did lose 2 of his mining bases though, but he just lifts up his main. Let's go. The main has been lifted. Now this does mean that this base is more vulnerable as it is not a planetary. Speaking of, here comes the DT. Here comes the Dark Templar. Army's going to be engaging. Nervous, they don't quite connect. Ooh, Nightmare a bit trigger happy. The connection! Oh my god! A juicy connection. He gets all the ghosts in a massive hit. Ay, ay, ay. Gumiho once again distracted by the DTs. Nightmare, if we can keep connecting like that, then we're still okay. We're still okay, Poppy. Nightmare moving out. And again, Gumiho, we're running out of money. The pocket base is mined out, so is the natural. Gumiho is running out of steam, and Nightmare is still freely mining from these fringe bases. The Protoss has an economy, the Terran does not. You can see Nightmare checking the gold base, moving out towards the pocket. Again, the pocket doesn't matter, there's nothing here. Not too valuable. Scan, it does confirm the base. Liberators, they come in. They deny mining here towards the top left. Stalkers forced back home. But here comes the Zealot run by, and Gumiho, he moves out at the wrong time. Zealots come in, and they don't care about your Liberators. They will get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. And Gumiho is being starved out. Towards the top left, we shut down the libs. We get 1, we get 2. Ooh, expensive trades here for Nightmare. The freedom is a bit much, but we clean up the libs. 12 SCVs went down. Nightmare reestablishing that gold base. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Nightmare. Again, Nightmare, he can rebuild his army. Gumiho cannot. But Gumiho has a more efficient army, so he still has a chance. But he has to go now. As he lifts up his natural, going for another base. Going for another expansion. Bit of a desperation move out of Gumiho. First Nova goes off. We have 3 more left. Taking down a Viking. 2 Novas remaining at the same time. A Stalker counterattack here into the pocket base. We catch the army! We do catch the army here. Disruptor's going to be going down. And Gumiho collapsing on the Protoss. And every Disruptor goes down. A massive engage here, and we do deny the gold. Do we force a cancel? That's a kill. A kill, not a cancel. At the same time, Nightmare pushing into the natural. But the natural's missing. It's gone. It's not there anymore. Again, Gumiho just resetting that Disruptor count once again. Stalkers coming back home. Oh my god, the storm! The Viking storms! Nightmare catches the army. This time it wasn't a Disruptor, but it was storms. Big connections. Liberators, they come in, they deny mining towards the top left. Nightmare also starving out a little bit. He's down to 1 base. Half a base essentially mining for Nightmare. And Gumiho, he has a fresh mining base here as he floated over his natural. I spoke too soon. Here comes a Zealot. 1 lone Zealot. Has a lot of work to do. But he's putting in the work. Gets 3 worker kills. Denies mining time here. Very important. As Nightmare is still not mining. Still not saturating the space. Still can't because of those libs. This is still anyone's game. Anyone's game right now. Looking at the units tab, 0 Disruptors. We have 3 High Templar though. Oh, and they're back at home. We have 3 High Templar back at home. 0 Disruptors, 0 Colossus. Gumiho likewise, he's down to a handful of ghosts. A handful of libs. DT into the pocket. Oh, sorry, into the natural. Into the main. Ooh. You can see Nightmare being very clinical here, picking off 1 Marauder. Trying to be as efficient as possible with these Stalkers. He zones away the army. The Zealots, they go in. Good mine shot. The Ghost, they cloak. There's no detection. No shot. No detection. The Ghost, they do make it out. They do punish the army. Gumiho, he may have this. Nightmare has to retreat at the same time, taking another base. I was waiting for this. I was like, when are we going to expand? When are we going to take this northern base? Finally, Nightmare, he goes for it. Hopefully he can get it up and running as he is stuck long distance mining. But the Nexus is on the way, which means Nightmare, he still has a chance. He still has a lifeline in this base. Meanwhile, the High Templar, they were at home. Actually, they are still at home. Wait. We have more? Okay. We have 3 more High Templar, 6 in total. They're in the prism. They're coming in with the storms. Gumiho out of position. He's in the center of the map, and we go straight for the base. Mine shot going to be going off. We're going for the last mining base, the most important mining base of Gumiho. Medevacs go down. Ghost as well. Big storm here in the middle line, but here comes the main army. And Nightmare, he cannot fight. He cannot fight head on. He has to retreat. We do have a couple of storms. They're okay, but we're getting cornered. We have to recall. The prism. The prism gets caught out. Oh, but it will survive. Does escape. DT in the main. Doing what it can. We're going for the natural. We're going for the mineral line. No, we're not. But we have to live. Ooh, feedbacking the medevac. Let's go. The High Templar auto attack. I forgot about that, to be honest. They can attack true. The High Templar harassing the mineral line. Let's go. Ooh. As Nightmare has to be careful. Oh my god. The prism getting very low as Gumiho, he just throws caution to the wind. He's sending everything across the map. There are two very important bases here for Nightmare. He cannot lose them. Nightmare's following the army with that observer. High Templar coming in. Show us the storms. Oh, as we catch the mineral line, probe's gonna be annihilated here. They get shut down. A big catch here for Gumiho. Getting 16, soon to be 20 probes. Gets the base as well. Can Nightmare punish this? We get an okay storm, but we needed something more. You have the counter EMPs. Gumiho's a little bit trapped. Are the storms going to be enough on their own? Nightmare trying to chase us down. The Marines, they come in. Ooh. The liberation zones. They come into support. We go for another base. Nightmare losing 2 bases, losing an entire mineral line, but he takes the gold. It just started though. The gold base just started. Gumiho still mining here on the right-hand side, still with an economy. More than I can say for Nightmare. Nightmare, he has 1 mineral patch right now. Coming in with storms. Not quite connecting. Good EMP on the Stalkers. Oh my god. Nightmare threatening the army with the High Templar. Good EMP. Oh my god. Shaving off Marines. Every Marine counts. And we still have plenty of High Templar behind this. Oh my, the storms, they don't end. They don't end. Oh my god. When Nightmare's involved, it's always raining, Papi. Let's go. As we replace 3 High Templar with 3 more. Nightmare going for the chase. Going for the dive. Likewise, the gold base is getting up and running. He has mining. Nightmare, he has some mining going on right now. The Freedom zoning Nightmare away. Gumiho likewise fully saturated on his base on the right hand side as well. Getting fully saturated on these 2 bases. It may be wise for Nightmare to just go for the base, right? To just go across the map and just leave this army. And yeah, Gumiho, he's just chilling. He doesn't know. Doesn't know that the army has left. Nightmare does have eyes on it. Gets across the map. There are Marines to defend though. Oh, we don't want to be too wasteful. That's a lot of Marines coming in. Storms are looking okay, but they just made too... They maybe just be too much. Yeah, the man with guns stims on forward. Yeah, and Gumiho collapses in the final base. It looks like we have done it. We have finally broken Nightmare. The army crumbles. The gold base goes down. Whew. It was 30 minutes. I didn't even realize. 30 minutes of non-stop chaos, mate. Oh my god. This was a crazy game. Storms coming in once again. There were Novas going off. Storms left and right. EMPs. Liberation zones. This was a 30-minute game, but it was not passive at all. It was not a passive game. Just non-stop action here. And Gumiho has finally done it. Like there's no mining left. No mining for the Protoss. Gumiho is scanning, making sure there's no hidden bases. Again, thankfully, thanks to his main base and his natural floating over, he was able to maintain an economy. Not an ideal economy, but he maintained himself. He weathered the storm, Papi. Let's go. The clouds, they part. The sun is out, shining brightly. Gumiho's made it. He should have. I mean, we still have some storms available. Nightmare heading towards the last mining base here of Gumiho is going to be able to annihilate the mineral line. Somehow he bypasses the main army, will take down the SCVs. But Gumiho's turning back around. And again, in a head-on fight, Nightmare will be losing his army. He cannot fight head-on. And Nightmare knows that. He's getting the hell out of there. Will kill a lot of SCVs. Oh my god, 14, 15 SCVs go down. Recoil's out of there. Doesn't lose anything. Nightmare turning water into wine right now, just microing his heart out with what little he has. Oh no. Long distance mining, but a Marine and a Marauder. They deny mining here towards the top left. And again, if the armies ever face, Gumiho will crush it. Here comes some storms. Oh my god. Storms being thrown down. Pretty good connection. No, but the prism goes down. That was the chance. That was the hope. The last hope. 2 more High Templar here for Nightmare. Ay. That was it. The Mule Hammer is real. Continuing mining, we may not over. As Gumiho, he's finally mined out of this 4th base. No minerals left. Now can focus his attention on his final mining base. Nightmare, he has an army to work with. That's a lot of Archons. Ooh, no AMP. The Ghost is down energy. No AMP is available. Nightmare, he can take this. If only they weren't libs. Storms are coming in. Mate, we're down to 11 probes versus 16 SCVs. Here come the storms. We connect. Oh my, good connections, by the way. We collapse in the, oh, we get the Medivacs. Both Medivacs go down. Nightmare, he catches the army. Let's go. Send it, Papi. Get across the map. We catch the Medivacs. Nightmare is still in this. He doesn't have mining. He's long distance mining, but he's still in this. Let's go. Looking at the army, we have 2 ghosts left. With EB's bunkers are on the way. Gumiho, he's like, screw this. I'ma just hunker down. I'm never stepping foot outside again. Bunkers are on the way. Oh, the snipe. Ooh, big snipe there. That was a high energy High Templar. A second snipe as well. Every High Templar counts right now. How many High Templar do we have left? 5 left for Nightmare. Oh god, show us the EMP. EMP is gonna be brutal. Like this is like these Archons are so vulnerable to EMPs. We get the feedback. Oh my god, the counter feedback. Medevac goes down. Big storm, and there's no Medevacs. There's no way to heal up. There's no healing for this army. Nightmare, can he come back here in this game? Without any mining, big EMP on the High Templar. Oh my god, that's the final storm. That was it. That was the final storm here. That was a juicy EMP. GG gets called, and Gumiho, he takes it. He ties up the series 2-2. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. GG. Oh my god. That final EMP connected with 4 High Templar. That was an insane EMP. If it wasn't for that, maybe with like an extra couple of storms, maybe Nightmare could have taken that fight. But that was a brutal EMP. Oh my god. And with that, Gumiho, he does tie it up. We're going to game 5. We're going to game number 5. Yo, shout out to Nightmare, by the way, to tenacity. He didn't have a mining base for like 10 minutes, or like at least 5 minutes towards the end there. He didn't have a single mining base against Gumiho, who had an economy. That was wild. And he was still making a game out of it. He was popping off. Crazy. Take your time. I don't blame. Okay, players are asking for a break. I don't blame them. Players are like, Papi, give us a minute. More than happy to. So Gumiho and Nightmare, they need a moment to breathe. They need a moment to get some water and to contemplate life a little bit here. As we're entering the ace match, it all comes down to game 5. That was a crazy game on Radisson Station again. That's what I love about Radisson Station. It's not the most balanced map. It's not the most balanced map at all, but it leads to some very entertaining games. Very entertaining matches. GG, well played. Whew. Again, we're gonna take a moment here to really just let it all sink in. Players need some time. It's all good. Understandable. Let's go. Let's catch up on the chat. I haven't been able to focus on chat at all. My mistake. I should update the title. There we go. Title wasn't quite updated. Those balls, mate, there was some good Novas. Some juicy Novas, Barbie. Like, Nightmare, he knows how to handle his balls. He knows. For the most part, sometimes. Well, I think what made that game so close and so entertaining was that there were mistakes being made from both ends, like from both sides, and like again, it just led to so much chaos where we would get like some really good purification overs and some really good storms. Likewise, the counter EMPs, and we would catch disruptors off guard. You know, the Liberator harass. It was just very back and forth, very back and forth. I love that we do get a game 5 between these two. They're both very high-level players, clearly very similarly matched. Whew. And it looks like our players have returned. GLHF. We're getting into the ace match. It all ends on Hecate. Haha. Catching up. Hero High Templars. What a game. High Templar in a dream. This game shows us how important it is not to give up. Exactly. Like, Nightmare, mate. I love that he refused to give up no matter the situation, no matter the game states. And he almost took it. Almost to take it. Let's go. Oh. Almost did take it, and here we go. We're getting into the ace match. We're getting into game number 5, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have our South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. Clawing his way back in. He was down 2-0, by the way, and he has clawed his way back into the ace match. Forced game 5. Can he go the distance as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner? We have the player standing in his way. Almost clawed his way back into that last game. It was wild what he pulled off. The South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss player. It is Nightmare. He's been so close. He has been so close. For those who weren't here earlier, he started off with a 2-0 lead. He started with a 2-0 lead in this series. One game is all he has needed these past couple of games, and it's just barely been out of reach. He barely hasn't been able to get that win and claim the series. And now it all comes down to game 5. To our ace match. Let's go. Likewise, if you're curious, again, we haven't been able to really talk about the format much outside of the start of the broadcast. This is a Showmatch Series, and this is a GSL group, essentially. It's a group of 4 players. This is merely our first series of the night. We also have Creator and Bunny. Creator and Bunny are also a part of this tournament. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the Wikipedia page. You can have a look at the group, at the bracket, at the prize pool distribution. You can get all the information you are looking for the tournament, for the show matches, my apologies, for the show matches. So we still, the night is still young. We're still early on in the broadcast, still plenty of StarCraft ahead of us, even after this series. And we're going to be featuring more of these 2 players. Plenty more here. Whew. As, for the time being, double gas opener. It's going to be a double gas opener out of Gumiho, so a faster factory. It's going to be delayed CC, a bit of a more aggressive build here from our blue Terran player, and we'll see what that aggression leads to. We've seen some Cyclone drop variations already this series. We've seen Cyclone drops, we've seen Widowmine drops as well. We haven't seen any Hellion commitment yet, but that's also available here to Gumiho. And speaking of, there it is. It is going to be a Reaper Hellion opener from Gumiho. The goal of this is to amass a small Reaper Hellion force, typically 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion. We could commit a little bit more if we had add-ons, but it should be only 2 and 1. And we should be getting across the map and harassing these mineral lines, ideally getting some worker kills, and also scouting. A bit of a 2-for-1. We get scouting and we get some damage done, ideally. Meanwhile, Nightmare, for the first time this series, has not gone for a Twilight Council opener. Every game so far, he's gone for Blink. For the first time, it's a Stargate. It should be Phoenixes. Potentially Oracles. There it is. Phoenixes are on the way. Meanwhile, Gumiho consolidating his army, moving out with his Reapers and Hellion. Adept does spot this. Big scout by Nightmare. He's aware of what's going on. He's getting in position. Shield batteries on the way. Yeah, Adepts, they are ready here to receive. I love that we have the Shade ready as well to chase, as we have gone up to 3 Reapers. Again, Again, a lot of units here. 3 versus 1. Hellion goes down. The other gets lifted by the Phoenix just in time. Probes are going to go down, but at least the Hellions have been dealt with. Oh, as the probes line up. They lined up for a moment. Hellions are dealt with. We have the shield battery in the main base. The Reapers, they do no damage. And this is a pretty good defense by Nightmare. Very clean. Shuts this down. Does lose an adept, but won't lose many workers. And that's what's important. As he shut down 2 Hellions and 1 Reaper for 1 probe and 1 adept. Again, a good trade for the Protoss player. But at least Gumiho is now aware of the opener. He's aware of the Phoenixes, aware of the Stargate, aware of the lack of gateways, and we do have a 3rd Nexus on the way. So a very economic follow-up here by Nightmare. And Gumiho should be aware. He's coming in to confirm, as Gumiho hasn't seen the 3rd yet, but now he does. So Gumiho has all the information he needs. Meanwhile, across the map, here come the Phoenixes. They get eyes on the 111. They confirm, of course, the Raven upgrade on the way. Interference Matrix. Alongside that, Gumiho, he is continuing Cyclone production. Very interesting, and going straight for a 3rd TC. Okay, so Gumiho, he sees an economic build here by Nightmare, and he matches it with his own. A very fast 3rd TC here for Gumiho, considering the matchup as well. Typically in TVP, your 3rd is delayed, but again, Gumiho racing into it instead. Not of the norm. Meanwhile, Nightmare hasn't seen. The Phoenixes, they've been zoned away. The Cyclone's doing a great job here at keeping the Phoenixes at bay, keeping them back, unable to scout. As we do make a 3rd and 4th Cyclone, the Phoenixes, they dive into the main base. They're going for the Raven. They dive on the Raven, and looks like they do get one. A big pick up there by Nightmare. Raven goes down. 3rd CC has been spotted, which means Nightmare knows he's safe. He knows that Gumiho has not been focusing on his production, not been focusing on his army, and Nightmare can be a little bit greedier here. The Bay is on the way. Immortals are amassing. And Nightmare is also going to be feeling good about killing a Raven. Again, Ravens, they add so much support, so much utility to the army, and losing 1 already is brutal. We have 1 left. And hopefully it doesn't get picked off. The final Raven here of Gumiho. Meanwhile, Nightmare just chilling here on 3 bases. Scan into the natural does confirm the robot production. Most likely Phoenix Colossus. Gumiho, he can deduce that. Even though he hasn't seen the Robotics Bay, he should be aware of the composition. As Phoenixes, they come back in, they're going for the Raven! Once again, they go for the dive, and they get it as well. Big pick off. Both Ravens go down. Which means disables are not available, despite Gumiho investing into that upgrade. Remember, he researched Interference Matrix, but he won't be able to use it. As Ravens have gone down, the army has been spotted by the Observer. We confirm that it hasn't moved out. And Nightmare, he's just having his way with Gumiho here. Getting 6 SCVs. Does get caught out. Good positioning with the Cyclones. But again, Nightmare still gaining a lot of value already with these Phoenixes. And back at home, we're just banking up those Colossi. We have a Gateway Explosion eventually for charge dots to reinforce, to buffer. A couple of Marines, they do get a probe. Not bad. More importantly, they confirm saturation. They confirm the lack of gases. 4th base is on the way. Gumiho is now going to be landing his 3rd. But it has not been an easy road here for Gumiho. Again, I'm pretty sure he wanted to push earlier with his Ravens, but upon losing both Ravens, he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home, keeping his tanks at bay. Moving out with his more mobile army at least. But Nightmare, he has eyes on this, and as the army moves out, here comes the main force of Nightmare. Pushing towards the 3rd base, the tank is in position! Nightmare taking a lot of tank shots here to the face. Has to retreat. As the Marines, they take some big swipes to the face. Phoenix is from behind. Going for some SCVs. Oh, not quite. Going for, trying to camp the production. Double starport, oh my god. Wait, what? As we are getting to double starport production, getting to Mass Viking. At the same time, Nightmare pushing into the 3rd base. Tank is exposed. It's going to be going down. We annihilate the Mineral Line, and Medivacs are under fire as well. Yeah, Nightmare just pulling Gumiho apart. Vikings are coming in. We don't have a lot of anti-air. Nightmare has to respect it. But again, he contains Gumiho to 2 bases. Force to lift up, force to expand it towards the left-hand side instead. And he does float over. And Nightmare didn't lose much at all there. Looking at the units lost, he did lose his Phoenixes, which is brutal, but we're done with the Phoenixes. We're getting into Blinkstalkers instead, into a more robust ground army. The army has been spotted. Gumiho going to be able to rotate over. At the same time, here come the Cyclones. Oh my god! Here come the Cyclones. They annihilate a mineral line. 13 probes go down. And do we commit? Do we push in? Is Nightmare forced to pull the trigger? As the Vikings are going ham. Where's the anti-air? The Colossus taking a lot of damage. We come in from behind. The Colossus getting so low. One Colossus goes down. Again, a good movement there with those Vikings. The final Colossus falls as well. Nightmare being picked apart, but at the same time, the Zealots, they go ham in the main base. 20 SCVs go down. Nightmare with a massive warp in. The Cyclones, they kill a base, but Nightmare, he gets a mineral line. Once again, both players are hurting. Zealots still keeping the production. We see Nightmare pulling back. He catches the Cyclones. They get caught out by the Zealots. Did lose all of his Colossus, but again, I don't think we care. Not anymore. As the Zealots are still not dealt with. They're still in the main. They focus on as many add-ons as they can. Both players now on at 3 bases. Again, no splash damage anymore for Nightmare, but he's pushing in. I'm not sure if he can. That's a lot of Marauders. That is a lot of Marauders. But he has reinforced with Stalkers. He has a Disruptor and an Immortal. Yeah, we dive on the army. Good force field, slicing up the army of Gumiho. Forcing the pickups. GG gets called. It's just too much. And Nightmare, he will snowball out of control. And he will take the series 3-2. Whew, GG. That was a series. that was a series. I mean, obviously, Radisson Station was the highlight of the series, but regardless, GG, well played. Nightmare, he took quite a lead early on with his Phoenixes. As we saw, the Phoenixes, they were able to deal economic damage, catch the Ravens, scout everything, confirm how safe Nightmare was, and Nightmare was able to establish himself on 4 bases quite nicely. Again, Nightmare was in control of this game from almost the beginning. And Gumiho, it felt like he was playing catch-up. He had some good moments, like the Cyclone run-by, for example, and even the moments when he caught the Colossus as well. Like, there were some good moments, don't get me wrong, for Gumiho, but unfortunately, it was just not enough to make up for his earlier deficits, and he just couldn't keep up with the macro of Nightmare because of the stronger early game that he had. In the end, GG, well played. Nightmare, he will take down Gumiho and advance on to the winners match. GG, well played. As we have another series getting ready for us. Again, this is merely our first match of the night. It's Gumiho and Nightmare. Okay, so the way this works, Nightmare, he advances on into the winners match. Gumiho gets knocked down to the elimination match. Again, this is a quote-unquote GSL group format. It's a GSL group format where we have 4 players and we have 4 placements as well. Depending on where they place, first, second, third, or fourth, we will have different prizes available for them. Again, we have quite a hefty prize pool. It's going to be 750 USD in total, 400 USD for first place, 200 for second, 100 for third, and 50 USD for fourth place. So everyone walks away with some money, but again, I mean, that's a pretty big gap between first and second. Literally double the amount for first place. 400 USD. That's a lot, Bobby. Oh my god. So here we go. Nightmare does advance on into the winners match. Meanwhile, we have our next series about to be ready for us. Up next, Bunny versus Creator. These are the other 2 players in this tournament, or in this group, in this Showmatch series. If you are a fan of Gumiho, do not worry. Gumiho, he's still going to be featured later on tonight. Basically, The winner of this next series goes up against Nightmare. The loser of this next series goes up against Gumiho. And that's how the GSL group works. So up next, Bunny versus Creator. Let's go. And this TVP has a lot to live up to. Let's be real here. Like, Nightmare versus Gumiho was a banger. And I'm hoping that Creator versus Bunny can be the same. I'm hoping for it. As looks like vetoes are underway. Vetoes actually just finished up. I just need a moment. Beautiful. Let me just quickly get the lobbies going and get our players involved. Ha. Beautiful. Beautiful. For those that are curious, looks like the map order, I believe it's going to be on Wikipedia, but it is going to be Alcyone, followed by Oceanborn, Equilibrium, Hecate, and Solaris. No Radisson Station this time. Unfortunately, no Radisson Station. Instead, we get Solaris, essentially. Here we go. We are getting into this. Getting into game number 1. Whew. Okay, let's go. Addons are huge there. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's also, of course, the massive Zealot Warping, of course, into the main base, pulling Gumiho apart. But again, Nightmare, he already had a lot of momentum at that point and just secured himself in that game. But here we go. We're getting to a fresh best of 5 TVP. And if you are in the chat, if you want to get your Gamba going, then predictions will be open. I apologize for not having this earlier. Not having the predictions earlier, but predictions will be open in the chat, so you can place your bets on who you believe is going to be our victor here. Who you think advances on to face off against Nightmare, who gets knocked down to face off against Gumiho. It is up to you to decide. You have 2 minutes upon hearing this message. Best of luck. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, currently teamless, looking for a team, deserving to be on a team. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Club NV. It is Creator. Again, another reminder, predictions are open in the chat for the next minute or so, so place your bets while you can. And as a reminder, this is a prediction for the entire series, not for the individual game. So, again, it is on the series. Best of luck. We see Bunny going for an economic opener. He gets across the map, going for the eBay block. eBay has been thrown down. Boys are being pulled. Creator very quick to respond to this. He did have eyes on this already. And this eBay should be cancelled. And Creator should still expand on location on the low ground. It is going to be a little bit delayed. And we do deal some economic damage. We go for the second eBay. The second eBay has been thrown down. Bunny being so annoying here. Being such a nuisance. Again, trying to get as much value as he can out of this. Delaying the expansion, forcing out a pylon first. As he does cancel, and Creator can finally expand. He can finally take his natural. Is now on the way. Meanwhile, back at home, Bunny going for a Rax expand himself. Economic opener out of our Terran. Technically, a better economic opener than Creator because of how delayed it was. I guess. It was delayed. Likewise, a lot of lost mining time in the natural base as well, as that was 5 probes pulled, 5 boys not mining. So quite a lot of damage was dealt. You know, behind this, we're going to be getting into our openers. Creator moving out with his probe, actually keeping it hidden towards the left-hand side. I'm curious. Creator, what do you have in store for us? What are we planning here? Reaper dips in, is denied entry into the main. Good position with the Adept. Very nice positioning there from Creator. Probe is still being kept here towards the top left. This could just be, I was going to say it could just be for a scout, but it's too late for a scout at this point. even for a delay scout. And there it is, the pylon has been thrown down. Twilight Council's on the way. Are we feeling spicy enough for a proxy Dark Shrine? Are we feeling that spicy? Or is this just going to be a proxy gateway to reinforce Blink Stalkers across the map? That's a more sensible option here for Creator. What do we go for? Meanwhile, Adept gets across the map, gets into Mineral Line. Who is going to barely escape. Twilight Council just now finishes. What do we got? There's the Dark Shrine. Let's go. Are we sensible today? No, Bobby, not sensible whatsoever. Dark Shrine has been proxied. Bold move here by Creator. Very bold move. Now, you may be thinking, we scout the probe. No, shall we scout the probe? Bunny's looking. The probe is a big tell. Bunny, he knows that something is wrong. Something is here, and he does come across the proxy. Big scout here by Bunny. I was going to talk about how a Dark Shrine can still deal damage, even with scans, even with orbitals. DTs can still pop off, but alas, Bunny sees all, he knows all. Again, good movement here by Bunny's Reaper. Creator coming in. Are we going to let this finish? Adept is going to chase this back. We do see Bunny back at home getting into his 2-1-1 setup. Prioritizing his starport, now getting into the rest of his Raxes, focusing on harassment. Reaper in the main base goes down. And it looks like we will let this finish. I mean, we can still make use of DTs, that is true. But Bunny should be prepared. I mean, eBay is on the way. Raven is in production as well. We will have plenty of detection. Now, what this Dark Templar is going to do, though, is that it does force turrets, and it does force the Raven to stay at home. Like, we are forcing a reaction out of Bunny. DT going to waddle on in, but again, the Raven comes out just in time. Bunny, he's safe, he is secure. Yeah, he is ready for it. Creator behind this, taking a third base. Is taking his third, working towards his robot production. Again, only working off of these two gateways. And we'll see what direction Creator takes us in. Blink is on the way, which makes the most sense. It is going to be 2-gate Blink into a third. Archon is being morphed in. We can go for maybe some Archon Harass. Speaking of Archon Harass, there's War Prism on the way. A very, like, PvZ-esque approach here. Going for an Archon drop across the map. We'll see how successful it is. It can be quite risky just because, again, we have plenty of range units to work with. Marines, soon to be Stim. We'll see if Creator can gain some value here and make this Dark Shrine worth it. As here come the Archons. The drop is on the way. You know, Bunny still building up here on 2 bases with his 3-1-1 setup. From here, he has to make a choice. Do we throw down a third CC or do we throw down additional Raxes? I imagine Bunny's going to throw down a third. Again, we are loading into Alkione, a very large map, very macro-oriented. We do expect a longer game. And there it is. Third CC is in production for Bunny. Archon drop going for the Raven. We go for the Raven. Good juggling here by Creator. He doesn't quite get it. Gets a lot of damage done. Doesn't get it in the end. Does get eyes on the add-ons. Tank is in position. We can soak some shots. We get a handful of Marines. By handful, I mean one. One Marine goes down. Creator backs off. And again, you can see here that it's quite difficult to actually get value here with these Archons. Unless Bunny was a little bit inattentive with his army. But Bunny, he's on top of it. So far, a very secure setup. As he sneaks out with a double drop. Uh-oh. Stim is done. We have Stim, we have combat shields, we have +1. And Creator, he now spots this. Forces a recall. Yeah, we dive on the army. But the Immortal is in position. We shut down the Medivacs. We try to. Expensive trade for Creator. Medivac goes down. Dark Shrine is being shut down as well towards the left-hand side. We do warp into DT. We force the scan. That was cute. Slick move there out of Creator. Baiting out the scan. Gets the hell out of there with that DT. He got one swipe and he got the hell out of there. As he comes in with the Archon. Trades well. Here comes the rest of the army. Again, really nice control here out of Creator. Getting some small pickoffs here and there wherever he can. Some nice little trades. Scan once again. Oh! Ooh, doesn't miss. Does get the DT. as Bunny. He's now going to be landing his third base on location. As he expands, as he takes his third, Bunny should be pushing. And we are moving out here with our reinforcements. We have tanks, we have Widow Mines, we have an army. And Creator, can we deal with this again? He has no splash damage. I mean, Archons, they can help, sure. But no Colossus. Oh, as we shut down a full Metamac. Again, good pick off by Creator. He did need that. See Bunny rotating around. Doesn't have eyes on the third base. Stims on forward, but there is no third. No third in position. Archons are moving out for a drop. Again, clean micro there to Creator. He does pull back in time. Does avoid the fight. And Bunny, he's just been posturing. He goes for the scan. He gets eyes on the third base. He's fully saturated. Archon trying to come in from behind. Ooh. As we do force it back. That's an Archon and an Immortal, by the way. Ooh, and it looks like we do pick off the Immortal. Big catch there by Bunny. Gets the Immortal, gets the Archon. Can he get the Prism? Not quite. Yeah, Creator caught with his pants down. Trying to be a little bit too fancy with that War Prism. Gets punished for it. Fling on forward to take down a tank. But a massive anti-armor missile on the main army of Creator. Has to be careful with how he engages. And you know what, Creator, he is bored enough time where now we have Colossus. Remember, like 2 minutes ago, Creator, he was staring down the army of Bunny. He had no splash damage. But now we have 1, soon to be 2. Creator in a much better position now than he once was. Mind Drop coming in. And Mind Shot's going to be going off here. It looks like we will get them off in the workers. In the mineral line. Up, trying to at least. As we drop into the natural. And Creator, he does notice in time. Loses 3 probes. Not bad. This Creator also slips into the main base. But Bunny has eyes on this. EMP misses the Prism. But the Vikings are here. And we should shut this down. Nice pick off there by Bunny. At the same time, Mind Shot's resetting. They reset. We have another mine here. Is it going to go off? Oh, just barely not. As the Widow Mines finally go down. And you can see Bunny, he's the first to max out. Catches some Stalkers. Has a terrifying army. 15 Marauders, 8 Ghosts. A good Ghost count. He has the Raven as well. The Raven does not quite have Disable, but has the anti-armor missile. And auto turrets. Shows the EMPs. Yeah, big EMPs on the army. Forcing the overcharge. Storms are on the way. Oh, feedbacks even. The Widow Mines! No! Big connections. Both High Templar go down. Creator fumbling a little bit there with the engage. As we do push in. A couple of SCVs to get picked off. I think they were transferring. But alas, we have 2 High Templar left. Storm is on the way. It is still being researched. We need a little bit more time. As Disruptor comes out. Gets a Ghost. Pushes him towards a Colossus. Again, Bunny in a very awkward position. Stuck between 2 armies. And can he collapse on this? He does get on top of the Stalkers. Gateway units going down. He's breaking through on the right-hand side. Storm not coming in. Good EMPs. Nova once again not quite connecting. And Bunny snowballing out of control. Picks Creator's army apart. Where the Storms are not there. GG gets called. And Bunny takes game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played again. Really nice scouting out of Bunny, getting eyes on the tech. Remember, in the early game, Creator, he went for a proxy Dark Shrine. It got scattered, it got shut down. The DTs didn't really do anything. The Archon drops were nice, don't get me wrong. We were able to get some value there, but nothing major, right? It's like, in the end, it was still something that set Creator a little bit behind, and we saw that Bunny was able to just macro on up, get into a solid economy, get up into his 4-base setup, and that was just a really awkward place there for... Oh. Really awkward place there for our players. For creators to defend, as his army was split up and wasn't split up in an ideal way. Likewise, even though he had a lot of High Templar, there was some good EMPs, and he bled out a couple of High Templar in the lead up to the fight. Imagine if those 2 High Templar survived. Imagine if we had Storms. Then maybe a different game. Maybe we survive. Maybe the game goes on longer. It's possible. It is possible. Regardless, GG. Bunny does take the first game here. But it's the best of 5. Plenty more matches ahead of us. Let's go. Let's sink our teeth into it. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing himself. Currently teamless, looking for a team. And he's been popping off recently, qualifying for GSL, having some good performances at IEM. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Club NV. Down in this series, looking to fight back, it is Creator. We go. I don't expect another Proxy Dark Shrine this series. gonna go ahead and call that one. I don't expect one again here in this series. It's one of those things that you bring out once, whether it works, whether it doesn't. You bring it out once in a best of 5. You don't want to rely on something like that too much, especially now that it has failed, because I'm sure Bunny is now making sure he has that in the back of his mind that, hey, this guy, he's gone for a Proxy Dark Shrine before. He might do it again. He's going to be more vigilant when it comes to scouting and confirming that. But again, Creator, he doesn't have to rely on proxies to take it to Bunny. Standard openers are going to be more than enough here. And I'm sure Creator, he can go toe-to-toe with him in a more standard mid-game if we get there. For now, Probe going to be dipping in. It is going to be a Rax Expand here from Bunny. Going to be going for the CC on the low ground. This time there is no eBay block. This time there's no disruption of the early game from Creator. That's also another thing that did occur last game. Again, there's kind of a lot that kind of came into it. Came into the lead that Bunny found himself in. Came into that game. There's that CC on the low ground here. Again, economic opener from our Terran. Creator going for a standard opener. Gate, Cyber Expand. Nothing too crazy from Creator. Really, we're just waiting for our tech to be chosen and to see what direction Creator wants to take us in. As Bunny won't really be getting into his production stride until a little bit later because of the faster CC. Because of that faster base, Reaper going to be dipping in. Stalker's in position. We zone away that Reaper. Reaper is going to be forced back. And now that we are getting our natural base up and running, Creator should soon be picking his tech of choice. Really does save that probe. And there it is. It is going to be the Twilight Council, hidden behind the main base. Once again, looking like a blink opener. Like, I know that last game, again, this led into a Dark Shrine, but this time there's no proxy. And again, I'm not too fond of going for it 2 games in a row. So it should be a blink-based opener. Second gateway has been thrown down. The question becomes, how many gateways are we going to commit to? 2-gate blink, 3-gate blink, or even 4-gate blink? Or do we pull a Nightmare? Again, if you weren't here earlier today for Nightmare versus Gumiho, if you weren't here for Game 1 and Game 2, Nightmare was an animal. He was an animal, Poppy. Game 1 and Game 2, Nightmare Game 1 went for a 5-gate 2-base blink all-in, and Game 2 he went for a 7-gate 2-base blink all-in. Nightmare, he was just hyper aggressive against Gumiho at the start of the series. I recommend watching it. It was very entertaining. But also shows us that it doesn't have to be just 4 gateways. You can commit a little bit harder, as Creator is going for his expand. So it's going to be 3-gate blink from Creator. It's his go-to. We've seen a lot of Creator's his PVT recently in the ESL Open Cups and in KSL. Hallucination Scout does confirm the Widow Mines. Ooh, as Bunny, he waits for the hallucination to go down and he throws down the 3rd CC. A very fast 3rd, by the way. Very greedy build here by Bunny. Which means, again, he's not going to be aggressive anytime soon. He may go for a mine drop, that is true, but he isn't pushing, as he's focusing on his economy. Meanwhile, Creator, he's going to have a pretty safe opener, going for 3 gateways. Does mean he has a decent amount of stalkers. It also means that Creator can counterattack. Here comes a Mind Drop into the natural. Once it gets dealt with, then Creator can push. So Wonder Mine is going to be threatening that natural. At the same time, Reaper and Hellion, they rock up at the third. Again, ideally trying to distract Creator. Creator, he does respond with a Stalker. Does respond, and Bunny doesn't quite go in. Doesn't quite pull the trigger, just waiting for a more opportune moment. Don't blame him. Likewise, we see Bunny getting into the rest of his production, getting into a 3-1-1 setup. So yeah, a 5-1-1 setup. With 5 Raxes being underway. Wouldn't mind Shot coming in, but we don't really get much damage done here. Yeah, 1 probe goes down. So good cleanup, good defense by Creator. And Hallucination does confirm the third base. Now he knows. It's a late scout for Creator, but now he realizes, oh, you have been quite greedy. And your third base, it's about to be up and running. And there we go. We are going for a counterattack. We catch a Reaper in the center of the map. Bunny, he sees the move out. He's getting ready. We have a bunker on the low ground. We have Marines and Marauders in the main base, ready for a dive into the main. Creator has arrived behind this. Not going into Colossus, by the way. Creator, he's going for Storm. Storm is being researched. Catch a Marine. Oh. Pick up a couple of them. Good control at Creator. Doesn't lose anything. Shaves up a couple of Marines at the same time. Oh, did have a drop here towards the south. Was a Liberator. Was shut down. Liberator gets shut down without killing too much. Got a handful of probes. 4th space on the way in. Despite what happened in the last game, despite what happened in the last series, this is a very passive game here between Bunny and Creator. Again, because Bunny rushed into his 3rd, he's just been chilling. Creator trying to catch up with his 4th. Has been applying some light pressure, but nothing too major, as Bunny is coming in with a double drop. Double drop towards the left. Stalker's moving through the center. That means the space is exposed. Yeah, Creator is racing back home. Drop comes in. Protect the pylon, we stim one forward. And can we deny the base? Oh, it's going to be close. The base hitting very low. Storm will connect, but that's a cancel on the 4th. Medevac does escape. At least one does. And Storm has been revealed. And Creator stuck on 3 bases. Bunny taking an economic lead. Oh, as Creator, he hunts down that drop. Does catch the medevac, cleans up all the Marines. Bunny sees the army. He can try to bypass it, but Creator is coming back. You have a drop into the natural base. Once again, Storm's being thrown down, but the army is nicely split. You pick up a medevac, and this drop is getting a lot done. High Templar were not enough. Mind Shot goes off in the middle line. Stalkers are going down, and Bunny pushing towards the 3rd base. He's trying to pull Creator apart. Creator on the low ground. Once again, not where he needs to be. Forced to recall. Forced to recall up into the 3rd base. Mind Shots going off. Big storm here on the Marauders, but they're Marauders. They can tank some storms. Yeah, we're stimming on forward. There's no shield battery. There's no overcharge. Boys are being pulled, and this is becoming too much. Creator bleeding out so many of those probes. Mind Shots going off on the Zealots. Bunny trading so efficiently. His rally is going to be caught out. But he just keeps rallying across the map. He wants to keep on going. He smells blood in the water. Bunny with the supply lead. And Creator without a shield battery. Again, no static defense here whatsoever at the 3rd. It's at the 4th instead. Mind Shots going off. We take down the shield battery. Overcharge not able to be used. Creator, he's holding on. He is holding. But he's down 10 workers as he's now getting into his splash damage. A bit of a mixture of things. He's got a Colossus and Disruptor coming out. 4th base getting saturated. Bunny getting his own 4th on location. He can afford to. He has map control. Creator does see the army, but just because he sees it doesn't mean he can do anything about it. That is the problem. Alright, what we need here is a Miracle Nova. If we can connect with a Purification Nova, with a Disruptor, then Creator, he can deal with this, he can survive. Even if it doesn't connect, if it forces Bunny to split awkwardly, to engage in a weird way. Nova goes off! Takes down the Widowmine, not good enough. Widowmine goes down, we stim on forward. Good kiting here against the Zealots. Again, still no stack defense, it wasn't replaced. Who needs shield batteries? They would be nice. They would be nice. It's so risky to again not rely on them. But again, Creator, he is up against the wall. He's spending as much, well, he's spending all of his resources here on Army. Just trying to keep up. We can see Bunny rotating around, getting his fourth base up and running. Pushing on forward. Shows the storms. Decent storm on the Army. Decent connection. Yeah, pushing up this ramp is so difficult. Into a concave, into Colossus. Bunny trying to force the issue here. But pushing into this, even with the supply lead, is not going to be easy. And you can see the Creator, he's stabilizing. Creator is stabilizing. His fourth base still up and running. It's going to be looking decent. I say decent because basically Creator, he's on a 3-base economy. He's still on 60 workers. Oh, big EMP on the High Templar. Prism goes down. Vikings are going ham. The Colossus will fall as well. As Creator collapses on the Army. Unable to connect though. And Creator's Army isn't really the best quality here. It's mainly Zealots. Mainly a charge low composition. And can he pull off this defense? As we're still rallying in, you see the Stalkers being sent forward, trying to bait out those Widowmines. Oh, when I say bait, I mean we typically don't take damage as one Stalker goes down. But Creator will be rotating on over. Bunny out position Creator, he's going for the fourth. Going for the fourth base. A Viking going ham, he catches the Colossus. Both Colossus go down. Oh! Never not quite connecting. Bunny pushing in. And mine's just going off. Ooh, the Prism taking a lot of hits. At the same time, a big Zealot counterattack here. Creator trying to force Bunny back, and Bunny turns around. Turns back around. A lot of SCVs falling here. A big reaction out of Bunny as we warp in into the main base. Or we drop into the main. And Creator, he can now breathe. Whew. He can establish his fourth. Build up that Colossus count. And you can see the Creator is keeping up in the supply. He's surviving. He is still in this. I will say again, the army supply is a little bit inflated. You can see here that this army is still mainly Zealots. He's got one Colossus, he's got 2 Disruptors. Looking at the units tab here, he has 1 High Templar, so 1 Storm is available. Like, we have very little high quality units, very few high quality units. The EMPs are brutal! Big EMPs, Novas go off! Decent connection! Another Nova does graze the army, connects with the Marauders, but the concave is real. The engage is brutal, and Bunny is stimming on 40, collapses on the army. The Zealots, they melt, and without the Zealots, there's just nothing else here. As he lands the Vikings, GG gets called, and Bunny takes his lead here, extends his lead in the series, taking a 2-0 lead, 1 game away from advancing on into the winners match. GG. One more is all that Bunny needs. And meanwhile, Creator, having a hard time here in this series, specifically in this game. Unfortunately, Creator, he missed the scout, if you remember. He wasn't able to confirm the build of Bunny, wasn't able to confirm how fast, how quickly he was rushing into that base, into that 3rd TC. So as a result, he wasn't able to be greedy and economic himself, unable to keep up with that. Likewise, was forced to reveal his storms early on, if you remember as well. As we are getting into game number 3 here. Creator, he needs your support. He needs your energy. He needs your support here and now to force to extend the series and to force an ace match. Can he do it? Can he bring it back? Now, as a reminder, to wind it back a little bit, Gumiho was in the same position. Last series, Gumiho was down 2-0, and he clawed his way back in to the ace match. Didn't win the series, but he did force the ace match in the end. Can Creator follow suit? Can he do the same? Not going to be easy, but it all begins on Equilibrium. I want to believe. Let's go. I do want to believe, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing himself. He is teamless, by the way. He was on Mystery Gaming, now a free agent, looking for a team, looking for support, leading the series 2-0. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Club NV. Down in this series, he needs your support in the chat here to extend this series, to keep this going, to keep his dream alive. Can he bring it back? It is Creator for Club NV. Here we go again. Equilibrium, another interesting map. It is one of the larger maps in the map pool, has a lot of bases to be taken, can be quite defendable as well. We have seen a lot of split map scenarios on this map just because it is so easy to cut the map in half, because there are so many choke points, so many points of elevation as well. We can have a bit of a longer game here. We have the potential for it, depending on how our players open up. Is it going to be on our players here? Overall, though, it looks like Bunny going for a Rax Expand economic opener, which makes sense on Equilibrium, just because of how large the map is. Likewise, standard opener out of Creator. There is no proxy pylon, there is no proxy gateway. So no aggression from the Protoss, and economic here by the Terran. Oh, as we do see Creator being a nuisance, causing a nuisance. Being a nuisance here to Bunny. Does delay the CC by like a second or two, as it is now thrown down. But again, at least Creator, he's aware of the opener, so he knows that he's safe in the early game, but nothing too wild is going to be occurring. Really, it's the follow-up. We need to get eyes on how greedy Bunny wants to be. Equilibrium, not a bad map to go for a fast third TC, not going to lie. Especially the gold. That's one of the big features of this map. There are gold bases, and if you can get into them, they can allow you to snowball out of control. Creator mixing it up, going for a Stargate opener. Okay. For the first time this series, Game 1 we had a Twilight Council, Game 2 also a Twilight Council into Blink, Game 1 was into DTs, here in Game 3, Stargate. Stargate into, I imagine, Phoenixes here for Creator. Makes sense just because the map is a little bit larger, the chances and the likelihood of your opponent being in your face is a little bit lower, so Phoenixes can give you map control, and they can give you the safetiness and the freedom to take a third and to get into Colossus production. Phoenix Colossus has been the meta and the standard PvT meta for a very long time, for many years, for good reason. It's just a really safe and secure way to open up. There are some of these smaller maps where it is a little bit unsafe to go for that. So we have seen a shift away from Phoenix Colossus for the most part, but I do think that's mainly map-based. Like maps like Oceanborn, maps like Hard Lead, Golden Aura can be quite risky to go Phoenix Colossus. On a larger map, a lot safer. Here it is, Phoenixes are amassing. Bunny with his Reaper Scouts, I believe, was able to get eyes. Wasn't actually able to get eyes on the opener. Didn't see the tech, not yet. Reaper coming in. Reaper slips in, gets one probe kill. Ooh, only one, and doesn't get into the main base, but we do get eyes on the Robo, on the additional gateways, on the Adepts. We do have a piece of the puzzle. We do have a safety Cyclone in production, so Bunny has enough to defend Cyclones and Widow Mines. Ready for an air-based army. Here come the Phoenixes. How many Widow Mines do we have set up? We have two. Oh, two Widow Mines are set up, and the shot doesn't go up. Quick reaction out of Creator. Does pull back. Widow Mines repositioning. I say repositioning, really? We're committing to the drop? Oh my god, he's crazy. Okay, typically if you scout a Stargate opener, that deters you from going for the drop, but no. We double down, we're zooming across the map. Phoenixes are out of position. They're busy harassing and getting eyes on the natural, which means they can slip into the main, and there's not much at home to defend. Uh-oh. Again, a risky move here by Bunny. It's possible that he could have wandered into the Phoenixes if they were kept at home, but Creator, he's being active on the map, and he might be punished for it. In the natural, we have a couple of depths, we have a couple of sentries. Phoenixes, they dip in. Yeah, Phoenixes have been spotted, and Bunny goes for the dive. Goes for the drop. Quick reaction out of Creator. The mines! The retargeting! Widowmine's going to be constantly retargeting here. Shot's going to be going off. 4 probes go down for 2 mines. Good connections here by Bunny. Medevac goes down. Not a bad start here. As Widowmines are cleaned up. 3rd base is on the way, and there is that Colossus production as we spoke about. Phoenix Colossus. Very, very meta, very standard play here from Creator. Standard for a reason, though. And a solid way to get into equilibrium. Phoenixes, they do spot the army. They're going to slow it down. Colossi are on the way. We have our first Colossus in production as we speak. You can see Bunny try to catch the Phoenixes. Doesn't quite get them, though. Stim still 10 seconds away. We don't want to waste it. As Bunny just rallying everything across the map. And it doesn't have a Raven. Colossus is here. Force fields, they do shut down one of the Marauders. Widowmine gets picked up as well. Good start to the fight for Creator. Yeah, shaving off more Marines. Bunny has to back off. As he backs off, he may rotate around towards that 3rd. Is looking a little bit vulnerable. Speaking of, 3rd CC on the way for Bunny on location. A much later 3rd base this time. Let's try to catch out those Phoenixes. And Job making its way towards the 3rd. But Creator, he's in position. He's ready for it. We have shield batteries, cannons, overcharge. And the rest of the army. Yeah, Bunny is forced back. And Creator's doing well for himself. You know, unlike some of these previous games, Creator, he hasn't sustained too much damage. He's happily on 3 bases. He's up in workers, up in economy. As we mentioned before, Bunny went for a much later 3rd CC this time, and he's being punished for it a little bit. Like, he prioritized his army, and he hasn't achieved too much with that army. He's trying to, don't get me wrong. He's trying to pull apart the attention of Creator, but he has been unsuccessful. See Bunny looking for the Observer. Going for a Doom drop into the main. Uh-oh. Colossus have been spotted. Here in between the bases. That's going to be the green light here for Bunny to go in. It does dive into the main base. Phoenixes are in position though. And we have 1 Colossus. Is 1 enough? The Marines, they stim on backwards. Mine shots going off here on those Phoenixes. But no big connections, and it looks like Creator, he will shut this down. Yeah, forces the pickup, chases down the Metamax. He gets 1, he gets 2. Barely almost a 3rd. But again, the economy of Creator untouched. He's still on 66 probes. Still on a solid worker count. Bunny does get the Cybercore, gets a sentry. Get some pickups. Behind this, we're building up towards a Ghost Academy, Ghost Production, Vikings on the way as well. Creator getting a 4th base. Bunny forced to retreat. And again, I do have to say the Creator, again, he's just had a much stronger start this time. The best start he's ever had in this series. But did I speak too soon? Vikings going ham. We're diving on the army. Where's the support? We need reinforcements for the Colossus. The concave is real and Bunny's breaking through. Gets a Colossus. He gets 1. Charge is not done. 3 seconds away. The slow loss, they do nothing. And we pick off half of them. A big chunk of Zelts go down. A bit of an anti-timing by Creator. Engaging and attacking with slow lots at the same time though. We do harass across the map. We force Bunny back. But that was a good fight for Bunny. That was a good engagement. Creator now has charge. It's going to be warping in. It's going to be reinforcing. Bunny, he catches the probes. No! The transfer workers, they do get shut down. 7 probes full. We force a recall. And we stim on the army. Oh my god. Bunny with no fear. He gets one. He gets both Colossus. Was that worth it, though? That's what I have to say. Was that worth it as we chase down the army? We chase down the Metamax. Well, maybe it was. Looking at the trades here, it was 2 Colossus and 10 probes for a good chunk of bio. 9 Marauders, actually. Again, I don't know if I'm convinced there by Bunny's choice. He's crazy. He sees a recall, he just stims on top of it. He's crazy. Maybe wasn't expecting that many Zealots. Yeah, as Creator, he takes the supply lead. Reinforced with more Colossus. Again, that fight did go well for him. And so down to 7 Marauders. Widowmines. Oh! Shot be going up. Decent EMP. We have 1 more Widowmine left. Bunny picking up a couple of units. Picking up a couple of units as we do collapse on this. Even boys being pulled for a moment there. Creator, he wants to commit. Archons, they push in. They run into the SCVs. Good EMPs there by Bunny. Takes down an Archon. Yeah, catching out the Zealots. Creator not quite pushing in, not yet. As Bunny pulls back. Did lose a couple of SCVs. More workers being pulled just to repair. And again, I'm not so sure if Creator can really break this. Big EMPs on the army. Oh my god. Again, most of Creator's army caught out in that. Is forced back once again, but he's back up to 2 Colossus Disruptors on the way. And I appreciate this from Creator. He retreats. I feel like if we stuck around a little bit longer there, he would have lost so much. The EMPs were brutal. Creator, he respects the army. He retreats. Getting his 4th up and running. Likewise, so is Bunny. Now, what's important about what just happened? Creator, he was threatening a push in between the bases. He was dancing with the army. He wasn't touching the economy. This 4th base, untouched. It was left alone, and now it's getting up and running. So Bunny, he's keeping up with the economy of Creator, if not exceeding the economy of Creator. And Creator doesn't know. He doesn't see. He did not scout that 4th. He's here towards the north instead, maybe looking to deny the northern base. Setting up for a Zealot run-by. Because of this, Bunny, he's keeping up and, again, about to max out. Bunny's about to max out with Bio, with Vikings, with Ghosts. No Liberators yet. But Bunny, is he ready for a fight? Good EMPs! And Colossus goes down instantly. The EMP plus the Vikings is brutal. Never goes off. No connection, though. Bunny does kite back well enough. Zealots, they come in for a backstab, but we have reinforcements to defend. Zealots are being cleaned up. We do kill 9 SCVs, which is pretty substantial. But what about the armies? What about the main fight? Was not insignificant. That's what I was looking for as we deny the gold. Gold base is denied. Bunny rotating around. Meanwhile, Creator, as he's been bleeding out his Colossus, he's replacing them with Disruptors. The Disruptor count is getting quite high. As more Zealots come in. Creator going for non-stop run-bys here, but he's being cleaned up. Not worth of a Creator. As he gets caught out. Yeah, Creator out of position. We dive on the Nexus. He misses the army. And the base will go down. Let's go off. Connecting with Marines. Ooh, Ghosts go down. A big connection towards the end. Creator. We just need a couple more Novas like that. He is on the hunt, trying to collapse on the army. Yeah, they're getting a Marauder. DTs and Zealots into the main. Getting some value here, but Creator, he just lost the base. Thankfully, does have another on the way. But Bunny, he isn't done. Isn't done, not yet. Let's see, Creator trying to collapse on this. Novas are going off. That's a lot of Novas. Big connections on the right-hand side. Ghosts are getting caught out, and Creator, he swallows up the army. Yeah, big catch here from the Protoss. Takes down the Vikings. Collapses on the Marines. And Bunny, he bleeds out a lot of supply. Getting Creator, he can still take this. Never takes out a Widowmine. Again, he may have lost the base, but hey, he's still got a 4th up and running. He still has mining. Oof. He does take some hefty mines to the face. Takes the others down. How many disruptors do we have? 6 disruptors. 6 Novas available. We can see Bunny trying to get into Liberator production, but he needs more time. The Vikings, they're not helping, not anymore. Novas, they're going to be forcing Bunny back. Time and time again, we get on top of the base. Can we take down the workers? Can we take down the SCVs? Yeah, the choke point working against Bunny. Big connection as well. Bunny, he just cannot push into all these disruptors. The Nova's just constantly going off. The base goes down. And Creator, has he done it? Has he broken through? He's so close. Never goes off. He's so close. Gonna be losing some probes across the map. 10 workers go down. Creator just bullying his way forward towards the natural. Bunny being patient. Good EMPs. Once again, the balls, they may just be a little bit too good. We're running out of disruptors. We're running out of purification novas. We collapse on the army. A lot of disruptors go down. Ooh, that was how many? 5 disruptors fell. And we have, what, 1 left? Yeah, 1 left with the main army. So really patient play out of Bunny. He may have lost the base, but he still has an army. As Creator, he wants to try to force the issue. Not a bad connection, but that was the only disruptor. And without more disruptors, Bunny, he has the better concave. He has the defender's advantage. Oh god, it's so close. Creator just barely cannot break through. GG gets called. Again, he ran out of disruptors, ran out of novas, and GG. Bunny, he survives, and he takes the series 3-0. GG. Well played here, Bunny. He does take it in the end. That was a much closer game is what I will say. A much closer game between Bunny and Creator. Did go quite far there in game number 3. As we saw, Creator was doing very well for himself. He was engaging nicely. He was sending out novas. He was zoning Bunny away. We saw that maybe he was being a little bit too trigger happy. We saw that when Creator, I think he was 3 of his disruptors were on cooldown. That is when, and it was after the killed base, the CC was killed. After that moment, Bunny, he collapsed on the army. He noticed that, hold up, you don't have any or many disruptor shots left. So he dove on the army, was able to focus on those disruptors, had a really good trade, and Creator lost a lot of momentum there. He lost all of his momentum in that moment, got dealt with, got shut down, and bled out too many high-tech units. GG, well played. Congratulations. Congratulations to Bunny as he advances on into the winner's match. And speaking of, let's see if we can have a better outlook, a better read on what is going on. Un momento here, un momento. Por favor. Here we go. You can, of course, !B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Again, a bit of a discussion going on between our players, but there it is. We have our GSL group. Shout out to Kuro, by the way. She's a spreadsheet extraordinaire, and she was making the spreadsheet during the series, during the game. During the game here, as we did have our 2 matches wrapping up. We had Nightmare versus Gumiho, where Nightmare was able to bring Gumiho down just barely 3-2, advance on into the winner's match. Likewise, Bunny takes down Creator 3-0, and we avoid any mirror matchups. I'm a little bit surprised. Not gonna lie, I'm a little bit surprised. No PvPs and no TVTs yet. Can we avoid the mirror matchups for the entire night? We'll see. We shall see. So in the winner's match, we have Nightmare versus Bunny. Coming up next in Not a best of 5, best of 7. Best of 7 here between Nightmare and Bunny. They have both proven their mettle in their respective matchups, with Nightmare advancing on over Gumiho and Bunny advancing on over Creator. But now, how do they compare to each other? How do they compare? Let's go. Vetoes are on the way. Meanwhile, after this winner's match, we have the elimination match. We have the losers match, which is going to be Gumiho versus Creator. They both did end up falling. Gumiho still put on quite a show. Creator, he fought back, especially in game number 3. Had a bit of a rougher series, but they can both redeem themselves. They're going to be going on a bit of a break, though. They have some time. They have some time for themselves here to just take a breather, get some food, recover their energy, and they have some time to rest and recuperate before their next matchup. Plenty of time, actually, because there's still a best of 7 ahead of us. Like, we still have a best of 7 to get through before we can dive into Gumiho versus Creator. So now you have a better idea of the structure of this night of StarCraft and of where we are. Where we are. Let's go. Well, I just perpetually orgasmic now. What happened, Bob? What happened? Hold on. Where's the command? Exclamation mark frozen. Yeah, frozen in the chat. Let's go. We be catching up, Bob. We be catching up. No Zergs. Unfortunately, no Zergs tonight. But we'll get some more Zergs later on. It's all good. Yo, we'll get some Zerg on Zerg action. I'm sure in the future. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. As I do need a moment to set up, actually. Un momento. By formats, updates. Beautiful. So yeah, it's just gonna take a moment here for our videos to be conducted. Likewise, predictions. I can't forget predictions in the chat here, as we can now pay them out and get them ready for our best of 7. Winners match, best of 7 between Bunny and Nightmare. Beautiful. All right, we will get the predictions going once we get our vetoes done and once we have a lobby. Once we have our lobby. So don't you worry. Get our players just discussing the veto format, making sure that they are aware of who is seed A and who is seed B, and things will soon be getting underway. They're just picking their map order. All good. All good. So yeah, non-stop TVPs tonight. And again, I'm sure next time we'll invite some Zerg players. Don't worry. We'll invite them. If you're unfamiliar, of course, a big shout out to Club NV. If you're unfamiliar with this tournament series, this is a weekly Showmatch series that we've been running here since the start of the year. We took a couple of weeks off, though. We took the week off for IM Katowice and the week after IM as well, just because players were traveling. So a lot of Koreans were traveling, so because of that, we put our show matches on break, and now, of course, we have returned on a weekly basis. So yeah, every single week we got you covered with some Club NV X Duckling Showdowns. Shout out to Club NV. They, of course, sponsor the events. They organize it. We merely cast it. It's a bit of a collaboration, but really, we're only casters here, and we add our input here and there. But Club NV, without them, this event wouldn't be possible. So a big shout out to Club NV. They are a Korean team. For those who don't know, they used to be a pretty big team. Club NV, they used to have Maru. Basically, Club NV was like in the ashes of Jin Air. In the ashes of Jin Air Green Wings, that is where Club NV kind of rose from the ashes. And they picked up all the ex-Jin Air players a couple of years ago, or quite a number of years ago, and they supported their players for as long as possible. But I know that they don't have as much funds as they used to. So because of that, Club NV don't really have a pro team anymore. Club NV, they sponsor Creator, but they only sponsor Creator, really. Creator and I think like SOS. Like only a handful of players. And their way to give back and to continue to support the scene nowadays is less with sponsoring players, more with hosting events like this. So that is kind of their way to compromise. It's like they don't have enough to salary a bunch of players, but you know what? They have enough to make these weekly show matches instead. And they've been some pretty good games. Really good series. So again, a lot of love to Club NV for finding a way to support StarCraft in whatever way they can. Do definitely appreciate it. Okay, it looks like we have our lobby. Oh, sorry, we have our vetoes. We have our vetoes here. Vetoes are done. Map order has been chosen. And because it's a best of 7, both players only get 1 veto. They get 1 veto each. And that means we get a lot of maps. Potentially, we get a lot of maps. Here we go. Bam. Game 1 gonna be on Site Delta. Okay. Okay, for those who are curious, the vetoes were... Let's quickly double check. The vetoes were Golden Aura. Golden Aura was vetoed. No surprise there. Golden Aura alongside not Equilibrium, not Radisson Station. We're loading into Site Delta. What was the other veto? It's slipping my mind. Not Hard Lead. And Solaris, that's it. Okay, okay. It was slipping. I was like the bright map, the right one. Solaris and Golden Aura have been vetoed, and we will be taking place. The show match will be taking place on every other map. Let's go as we load into Site Delta. If you are in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are now open, so place your bets on who you think will take this best of 7. Not a best of 5, not a best of 3, a best of 7. A long series here, and I'm hoping we can get it back and forth. I'm hoping it is not one-sided. Give me at least 5 games, maybe all 7. I'll settle for that too. Let's go the distance. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran. He just took down Creator 3-0. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. He just took down Gumiho 3-2. It was a long series. It was a back and forth, but he did come out the champion. Can he do it again? It is Nightmare. Let's go. Let us go. As we can see, Nightmare immediately scouting for a proxy. Checking the third base location for a Rax before scouting across the map, so very safe play out of Nightmare. Meanwhile, Bunny is setting up for what looks to be a Rax expand. Economic opener out of Bunny, very common on Site Delta. Site Delta has a ramp leading up into the natural, so it is very defendable compared to most maps. Fun fact, in this current map pool, there are only 2 maps. Only 2 maps that have ramps leading into the natural, that is Site Delta and Radisson Station. That is why we can see more greedy and economic builds specifically on Site Delta and not quite on other maps. Or it can be a little bit riskier depending on the map in question. As the probe is going to be a bit of a nuisance here once again. Nightmare delaying the expansion. Bunny finally gets it up and running. Finally does throw it down as Nightmare will be backing off. Now, if you weren't here for it, if you weren't here for Nightmare versus Gumiho, then to quickly recap a little bit, Nightmare was going for Twilight Council openers every game. Every game he went for a Blinkstalker-based opener, except for the Ace match. The Ace match is when he really finally did spice it up a little bit. He mixed it up, going for a Stargate opener. As a result, I feel like Twilight Council play is going to be really what we really look for from Nightmare, and there it is. Twilight Council has been thrown down. Meanwhile, Bunny, oh my god! Speaking about greed, Bunny, calm down. That is a 3rd CC, not just 3rd CC before Starport, that is 3rd CC before Factory. Very greedy build here from Bunny. I mean, I spoke about the defensive advantage on Site Delta, right? We spoke about the ramp, that's why Rax Expand is more common, that is true, but this takes it up to another level. Very greedy play here out of Bunny. We'll see if he can get away with it. We'll see if it can go unscouted. I'm sure if Nightmare sees what's going on, 100%, he throws down 2 more gates. Goes for 4-gate blink and kills Bunny. Like, Bunny is so vulnerable right now. If only Nightmare knew. That's the thing. Right now, he's in the dark. Adept getting across the map. Shading in towards the main. But the wall is up and running, and the Adept won't see much. So again, Nightmare is in the dark. For so far, just going 2-gate blink. Looks like 2-gate blink into a third. It looks like an economic opener here out of Nightmare. And if it is going to be 2-gate blink into a third, then he's going to go... He gets in! No shot! The Adepts, oh my god, sorry, I was a little bit distracted, but the Adept did shade into the main base. We get eyes on the third CC. It's already being morphed into an orbital. Is it too late, though? Is the question. Is the scout too late? Regardless, big moment here by Nightmare. Is it too late to respond with additional gateways? That's what I'm curious about. I think it might be. Adept is finally going to be shut down. Nightmare does know. Yeah, he goes for the third base. Okay, so Bunny, he will get away with this. He does have quite a nice economic advantage, and Nightmare, he's just going to be playing economically here and allowing Bunny to get away with it in the end. Ooh. Oh boy. At least he knows. At least Nightmare does now know what's going on. He knows he's safe as well. He knows that there shouldn't really be much aggression whatsoever. We have like a Reaper moving out and that's it. We have a Hellion as well. And Nightmare, can we cut any corners at this point? We can try to rush into Colossus production. We might skip the Immortal. That's on the table here for Nightmare if he wants to try to be greedy. Could skip the Immortal. Bay is on the way. I don't see an Immortal in production yet. We'll see once we get the gas for it. As Bunny's just chilling. Like he's fine, Pop. He's good to just chill, throw down 2 more Raxes, working towards Stim. Again, Bunny isn't moving out anytime soon, but I'm sure he's happy about that. Like, he's happy to just indulge in his economy, in his SCVs, in his greed. There it is. Charge is on the way. Bay is halfway done. So yeah, we can see that Nightmare, he is skipping the Immortal, which is something that you typically wouldn't do. But because Bunny is opening up economically, Nightmare is cutting some corners. Stalkers able into the main. Ooh, 2 Stalkers go down. Good body blocking there by Bunny. Not the best move by Nightmare. Yeah, you can see here, that wasn't really the best trade. Bled out 2 Stalkers for 1 Marine. I don't know why the battle report, there we go. Now updated. 2 Stalkers for 3 Marines and a Hellion. So getting into our add-on swaps. Big gateway explosion. We're getting up to 8 gates here for Nightmare. Or sorry, 7 gates. Soon to be 8. So 7-gate charge. We do have Colossi in production, Extento Malence as well. Forge on the way. So again, because Nightmare knows what's going on, he's been skipping warp-ins. If you haven't noticed, this is the army. 3 Stalkers and 2 Sentries. Like, Nightmare, now at least, again, he got the information he needed to know that he can skip warp-ins, focus on tech, focus on upgrades, focus on production. So the Adept Scout was still valuable, as there is the 8th gateway across the map. And now, Nightmare, he's getting into his production. Now we're getting into our warp-ins. We should be focusing on those charge lots, on the Colossus. And we'll see who comes out on top. For now, Bunny being quite active. He hasn't seen the proxy yet, but he is headed in that direction. Ooh, and he's so close. Doesn't quite see. Doesn't quite spot it. Scans the third base, sees the saturation, confirms the lack of gases. And Nightmare, he's pushing in. Zeltar caught out though. We do get eyes on the pylon. Good force fields by Nightmare. Good juggling there from Bunny. Does hot pick up. Does save those Marines. Saves the Marauders. Will retreat. But again, was able to engage ahead of time. Widowmines are set up. And Nightmare, he's not committing. He's applying pressure. He's posturing, but he's expanding. 4th base is on the way. 2nd Robo. Disruptor production underway as well. Nightmare doesn't want to fight. As he does poke forward. Shaving off some units. Zelzay coming from behind. They get into the mineral line. 3 SCVs go down, even forcing some friendly fire. The Colossus, they pick up some of those Widowmines as well. They try to. They do get 1. Nice bait there as we get the 2nd. And you can see Nightmare just picking away at the army, getting a unit here or there. Not losing anything yet. As he does pivot away. Again, just waiting for his disruptor production to really get going. Likewise, throwing down spotted pylons, throwing down a 5th base. Oh my god. Now this is greedy. Throwing down his 5th. While Bunny's still on 3 bases. And here we go. Bunny is now breaking free. Getting into Viking production. He's got Stim, Combat Shields. He's got +1 and Concussive Shell. Yeah, with these Vikings, he's chasing down the Colossus. Oh, so close to getting 1. Stalkers, they overextend. 1 Colossus goes down. Nightmare overextending a little bit there. Zealot run-by does force back the army, though. Does buy some time. As reinforcements are held up, and yet Bunny turns everything around. So Nightmare, he's getting away with the base. Did lose a Colossus, which was brutal. But we're kind of done with Colossus. Again, we're getting into Disruptors. The era of Colossus has come and gone. All about the balls. All about the Novas. Meanwhile, behind this, Bunny getting into his own Ghost production. Medivacs. 4th CC should be on the way. Oh, speaking of, there it is. 4th CC thrown down here at the 3rd base. Again, you can see that because of the greedy opener from Bunny, even though Nightmare is working on a 5th Nexus, Bunny has an even worker count. Plus mules. Bunny technically still has the better economy. Is oversaturated, sure, but that is soon not to be the case if we can take a 4th. Again, that's just the power of the fast 3rd. We can see Nightmare posturing, Bunny keeping up in supply, going for a mine drop, moving out towards the left-hand side. Can Nightmare keep up? He does have a lot of spotted units, pylons and zealots. Drop is spotted, Nightmare responds, but he's being dragged out of position. Here comes a mine drop. Mine drop is going in. Marines and Marauders stimming on for the zealots, so they do collapse on the army. Yeah, Bunny is forced back, but here come the Winter Mines. They do burrow. Nightmare does react in time. Does pull away. 4 mines for 4 probes. Not the best connections, and Nightmare, he's catching out the drop. Good positioning here from the Protoss. Oh, where's the blink? Oh, a late blink there. Medivacs, they barely escape. They barely get away. They try to. And Nightmare is going to keep on pushing. Has to be careful. Bunny in the midst of taking his 4th. Nightmare, though, he's here to stop it. He's here to delay the drops. They make it back home. Novas go off. Good splits. Good splits by Bunny. Avoids 3 of those Novas. But how many Disruptors do we have? 7. That's going to be the 4th Nova. We have 3 left. Now we have 2 left. 2 Disruptor shots remaining. Now we have 1 Nova. The others are about to come off a cooldown. But the Disruptors are exposed. Final Nova zones away the army. But again, a really good fight out of Bunny. He avoids the shots and he kills 2 Disruptors. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, Nightmare expanding towards the north, going for another Zealot run by. Trying to force Bunny to back off. And his goal here is to punish this 4th, is to bring it down. We'll see if he can. Is rotating back in, is spotted. Bunny a bit out of position. Steaming on forward, good EMPs on the Zealots. Has a second army on the right-hand side. At the same time, here come a big Zealot run by into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Bunny being pulled apart. Losing 12 SCVs, and the Zealots survive. They back off. They can go back in once again to go for another run by. And Nightmare, happy, content with his trades, will retreat. Bunny will have a moment to breathe, though. He does get his 4th. Like, his 4th is still alive. It survives. Fusion Core on the way. Liberator production on the horizon here. And we spoke about this before, but Liberators, they do change the dynamic of these kind of armies. Right now, you can see that Disruptors can really bully back the ground army. But what bullies Disruptors? Liberation zones. Freedom, papi. We're waiting for that freedom to come in. Well, that does happen. We do collapse on the Ghosts. Decent EMPs, but we need more of an army here. Nova not quite connecting. Zealous, they actually slip into the natural places. They slip in. SCVs are going down, dragging back the army, holding up reinforcements. But Bunny is paying attention. He doesn't get caught out. Does avoid the Novas once again. So far, we haven't really seen any juicy connections. Not yet, but there's plenty of time for that. Plenty of Novas available. As we're still making 2 at a time. Again, it's a very delicate dance here between both players, where Bunny has to split against the Novas. At the same time, Nightmare has to make sure he doesn't overextend with his disruptors. And he keeps an eye on how many Novas he has left. Oh god! The Novas! We catch Bunny not paying attention, wasn't looking, was distracted by the Zealots towards the north. Big connection. Finally, a Nova going Nightmare's way. Again, attention is a resource here in StarCraft, and Bunny was looking elsewhere. Another Zealot run back coming in. Again, Nightmare really trying to tax the attention of Bunny. Bunny spots the main army. Liberation zones are on the way. He just needs a little bit more time here. As Zealots are coming in, Libs are in position at least defensively here at the third. Meanwhile, Nightmare collapsing on this drop. Uh-oh. Bunny gets caught out. Yeah, Ghost getting picked off. We lose 3 Ghosts. Big cash there by Nightmare. Shutting down those Ghosts. Forcing back the rest of the army. Nightmare happily, again, on these 5-6 bases. On these 6 bases. Still in control of this game, at least until we get more Libs out. So far, we're on 9. Oh my god, that's a lot of Libs. We blink on forward. We dive on the army. And here we go. The freedom has arrived. Zealots, they come in to reinforce. Nova's going up as well. The target firing by Bunny. Oh my god. He gets so many disruptors there. A big trade for Bunny, and you can see Nightmare plummet in supply. How many disruptors just went down? 3. That was 3 disruptors, but so many of those Zealots as well. And we're on the chase. We're hunting this down. Big connection on the Marauders. We keep on pushing. 19 Zealots again. That choke point was brutal. The CC adding so much, or the Sim City, I should say, was so good for Bunny. And again, both armies were maxed. Not anymore. A very efficient trade from the Terran. And Nightmare has to back off. He has to lick his wounds. Typically, Liberators, they do force a transition to Sky Toss if the game goes on longer. For now, we're going into a mass DT counterattack. Dark Templar are on the way here towards the south. Nightmare trying to find a way through the middle. Rotates over towards the left-hand side. Bunny, he's keeping up with the rotations for the most part. And Bunny, he is ready to receive. Getting another base. On 5 bases now. DT run by. Do we have detection? We do have a turret. Do you have a turret here towards the left? The Dark Templar, they have potential. Down on the army. DT's coming in, but they get spotted. Keen eyes there by Bunny. Goes for the scan. Chases back those DTs. Is he looking though? Is he paying attention? Let's go off. Hot pick up, but a full medevac goes down. Nightmare, he's bouncing back. DTs, they are being caught. They do get EMP'd. Nightmare looking for another way in. 4 more Liberators in production. Pushing towards the bases. Oh! Nova not quite connecting. We dive on the medevac. Medevac does go down. Orbital as well. Good pickups here by Nightmare. Ooh, as he got a little bit greedy towards the end. At the same time, the DTs were forced all the way back. They did survive, some of them at least, at this base. That's a lot of site defense. A lot of cannons. Nightmare getting ready for another run by Bunny. Reinforcing with that army. Bringing everything together. Is spotted by the Observer. Nightmare, he should now know that this southern base is a little bit more vulnerable. Might opt to go for it. Let's get into the main. Again, it's really important here that Bunny recognizes when there's a Skytoss transition. Once that happens, we need Vikings. We need Vikings more than Libs, or, I mean, more than Medevacs in general. As we go right through the center, we catch out 2 Libs. 2 Liberators do go down. Here come the Disruptors trying to catch the reinforcements. Novas go off. Decent connections, but the Disruptors, they get caught out. Ooh, not worth it here for Nightmare once again, and this time he loses every single Disruptor, every single Colossus. Trying to be fancy, but it blows up in Nightmare's face. Ay, ay, ay. That was 5 Disruptors going down. And that was it. That was all his Disruptors. His Disruptor count completely reset, down to 0. Soon to be 2. But yeah, you could see there that Nightmare, who's trying to catch the army out of position, but really he was caught instead. Nuke towards the south, going for the stack defense. Going for the cannons. Nightmare, he does spot it. Ooh. Will deny the nuke. Just in time. Bunny looking for another Nexus. Just focusing on remaxing, rebuilding, giving Nightmare the time he needs to also rebuild as well. What are we working with? We have 4 Disruptors, 0 Colossus. We have 1 Void Ray, just a lone Void Ray, which I'm pretty sure was made to deal with Lib Harass. So it is in position to deal with Liberators. Speaking of, they're on the way, in the path of the Void Ray. So it does have its uses here. Yeah, as the Void Ray will shut them down. Again, good foresight by Nightmare. So do threaten to dive on the army. And you can see that Bunny, he's slowly gaining more ground and gaining more territory. He's expanded at this northern base. Was the Zealot Rabbi somehow slips in, getting 3 SCVs. But this northern base has been taken, and this is going to be a staging ground. This is going to be to leapfrog forward into these northern bases of Nightmare. As Nova goes off, big connection. Oh, Bunny overextending a little bit, misjudging. As another Nova will force back the army. Not the worst fight for Nightmare. At the same time, nuke towards the south. High Templar will get away, and we will connect with at least the cannons. And not a bad nuke. Oh, can we get a High Templar? Not quite. Not quite, as Nightmare is expanding towards the south instead, as Bunny takes control of the north, taking the top right, trying to at least. As we blink on forward, Bunny doesn't have too much in position. It gets caught out. Medevacs are being focused down. A full medevac as well. Very nice control out of Nightmare with his Blink Stalkers. Achieving a lot with a little there. And he still refuses to transition out of this ground toss composition. Refusing to try to go into sky toss. Still committed to Stalkers and Disruptors. And to be fair, this can work, right? It's like, as we've seen, Blink Stalkers have a lot of micro potential. Disruptors as well. But against a Liberator army like this, against Lib Ghost, I'm not convinced. Ghost coming in. I was waiting to see if we go for the snipe. We could. Okay, going for the nuke instead. Army pushing forward. Once again, we pick off a full medevac. We go for the Libs. Nuke is on the way. And it looks like it will connect. We do have a Zealot Rhymer towards the left. Nuke grazing the gases, getting a couple of probes. There was a bit of a skirmish here, as we have DTs and Zealots. Bunny has spotted the base. Is aware of the Nexus. As Nightmare is going to be reinforcing. He wants that planetary. Alright, Templar goes down. Good pick off by Bunny. Good pick off by Bunny, as yeah, Nightmare does focus his attention towards the south. Collapses on the planetary, and there may just be too much here. Goes for the Lib. And the planetary should fall. Bunny reinforcing with some bio. Actually, it does save the planetary though. The repairs. Repairs are too good. It keeps the base alive. Did lose the Lib. But I'm not so sure the Bunny can take this fight. Yeah, no medevacs, no support, but going for the nuke. He doesn't see! No, Nightmare, calm down. Does react. Meanwhile, he does actually consolidate his army. He does rotate over towards the south. Rocks up with everything he has, with the Stalkers, with the Zealots. He wants that planetary. Doesn't want to leave without it. Bunny, he's on the way. Coming back in, caught a Disruptor. Did catch a Disruptor. Once again, the planetary will survive. And instead, Bunny focuses his attention here towards the south. Yeah, liberation zones are set up. Nightmare going for a Zealot run by. The base is going to fall. Zealot run by coming in. Ooh, we only have 2 Disruptors. Nightmare, he bled out a lot there. It looks like as the Disruptors are coming over to rotate, they were caught out by the army. Likewise, the Ghosts are getting caught as well. Never mind. You can't catch the Ghosts. They take care of themselves. They do hold strong. Good lift there on the depots. Nightmare taking out top right. Oh. Who is it? Our ping is looking good? Question mark? We should be fine. No, it's us! No, I'm here. Not like this. Ooh. But yeah, I'm losing connection to BNet. No. I'm not a ref. Yeah, my connection to OBS and Twitch is fine, but I'm losing connection to BattleNet. Yeah, and I may have to tap out here. I don't want to be a nuisance to the players. I'm at 4K ping to Korea. It's not going down. No shot. Yeah, it's not going down. No! Now is not the time. I should leave though. So I'm gonna be tapping out. Yeah, I'm looking at my ping here on OBS, and my ping to Twitch is perfectly fine, but randomly, I spiked up to 2,000 ping to Korea. No. And yeah, I will have to leave the game. I just letting the players know. Letting the players know here. And yo, a shout out to Nightmare and Bunny, by the way. They said it's okay. Recover from replay. Oh. Oh god. Do apologize though. I do apologize. Again, everything was perfectly fine, but we just spiked up there in ping to Korea, and hopefully everything can be okay. So this was at 8. I'm just asking them if we want to recover a few seconds before, or if they're okay just recovering then and there. Again, I do apologize. Do apologize. Hopefully our connection to BNet is hopefully our connection to BNet is stable, remains stable. Yeah, I'm just asking the players to see if they were affected. Okay. Cool. We're good. All right, they agreed. They agreed that they both said okay to recovering from the moment that I left. So we are going in. Whew. And we will continue game 1. Again, I apologize. If my connection to Korea, I mean, it was perfectly fine for the last 2 series that we casted. If it continues to be unstable, then we will have to come up with a solution. We will come up with a solution to that. We may have to cast from replays. We may just let the players play, and then we may cast from replays at a later date or later on tonight. Again, if my connection stays like this, we may try to get another streamer instead. That might be another solution. We'll try to come up with something on the fly. But hopefully it was just a spike, just a random spike, and we can just get back into it. Whew. Oh god, again, I do apologize. Still apologize. Not like this. As we are recovering. Again, it was a very intense game. Just as a reminder to lead up to this, we saw both armies focus their attention towards the south. Everything was happening here towards the southern end instead. We did have Nightmare losing his disruptors. That was before the lag spike, of course, thankfully, where the disruptors did go down as Nightmare was rotating over towards the south. That did occur. And we were lagging out as we saw the bottom left-hand base die. So the Nexus did fall, and we were kind of pulling back for a moment there. So thankfully, I don't think there was a big fight happening. I think there was just harass. There was just harass going on, if I'm not mistaken. And again, both players agreed to just loading back in the moment that we left. So I don't think there was like a big engagement going on or anything like that. It was hard to tell because it was like a slideshow, so a bit hard to tell. But we will be jumping back in to game number 1. Again, because it was a long game, it's going to take a little bit to recover. For those that don't know how the resume from replay works, the way that it works is that it actually plays out the entire game. In the loading screen, the entire game gets played out via the replay. Obviously, we don't see it, like we don't see the game itself, but it's being played in the background, and then they just load you back in the moments that was specified. Just as a heads up. Not the most sophisticated way to recover a game, but, you know, a way nonetheless. Catching up. Gumiho and creator Ducklings, unfortunately not. They're not Ducklings. Gumiho's on Cloud9, creators on Club NV. Both Bunny and Nightmare are teamless. Both these players, they are teamless. Unfortunately, they deserve to be on the team, though. They're both amazing players. Still 0-0. See Lunacy in the chat. Korea server is not so stable these days. It's 150 ping when I play with Taiwanese players. No, not like this. But yeah, here we go again. It's just taking a while to recover. It's taking a while. We're getting there, Papi. We're getting there. And again, this is still only game 1, by the way. It's a best of 7. It's still game 1 of the best of 7. Still plenty more to come. Plenty more StarCraft 2 come here in the night. It's going to be this best of 7, followed by the lower bracket best of 5, which is going to be Gumiho versus Creator, followed by the decider match, which is going to be the loser of this series versus the winner of Gumiho versus Creator. That's a lot of StarCraft, Bobby. A lot of StarCraft. Here we go. Outside of that, hope everyone has been enjoying themselves. Hope everyone has been having a great day and a great week. As yesterday was ESL Asia, or the ESL Open Cups. We're still just getting into the rest of the week of StarCraft. Non-stop, Papi. Non-stop. As it looks like we are going to be coming back in. We're almost there. The loading screen. It's getting there. Here we go. Oh, I can't speak to the players. Ready? There we go. Looks like I was a little bit late to load in, but here we go. We're diving back into this. We see Nightmare pushing in towards the left-hand side, collapsing on that planetary. Does pick up one of those libs, but is going to be forced back again. Remember, he did lose all of his disruptors. Storm going to be going up. Bunny does engage. Storm, good EMPs here. Does shut down that High Templar. Disruptors, no, they wander in. Oh, they do wander in. 2 disruptors, they get picked off at the same time, though. Nightmare focusing towards the north instead. Does get another Liberator. Does get another 2. Good trades here with these Stalkers. Getting another Lib, avoids those mine shots. Very nice movement, very nice control there by Nightmare as he does retreat. Double expanding, taking this northern base. Looking to take that southern base as well. Well, not quite the southern, just the northern base. Ooh. As the game is going to be recovering. Oh. Hopefully everything's okay. Hopefully there's no latency going on. Oh yeah, I think maybe he mentioned the disruptors. As Nightmare, he does poke in. Okay, just taking a moment to gather our bearings here. Ooh, as remember, before the lag outs, we did take down that southern base. Bunny was able to barely hold on to that planetary, refusing to let it go. Does hold. Nightmare getting his own base up and running. More nukes on the way. And Nightmare's army has gotten quite low in quality here. We've lost all the disruptors. We have 14 stalkers. We have a lot of DTs. Speaking of, DTs going straight for the planetary. They blink in. Main army is distracted and the base does go down. We shut down the planetary. We got 5 SCVs. Good pickoffs here by Nightmare. Comes in from behind. Gets a ghost. Does get a ghost. Ooh, but that was an expensive loss there as we get every single Dark Templar. They get annihilated by those ghosts. Going toe-to-toe with the Stalkers. At the same time, nuke on the right-hand side. It looks like Nightmare, though, he has an army. He will force this back. Never mind. Bunny breaking through. The Marauders, they barely break through. Bunny, he does hold on towards the left-hand side with his ghost. Towards the right-hand side, he does get into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Bunny, he denied top right. And Nightmare now in a lot of trouble. In a lot of trouble here as 6 probes fall. Nightmare, he actually has quite limited mining. And look at the banks. Look at the resources collected here. As Bunny has been so efficient throughout this entire game. With his ghosts, with his lives. Yeah, the base, it's going to go down. Nightmare, he cannot touch it. Cannot contest against the Marauders. Goes for a backstab instead. Goes for a counterattack. Pushing into a planetary, but we have SCVs. We can repair. We can and will keep the planetary alive. EMP's going off. They are dodged. Nexus goes down to the Libs and to the Marauders. Oh no! As we do wander into those cannons. Nightmare going to be expanding towards the north, sorry, towards the center instead. And looking at the mining here, Nightmare, we're out of resources at the 3rd. Here at the 4th. The 5th base has half a base left of mining. We need a base. We need a Nexus. Meanwhile, Bunny taking bottom left. He still has mining going on. Still has a full base here, half a base, and soon to be another full base as well. Bunny is in control. He has a bank. He has mining. He has so much going his way. He does take a storm to the face. Oof. Does take a big storm to the face here. But outside of that, we do see Bunny pushing on forward, still maxed out in Nightmare. He's run out of steam. At this point, he has run out of steam. Running out of resources. Bunny has just been fighting so well here so far. Will take down the center base. Nuke on the way. Once again on the side defense. And Nightmare, he will not get this base up and running. Storm is decent. But the Nexus will fall. Not like this. And GG gets called. There's no way to fight back. And Bunny will finally take game number 1. GG. It was a very back and forth game. And I apologize for disrupting some of the momentum. I do apologize for lagging out towards the end of that final game. Do definitely apologize for it. But hopefully that was just a one-off thing. Again, our latency, our connection has been fine when it comes to the other matches that were being held. So hopefully our ping is stable. Hopefully our ping is stable here for the remainder of the series. As we have game 1 in the books and game 2 going to be set up on Oceanborn. Here we go. We go here as we have our next game being set up. Again, this is a best of 7, and Bunny does take a 1-0 lead. Ooh, does take a lead here in the series. And can he extend it, or can Nightmare fight back as we are loading into Oceanborn? Apologizing for all of Australia's intent. True. I mean, again, as a reminder, I typically am casting from Australia, but I have been here in Poland for the past couple of weeks. I came to Poland for IM Katowice, and I'm sticking around a little bit longer before coming back to Australia. But yes, despite being here in Poland, it is Australia's fault. It's the Australian internet. Aye. Infecting the Polish infrastructure. The Polish internet. Not like this. The kangaroos. They've migrated to Polonia. As we're getting into our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss. The blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, down in the series, but not out. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran, the red Terran player, representing likewise himself, also teamless, also deserving to be on a team. It is Bunny. Here we go. TVP does continue here. Again, Bunny with a 1-0 lead. That was quite a dynamic back and forth. To wind it back a little bit, I know that again, a bit of momentum was taken away, and a bit of a momentum was taken away from the cast. But referring to what just occurred, Bunny, he started with a very greedy economic opener. He was able to snowball out of control when it came to getting into his third and getting into his fourth base. Nightmare was keeping up, and he was able to have some pretty good trades overall, but momentum swung and remained in favor of Bunny when he was able to catch out the armies here. Multiple times he was able to reset the Colossus, the Disruptor count. He had some very, very good trades, some very good engagements, which is why towards the end you saw that Nightmare was running out of steam, running out of resources, and Bunny had a massive bank. Bunny was able to freely expand, retain his bases, and trade very efficiently, whereas Nightmare was bleeding out high-tech units and was unable to hold on to those bases. Yeah, the game got very chaotic though, and it was beautiful. It was a beautiful game 1, and we'll see if game 2 and the series can live up to it. For now, racks expand, economic opener into a second racks. Okay, it looks like we're going for 3 racks. 3 racks here by Bunny. Not a standard build, very out of fashion, very out of meta, but we do see it from time to time, as we should see a third racks. There it is, third racks is on the way. Basically, we're going to be building up a bio army and hitting a timing with stim. Going to be a very strong stim timing here from Bunny. Meanwhile, it's going to be Nightmare to get an eye on things. Ooh, as he does. No! He throws down the proxy pylon and he gets caught out. The probe will fall and the pylon has been spotted. Bunny, he knows, he is aware. Adepts are on the way. Twilight Council being set up. Yeah, Nightmare, he has to cancel. Initially, the goal here was to throw down a proxy. He wanted to throw down a proxy gateway to reinforce most likely a 3 or even 4 gate setup, 4 gate opener. But Nightmare, he has to change his plans and pivot away. So good scouting out of Bunny. Meanwhile, Bunker is done, taking the proxy seriously in case we committed. As Nightmare is still not aware of what's going on. He still doesn't know what is happening here from the side of Bunny. And the question becomes, how many gateways? It's going to be Blink once again. Going to be Blink Stalker opener out of Nightmare. We have 2 gateways in the main. And so far, only 2 gateways. So ideally, Bunny, 1, he needs to scout what's going on. He hasn't seen the tech yet. He's getting across the map with that Reaper. Once he sees it is a Twilight Council opener, we need Marauders. That's the thing. We need Marauder production. Marines, they're good against Phoenixes, they're good against Stargates, not ideally against Blink Stalkers. As the scout is going to be denied. Oh, did we get in? Not quite. Reaper gets shut down, but by now we should have seen a Phoenix. We can assume, we can make some assumptions here as we are throwing down additional gateways. That is a 3rd gateway on the way. Very safe opener by Nightmare, going 3 gate Blink into a delayed 3rd. Now, because the 3rd is delayed, we're going to have extra Warpins and extra Stalkers. But what is important, as we have started Marauder production, what's important here is that Nightmare, he needs to slow this down. He needs to engage this army ahead of time. As he gets in, big scouts. Shade does confirm the 3 Raxes. Nightmare now knows what's going on, and you can see him move out. Again, very important that he moves out here. Ideally, we want to force a stim. We want to prematurely force out stims from this army. We want to pick off Marines, pick off Marauders. We need to slow this down as Bunny is pushing. You see Nightmare fanning out his units. Trying to figure out where he's coming from. Does come across the army. Adept is going to go down. Nightmare coming in from right hand side. He stims. Oh, sorry, he blinks. Does blink. Does force out a bit of a stim there as well. And yeah, there's no medevac, so any unit we pick off will not be replaced. Obviously, can't be sustained. Cannot be healed. Damage is permanent. We pick off a Marauder. Very nice moves here out of Nightmare. Slowing down the army. Bunny, he scans. Does see the setup. Yeah, Nightmare's handled this well. Behind this, third CC. Third CC on location for Bunny. Knows that he most likely cannot break Nightmare. Not anymore. And we will move on here into a longer game. Nightmare, he's expanding. He knows he's free to expand. He is safe enough to do so. Colossus on the way. Shield batteries ready. Overcharge as well. We see Bunny dive on the army. Stims on forward. Gets a Stalker. Gets one Stalker. Can he force a cancel? It's going to be close. It looks like he will force a cancel on the Nexus. Good pick off there by Bunny. But cannot fight against these Stalkers. And not like this. And Colossus has arrived. Gets another 2 Stalkers. But he will bleed out. As Nightmare will chase this back. But again, at least the third base was denied. So Bunny, even though he doesn't get the ideal damage that he was looking for, and a 3-axe could just end the game. Let's be real. It can just end the game. He is forced back. Nightmare, he survives. And Bunny can try to take his own third. A much faster third base compared to that of Nightmare because of the cancel. So Bunny, he will have an economic lead. He's ahead in SCVs already. And soon to be further ahead as long as he can hold on to that base. Meanwhile, Nightmare, he has to punish and deny this third. Big volleys on the base. Getting it down to half HP. But won't get more. Medevacs have arrived. Nightmare going to be reinforcing with those Colossi. We have a massive gateway explosion behind this. 4 more gates on the way. Going to be 7 gates in total. He is pushing in. Again, we'll see if he can break this third. There's no bunkers. No bunkers, no factory units yet. So the first tank has arrived. And with the help of this tank, we can hold on. Okay, the tank siege is just in time. Observer gets spotted. And Bunny holds. For now. He holds for now. Charge is done, by the way. Uh-oh. Nightmare's pushing in. Does soak those shots. And tank shots are baited out. We collapse on the army. Boys are being pulled. And Nightmare, can he break his opponent here and now? He cannot. Yeah, we barely hold on. Tank survives. A lot of SCVs are going down, though. A lot of workers are being killed. As Nightmare trying to break through. Gets 14 SCVs. The Colossus! Oh my god. The Colossus were so exposed. But good juggling there out of Nightmare. Diving into the main base, going for a harass, going for a warp in. Yeah, you can see Nightmare just denying the third base. Getting into the main. Forcing back reinforcements. He's going for the kill! He's going for the tanks. And yeah, the tank is going to go down. Bunny just doesn't have enough here. Not in position. Not to defend. Too much has gone into the main. And Nightmare, he can keep on going. Momentum is on his side. We scan the third base. We see the saturation. Good force fields. Good force fields here by Nightmare. And he doesn't have to keep going. He has dealt the damage. He has a massive economic lead. He's on 3 bases. He's up, what, 20 SCVs or 20 probes? 20 workers. And Bunny, he's contained. He's just stuck contained perpetually here. By the time he breaks out, Nightmare can take a 4th. Scans the army. Oh! Doesn't quite commit. Not yet. Gonna be pulling back. Behind this, Bunny is taking up into Ghost. Ghost Academy is done. Third base being taken. Can Bunny recover is the question. He's got a lot of recovering to do. Again, he's down 20 workers. Almost 20 workers. Gonna be muling his heart out, making as many SCVs as possible. With EMPs, he can now take some better engagements. He's also getting into Viking production. So he can take a fight, but a lot has to go his way. He needs a very good angle as he gets a Stalker. Does pick up a Stalker, forces back the army. Fourth Nexus on the way. For Nightmare getting further ahead in the economy. Zealot Jump comes in. Even forcing a bit of friendly fire. We don't get much done. Prism goes down in the main. Good defense here by Bunny. Oh, as he loses another couple of SCVs. Less than ideal. And here comes Nightmare. Now with Disruptors. And Dark Templar. Second Robo's on the way for double Disruptor production. DT's looking to go in. Now, pushing into this entrenched position can be difficult. And honestly, if we push into a defensive Bunny or into a defending Terran, then Nightmare could overextend and he could throw away his lead. So I appreciate that he backs off. I don't think Bunny has to push in. I don't think Nightmare has to push in. I think Nightmare just has to wait for Bunny to expand. Like, as soon as we see Bunny try to take a fourth, that's when Bunny spreads himself a little bit thin, and that's when Nightmare can pounce. As he's taking his own fourth already. See Nightmare rotating around. Again, pushing up this ramp is so difficult. Not worth trying here for Nightmare. Does rotate over towards the left-hand side. SimCity is on the way. 4 CC is done. Nightmare, he has potential with those Disruptors. That is true. Meanwhile, Bunny getting into much faster Liberator production at a 5th CC. Crazy. But I'm loving the fast lib production. Basically, Bunny's just turtling. He's just turtling up. He can't afford to drop. He can't afford to be active on the map. So he's just throwing down turrets, sensor towers, widow mines, tanks, libs, doing everything he can to fortify himself, hoping that Nightmare pushes into him. But Nightmare wisely taking another base. Taking a 5th. He has map control. There's no reason for him not to just mass expand. On top of that, Stargates. Sky Toss. Now is a good moment to rush into Fleet Beacon and rush into Sky Toss. Now is a good moment for Nightmare. Never gets off. Ooh, doesn't connect. Yeah, Nightmare has to be very careful with his army. But again, now is the time to start working towards Carriers and Tempest. There's the Fleet Beacon on the way. And wise move from Nightmare. Instead of trying to force the issue with a ground-based army and pushing into siege tanks and siege liberators, we take flight. Take flight and we go for the Sky Toss. Meanwhile, Bunny slowly recovering, taking his 4th. Liberators coming in, getting a probe, forcing back the army, giving Bunny some breathing room to expand. We're even getting some extra probes. Bunny is still in this, and I even want to give Bunny a bit of an edge if we start up Carrier soon. SCMP, we're going for that 1 Void Ray again, just to shut down those. I almost said Overlords. Just shut down those Liberators. Just to shut down those Liberation Zones. Good EMP is here on the Stalkers. Never goes off. Doesn't connect. See Nightmare rotating over towards the right. Trying to catch the army. More turrets on the way. 2-2 soon to kick in. 5th CC is done. 6th base is on the way as well. Fusion Core for Liberators. We scan, we catch the DTs! Almost caught the Dark Templar. This Nightmare does save them. And we have our answer. I was curious if we were going to go into Carriers or Tempest. We have Tectonic Destabilizers on the way. It is going to be Tempest for Nightmare, which is ideal against Mass Lib. Or against Libs, tanks, all things siege units. Scan into the main, reveals the Sky Toss. Big scout there by Bunny. He does see the researching Fleet Beacon, which should be Tectonic Destabilizers. Nice EMPs on the Stalkers. Nightmare trying to force his way in, but is forced back. Bunny does defend, does hold. Even saving the CC, just barely. Just barely does save it. Nightmare backing off. There it is, making 3 Tempests at a time. Oh no! Oh, as Bunny not looking at the time, he was distracted here, looking elsewhere. Big connection on the Marauders and the Ghosts. Just like that, Nightmare, he does take a nice supply lead. Ay, ay, ay. Again, that's the scary thing here against Disruptors. You have to be attentive. Have to keep an eye on that army. Nightmare catching him lacking a little bit. Behind this, +1 air attack on the way. Tempests have arrived. Nightmares, he still maintains his lead. Bunny's still trying to recover. But this is not going to be easy. Not against Tempest. Like, he's still lacking in the supply. And Rock's being knocked down. So far, only 3 Tempests. Oh, sorry, only 4 Tempests. Still somewhat manageable. That's what you see Bunny trying to keep up. Mind Shield's going to be going up. On the army. But Nightmare, he still doesn't really gain any ground. Like, yes, he has a pretty terrifying death ball of a Protoss army. That is true. But he hasn't denied center right. He hasn't denied bottom left. Like, these bases are still fully operational. And Bunny is maxing out. And he's focusing on Vikings, as he should. We're making 4 Vikings at a time. 3rd starport on the way. 3-3 as well. Like, Bunny, his army isn't anything to scoff at. It's still, you know, catching up. That is true. But he's getting there. And he's almost there. He's already got +2 ship weapons. +3 still not quite on the way. Nuke in production here as well here by Bunny. As Nightmare, he's proactive, taking a center base. I do love this from Nightmare. Again, because he's had map control for the entire game, there's nothing that Bunny can really do, and he's basically taking resources away from Bunny. Yeah, as Nightmare takes both center bases. Which means, even if Nightmare loses both these next side, he's going to be taking... I mean, he would have already mined from it. And those bases would be as valuable for Bunny. It's a good way to play late game. Storm's going to be going up. Nova's likewise force Bunny to retreat. There it is. +3 ship weapons now on the way for Bunny. Good EMP. Oh, the Vikings are coming in. Yeah, off of that EMP, we collapse on the Colossus, but we don't quite get them. We don't quite get the Tempest. Almost, though. Ooh, as we catch the Ghost. Big pick off. What was that? 4 Ghosts going down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, brutal loss there by Bunny. You can see him try to collapse here on Nightmare. There it is. We come in for this round. The Vikings, they do pick off the Tempest. Never goes off. A decent connection. But the Tempests go down. The Colossus as well. The Vikings, they reign supreme. But what about the ground army? What about the ground toss? As Nightmare, he's still standing. Still has Disruptors. And have we overcommitted to Vikings? How many Vikings do we have? 13. Not too many, thankfully. But again, Nightmare, he's stopped making Sky Toss. At this point, he's like, okay, there's just too much anti-air. I'm done with it. I'm focusing on Stalkers and Disruptors. Which means we need more Libs. Less Vikings and more Liberators. And there we go. We're making 4 Libs at a time. Liberators are on the way. Again, the Vikings are kind of dead supply. They're tanking some shots. At least. Nightmare pushing in. Gets a Ghost. Oof. Again, good control overall. And the important part here as well is that as these trades have been happening, Nightmare is still happily mining. Freely mining from these center bases. Still untouched. Still undisturbed. And Bunny, he needs to do something about these sooner rather than later. Now, thankfully, for Bunny, Nightmare hasn't taken the gases, which is concerning. We should be prioritizing those gases as well. So those are still fresh gases for Bunny if he ever takes those bases. Notice going off on the Marines and Marauders. Nuke actually here on the would-be mining base of Nightmare, which means Bunny, yeah, he hasn't seen the base. He hasn't seen the center bases. But the nuke will connect. Ooh. Shutting down the cannons. Oh, it's gonna be close. There goes. Takes down the other cannon. Just barely. But gets shut down by those zealots. Main army pushing in. Into Liberators. Yeah, we're a little bit exposed here. Bunny out of position. Liberators go down a tank as well. And Bunny actually having a better fight here with his Liberators than he does commit on the right-hand side. Moves out with a drop. Going for the base. Again, he doesn't know there's another base a little bit closer. Hasn't spotted, doesn't see. Scans ahead of time, looking for the army. He will kill the Nexus. Good pickoff nonetheless. As Zelsay coming from behind, that should be a bit of a tell. The angle of that army was a little bit suspect. Nuke going off. And does Nightmare see? Yeah, he does. Yeah, gets the ghost. Nuke doesn't connect. And Nightmare is going to be rotating over towards the right-hand side. Bunny taking another CC. Nightmare doesn't know. Is distracted. Viking's going to get picked off. Now, once the Viking count gets a little bit lower, if we like slowly bleed out Vikings over time, then Nightmare can go back into Tempest. Like that's, he can go for a tech switch. As Bunny has now spotted the base, is aware. Nightmare pushing right through the center though. Nova goes off. Big connection on the Widow Mines. Big connections here by Nightmare. Bunny though coming in from a flank. Liberator's going to be popping off. Vikings doing what they can. Soaking some shots. Ghosty coming from behind. Ooh, but that's a big Nova. As it looks like we finally caught the Disruptors. There's 3 of them left. Now there's 2. Now 1. And soon to be none. As Nightmare, he overextends horribly there. He does run into the army. Does run into the Libs. And Nightmare, he escapes with only Stalkers. Only a gateway army. Oh my god. Looking at the army tab here, yeah, only Stalkers remain and Zealots. Bunny, he's breaking out. He's breaking free, but here come the Tempest. Tempest and Disruptors on the way. We're getting back into Sky Toss. We spoke about it. But Bunny, he can keep pushing. He can take down this Nexus. He's going for the base. Tempest have been revealed. Now, thankfully, we still have a couple of those Vikings. We still have some Vikings available. Oh, Stalkers, they do overextend. Tempest taking a lot of hits. Liberators slowly pushing forward here. That one Tempest going ham. First Nova goes off. We have 1 Nova left. 1 Purification Nova remaining here as we collapse on the army. Oh. A bit of an awkward angle as Bunny tries to push in from 2 sides. Is forced back. Time's going off, catching some Zealots. Nightmare does hold onto the base. Does hold. Has remaxed. Oh, the Nova! Not quite connecting. At the same time as Zealot Runby runs into the Planetary, we do have a nuke towards the left. And will Nightmare notice? Looks like he does. Does pull away in time. Does pull back. Nuke will connect. SV Nightmare still trying to find a way in. Bleeding out Stalkers in the process. He's still waiting for his moment. Now we're up to a pretty high Disruptor count though. Up to 6. Yeah, we have a good support here for the Tempest. They're picking off units. Again, ideally these Tempests, they should be able to pick off the Libs. One after the other. Nightmare, yeah, there we go. The Tempest, they push forward. They do outrange. You see Bunny being baited to sim on forward into disruptors though. Does pick one off. Another nuke from behind. Let's go. Likewise, we have Libs harassing it towards the right-hand side. Nuke has not been spotted. No, Nightmare. Okay, he does pull back. Whew. Bleeding out. Still a couple of probes though. Not bad. A couple of probes do get caught. Disruptors on their own. Yeah, disruptors, they are getting picked away at by the Libs. Really awkward position for Nightmare here. And those Libs are still going ham. Finally, they get shut down. 16 probes go down. Yeah, you can see here the SimCity working against Nightmare. Nuke is on the way. Yeah, zoning back the army. And we can see Bunny breaking through. The nuke will connect, shutting down the site defense, the shield batteries, the cannons. And we can keep pushing. Meanwhile, Nightmare setting up us around. Uh-oh. Getting ready to come in from hand. Scan reveals it, by the way. Bunny backs off. That could have been terrifying. I mean, it still is. Big EMPs on the Zealots. There's still a lot of Zealots, a lot of gateway units. We are committing. The Vikings, they go ham on the Tempest. Disruptor shots not connecting. As we bleed out a lot of Vikings, but we force back the Protoss. Again, down to 2 Tempests left. Lost 3 in that fight. Boost them on forward. Oh, we're running out of liberations. Again, Vikings, they have massed up once again. Making 4 Vikings and 4 Libs at a time. Bunny still holding on here. Mining resuming for Nightmare on the right-hand side. He's mining up from these bases. Ambitious nuke from Bunny is denied. Yeah, that Liberator cannon is looking quite low for Bunny, actually. But it's all about the Vikings. All about the Sky battle here, as we have so many Tempests, up to 7 now. I think this is the most that we've had all game. Yeah, 7 Tempests out here for Nightmare. You can see him just getting free units. Picking away at the Vikings, at the Libs. Nova's going off. Bunny trying to chase this down. The Tempests are trading so well, and Bunny, he's burned through his bank. He's burning through his money here. We're running out of steam. Oh. Yeah, in this battle of attrition, because of the better bases for Nightmare, because of the amount of bases he has been out trading Bunny. Ooh, nuke is denied. Storm's going down here on the Bayou. You can see Bunny trying to collapse here. He's breaking through. The Vikings going ham. The Tempest. We had 7. We're down to 3. We're down to 3 Tempests left. Liberation has arrived. Look at the freedom. Oh my god. The Liberators forcing back the army. We're down to 0 Tempests. They were all shut down. Again, good dodges here against those Purification Novas. Stalkers are coming in. Oh, finally a good connection. We get 3 ghosts. Good connection from Nightmare. At the same time, going for a run by, or going for some Void Ray harass. But it looks like Bunny has done it. He's broken this army. Again, we cannot push into these Libs. It's not happening. He's slowly breaking through. Disruptors come in. Get a Marauder. Yeah, Nightmare, he avoids the main army, but we have reinforcements on the way. Nightmare's cornered. There's no way out. There's no way out here for Nightmare. He's making carry. I was waiting for him. I was like, where's the production? I was like, where are the warpins? Looks like he was deciding, and there it is. Carriers are on the way. But the base falls. I'm not sure if I like carriers, I'll be honest. The biggest concern for me as we force a recall, we do pick up some disruptors. And we can clean this up. Now, the problem with carriers right now is that we're kind of mining out. We have 3/4 of a base here. We have some bases. Okay, we have actually we have a full base here. Oh my god, that's a lot of money. Never mind. I was concerned that we wouldn't be able to sustain interceptors just because Nightmare doesn't have a large bank. But no, we still got some fresh bases to take advantage of. Nightmare's economy is still looking strong. But what's even better than that is Bunny's army. Bunny, now is the time to push. Stalkers coming in, they deny base. But yeah, Bunny, he has momentum right now, but the longer this goes on, I mean, the first wave of carriers, they've arrived. They have made it already. As Nightmare is catching back up in the army supply. And you can see Bunny just being a little bit too passive, resting on his laurels. I mean, he's securing a base, which is good, but it's half a base, right? It's already mined from. And he's worried about a counterattack when really he's giving Nightmare the time he needs to max out. As we have another wave of carriers on the way. Soon to be 8 carriers. Scans the base, scanning again, trying to get a read on what's been going on. Stalkers are pushing in. Again, I think Bunny was further behind than he thinks he's further behind than he really was. Just because Nightmare, he had like a bit of a lapse there in his production and wasn't spending his money. But here we go. Oh, Viking harass. Let's go. Liberators towards the north. Vikings here towards the center. Or with those libs even. This is risky though because there are carriers and we need the Vikings. We do still need them. Hello, disruptors. As liberation zones are sieging up, probes are going down. Good damage here from Bunny, but here come the carriers. They're about to reveal themselves, and we have 8 already. Oh god. And this is going to be brutal. We can't afford to lose these Vikings. Bunny is max, but this is going to be a brutal loss here. Unless we can pick up a carrier, which is possible. Can we get one? Oh. Carriers are going ham, and we will barely get one carrier, but we lose everything else. Not the best trade from Bunny. Gets caught out. Here comes his Bio Force. Hello, Miss SCV. As workers have arrived. Excess SCVs being thrown away. Again, Bunny, he's running out of bases to mine from. He's got... yeah, only 2 patches left here. Brutal. Yeah, again, Nightmare, really smart of him to expand towards the center first and mine those bases, because there's just nothing left for Bunny to take. Like, we have a fresh mining base here for the most part, mineral-wise, but yeah, not much value there. Oh, it's going to be so difficult to get there. Let's go. Yeah, Nightmare now with an insane army. And we have 11 Vikings. I'm not too sure if we can deal with this. Yeah, Bunny consolidating his forces, bringing everything together. He needs it. Needs everything as one. As Liberators are coming to reinforce. 5 Vikings at a time. Bunny, he needs a little bit more time here to max out. Does need a little bit more time. Nuke going to be going up towards the top right. The base is going to go down. The boys, they're being pulled. They have to be. We surround the army. We try to at least. Nova's going off, causing a bit of friendly fire. But Bunny, he bleeds out so much there in that fight. Oof. Nuke goes off, but Nightmare reacted in time, did pull away. Only 2 probes. Now, when it comes to these armies, if you look at the supplies here, yes, Nightmare is maxed out, but Bunny has a super maxed army. He has less SCVs, but a greater army supply here. He can still take a fight. Nova going off. Good dodge. Good dodge there from Bunny. Nightmare backing off. Remaxing. Likewise, so is Bunny. Again, as Bunny closes in on maxing out, he will have a larger army in general. At least he should. If he can max out, though. Again, we're running out of money, period. We don't have a lot to work with. And even if a fight goes the way of Bunny, Nightmare can max out. Like, he can remax is the problem. Ooh, good feedbacks. Solid EMPs. But again, Nightmare is in control. Bunny, he had his chance. He had his opportunity here in this game, but it feels like it did slip by. I mean, to be fair, Nightmare had a little momentum. He had so much map control early on. Catches a High Templar. Does catch a High Templar. Bunny, yeah, he doesn't have the resources to max out. Yeah, out of patches here. 4 patches left here. And maxing out is not going to happen. Likewise, Nightmare is also kind of running out of money, but only kind of. Still on 2 bases. Killing his own probes. Because he knows he doesn't need them. Look at the units tab here. We have 19 Vikings. Okay, so if Bunny's able to catch out this army at a good angle, maybe split up, forces the army to react and rotate over to another side, then maybe we can find a really good fight. Like, he is relying on Nightmare to overextend, but there's no reason for Nightmare to do so. Just playing it slow and steady, picking up some units here and there with his Tempest. Once again, building up his Tempest count. Killing his own probes. Vikings, they almost get a carrier, but oh, we bleed out 2, 3 Vikings. Yeah, we're going to be committing good EMP, but the storms! Oh, the storm is brutal. As Bunny tried to dive in. Was denied. And Nightmare, he should have this. Because again, because of his bank, Nightmare can even afford mistakes. Like, even a couple of mistakes won't be enough for Bunny because of Nightmare's bank. He can make those mistakes. As again, taking it slow. We are down to 18 Vikings. Oh, got a 19th Viking on the way. Vikings coming in. Oh, they almost get a Tempest. Don't quite get it. There it goes off once again, stoning back the army. That's the problem here, is that whenever Bunny tries to dive on the Sky Toss, there's always a Purification Nova or a Storm. There's something to punish him, something to zone his army away. Like so. He just cannot engage. Not freely, not without taking damage. He's muling! Probes are being killed. Does mule here towards the top right. Stealing some money. I mean, you know, what more can we do, right? Yeah, no more income. No more income. No more fresh mining bases here for Bunny. Boys are being pulled together here with the army as well. 0 resources left. I mean, he has some gas geysers that have gas in them, but there's no minerals. Without minerals, we can't spend our gas. Oh, show us the storms. Here we go. It's all or nothing for Bunny. Oof. Yeah, big storms here on the army. We have the boys. Let's go. If we can avoid the storms and the disruptors, then maybe we can take a fight. Good EMP. Snipes a High Templar. Liberation zones are being set up. We may as well just look at the unit tab. Unit tab 4 now. See the storm. The High Templar just scaring the army away. There's a world out there where we don't even get a final fight. It's possible. I hope not. Like, if we've dragged it to this, give us a finale, Papi. Let's go. Buildings have been lifted. Yeah, we're coming together, Papi. Bring it all together. Bring it in. SCVs are fanning out to keep an eye on the movement of the army. And we get an Oracle for free. Not bad. Ooh. Nightmare there gets a Marauder. Oh, let's go. The Great Migration. Buildings floating, and they will tank some shots. That is true. Again, best case scenario here for Bunny. We have the buildings tanking some shots. We're coming in for the Liberators. We're coming in for the Freedom. Steaming on forward. Never goes off. Doesn't connect. Storm grazing the army. Nothing too big here yet from Nightmare. With these carriers, they're kiting so well. And we're bleeding out so much. Big Storm here. Finally does connect. Liberators, they do siege up. We're bullying back the army. Vikings are pushing forward. We get a carrier. We get one. We get two. We barely get two carriers. No, I think that's gonna be it there. I think that's gonna be it. That's gonna be all she wrote here. Is yeah, the Vikings are just bullied back. Hey, we were able to take down some of the carriers at least. But that was the last hurrah here for Bunny. Retreats with what little he has. No, the buildings are falling. This is only game 2, by the way. This was 41 minutes. I didn't even notice. This was 41 minutes. I mean, game 1 was like half an hour. Yo, we're here all night. We're gonna be here all night. Let's go. It's still a best of 7, Papi. We still got 2 more best of 5s after this, by the way. We still got 2 more best of 5s. Alright, well, I'll boil some water after this. I'll get some coffee going. We're ready. We're ready to cast all night long, Papi. Let's go. Let's see Nightmare moving out. Finally, Nightmare being the aggressor, chasing down what little there is left. And GG is going to get called. Nightmare, he ties up the series 1-1. Taking game number 2 here. And we have a back and forth. Again, not the back and forth that I'm sure we expected, but GG winding it back. Remember, it was like 35 minutes ago, but may have been like 35 minutes ago. But if you remember, Nightmare gained a lot of momentum at the start of the game when Bunny tried to go for a 3-Rax opener and was completely shut down. Bunny, he was contained to 2 bases. If you remember, he lost control of his 3rd base, and it was an uphill battle. It was an uphill battle the entire time there for Bunny. And because of his early deficit, because of his early losses, it meant that Bunny had 0 map control. He was just stuck on his side of the map. He was stuck just trying to recover. And because of that, that is why Nightmare was able to get away with those center bases. And that was like a pretty pivotal moment in that game when Nightmare was able to expand towards the center right and center left. He took those bases really early on. He mined them out. And because of that, he was just perpetually ahead there. He was just perpetually ahead in the economy, in the trades, and it was just almost non-stop Bunny just trying to recover from that moment, from that point. Bunny just playing catch up, and hey, he maxed out, that is true, but then we saw Nightmare getting into Sky Toss, right? He was able to make use of his better economy, of his bank, of his earlier expansions, and that ended up snowballing into that win in the end. That's why Bunny was struggling so much to maintain himself. That's why, even though Bunny was eventually able to expand and take some of the center bases, there was nothing left to take. There was nothing left for him to take. Again, Nightmare was in control for most of that game. It was a 42-minute game, and for 35 of those minutes, or even longer, it was Nightmare in the driver's seat. And here we go. Now we're getting into game number 3 to determine who takes a lead in this best of 7. Let's go. Let us go. FPS feels bad. Yeah, I did notice. I did notice a little bit of slowing going on there. I mean, yeah. Understandable. As we settle into game number 3. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, of Equilibrium, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself. He's currently teamless, deserving to be on a team though. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. In the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. It was a long game there. He was trying to come back from behind, wasn't quite able to, forced into a tied up series. It's a red Terran. It is Bunny. Can he bounce back? I want to believe. As we're loading into a bit of a larger map, a longer map, a map that is prone to long late game play. Oh boy, we could be in for another one. It is possible. It is quite possible here. So far, we've had a lot of late game, a lot of longer. I say a lot of late game, a lot of longer games between these two players. Game 1 was like 30 minutes. Here, game 2 was like 42 minutes. A lot of late game between these players. But Nightmare, are we done? We are going to be scouting the center of the map, okay, just making sure that everything is on the up and up with this probe. Likewise, we see Bunny going for a Rax Expand, economic opener out of our Terran player. Likewise, Gate Cyber Expand from Nightmare. Standard opener from our Protoss, economic opener out of Bunny. CC is going to be delayed for a couple of moments here, as the probe is being as annoying as possible. CC is thrown down. And again, Bunny isn't delayed for too long, forced some inefficient mining from his SCVs. But outside of that, base is on the way. And to reiterate, as the SCV scout comes in, to reiterate when it comes to this map and its tendencies, this map is quite long, quite large, has a longer rush distance by ground compared to Oceanborn or Hardlead or Golden Aura. Likewise, a lot of bases can be taken, and because of the map layouts, you can actually cut the map in half quite easily. You can cut the map in half once we get up to 4 or 5 bases, can be quite defendable here. But the goal base can add a bit of a twist here. If the goal base is taken earlier on, we can use it to snowball into a big win, into a big committed push, and try to end the game earlier. That is definitely available here for both players. Even before that though, I'm sure Nightmare wants to be aggressive early on. He was in that last game. Wasn't able to end the game. If you remember, Nightmare, he was like maxed out, and he couldn't push into the 3-base setup of Bunny. Bunny was able to successfully turtle up to 4 and 5 bases. Despite his deficit. Despite the deficit. As the Reaper does dip in. Twilight Council on the way. Bunny does confirm the tech. Is going to be a blink-based opener here by Nightmare, and Bunny is fully aware. Fully aware of what is going on. Behind this, we do see Bunny getting into a 1-1-1 follow-up. Very standard play. Nothing too crazy. Looking to get into a mine drop. Oh boy. Looking to head towards that mine drop. Meanwhile, Depth shades in across the map. Does hinder the economy for a moment. Not quite getting any kills. Likewise, Depth does escape. Does make it out. And we'll keep an eye on how many gateways from Nightmare. So far, it's going to be 2-gate blink. Looks like an economic opener into a faster third. Ooh, and speaking of a third base, Nightmare is going for the gold. Bold move here, but the gold base is on the horizon. Adept is going to be caught out. And here comes that mine drop from Bunny. Now, with this mine drop, we need to not only, I mean, we don't really need to get damage done, but we need to scout. We need to get a read on what's going on. Bunny needs to get eyes on the gold. Here we go. We have Hellion Reaper towards the south, Widow Mine drop towards the north. We are moving in. We are headed towards the bases here. And we do get eyes on the gold base, thankfully, with the Reaper Hellion. Mine jump into the main base, but Nightmare does react in time. Oh, big mine shot. Oh my god, as he did react, but 6 probes go down. Not like this. And we're not done. The retargeting. Retargeting kills our 7th probe as well. Good damage dealt here by Bunny. He also does confirm what's going on, going for the pylon. Pylon will be shot down. Again, Bunny popping off here. Does take an economic lead. Supply blocking Nightmare. A pretty brutal supply block. Pylon just now starts. Next is still on the way. Bunny in the driver's seat, even following up with the Hellion Reaper drop into the natural. Okay, may as well. We get into the natural base. Boys are being pulled, but they're lining up. Probes are going to be going down. As we pick off a couple of extra workers towards the end. In total, it's going to be 11 probe kills. Remember, this was just designed to scout, by the way. This was not meant to do too much. It was only 2 Widow Mines, but it still popped off. Behind this, we're getting into our 3-1-1 setup. Stim, combat shields +1, all on the way. Bunny just building himself up on 2 bases. We should be throwing down a third behind this. And remember, Bunny, he stole the third of Nightmare. This is his next target. Yes, this is a good way to catch back up. Even though Nightmare lost a lot of workers, because of the gold, he can recover. But Bunny should not allow him to recover. And here comes the push. Medevacs have arrived. As Bunny moves out though, here comes Nightmare. Big blink here into the main base. Very necessary by Nightmare. This is going to get damage done. Can we deny Stim? Oh, Stim is denied. Big pick off. Medevac goes down as well. Nightmare popping up. We'll lose a Stalker, but well worth it. Stim was about to finish, and this Medevac drop was lined up with Stim. And now this army is so much weaker as a result. Like, it's so much less threatening. We still have to push, though. We still have to push, we still have to commit, but it's going to be a push without Stim. Ay, 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 a Stimless Marine push. Here we go. Nightmare does run into it. He can freely blink. And again, there's no way to punish these blinks because there's no way to close the distance and chase down the army. Bunny still has numbers on his side. Like, Nightmare is still vulnerable at this base, but can Bunny still pull it off? Can he still move out? So far, good blinks here from Nightmare. Bunny moving out towards that gold. Nightmare slowing him down. Buying time, and the first Colossus has arrived. Yeah, the Colossus is here. Bunny being forced back. And any kind of momentum that Bunny had, he's losing a lot of it. Hasn't lost all of it, but a lot of that momentum has been stripped away. Scans ahead of time, gets eyes on the gold. Okay, decent force fields. The army is still massive is what I will say. And hey, Stim is almost done. Stim is almost done. And this army, it's one that is going to take advantage of it. As we do push on forward here. This is basically a 2-base all-in. Third base now being taken, but a very delayed third. Being landed at the gold. Maynarding over. Bunny. Can he break Nightmare here? Now, I mean, now he's pushing into Colossus. That's the problem. We still have plenty of Colossus available. But we are out of position. Never mind. We have a Colossus. We stim on forward. We go for the Colossus. We go for the dive. But the overcharge will keep it alive a little bit longer. Show us the mine shots. Ooh. Decent connections into the mineral line. Colossus from behind. And Bunny, he rotates over for a moment. He still desperately wants that Colossus, and he will get it. He gets one. One Colossus goes down. The base has been broken. Bunny finally with Stim, he's snowballing out of control. The Nexus will go down. And so will every worker here. 26 probes have fallen. At the same time as Alaramite will catching some SCVs. Nightmare is doing some counter damage. He does catch workers, does catch reinforcements. Oh, and this cleanup is not an easy one. Yeah, Vikings, they have to land, and Bunny turns back around for a moment. How many Colossus do we have left? 2. 2 Colossi remaining, looking very exposed. Oh, Nightmare, he doesn't see the army. Colossus pulling back. Bunny, can he catch them? As the Observer does get eyes on the army, there we go. Nightmare reinforcing. Whew. In position. Widowmine not going to be saved. Medevac barely escapes. But Bunny is still in the driver's seat. He's in the driver's seat here. Gold base up and running. Has a better economy. Has a larger army. Has greater supply. Again, Nightmare just losing far too many workers here. And losing that Colossus didn't help. But he does have disruptors. He can defend. He can survive. Show us the diver party. As there's always a lot of potential in these Purification Novas. Zealot Runby once again gets caught this time. Does get scouted. And Bunny going to be able to engage. Nightmare is trying to drag the army out of position, trying to buy time. But Bunny won't have it. We'll pull back though. He will pull back. Zealot Runby recalls back home. Ooh, Armory is late here for Bunny, so 2-2 is delayed. 1-1 has been done for quite some time. 2-2 going to be delayed here for Bunny, but hey, he's still got the goal base, still has a supply lead. And now he comes in with a mass amount of Vikings, so he can clean up those Colossus quite easily. But the Disruptors, that's another problem. It's going to be another issue here. Nightmare does see the army. Never go off. Ooh. Gets a ghost. Does manage to get a ghost. Turrets and Sensor Towers finishing up. Disruptors will back off. Drop into the main. We do get a double drop into the main base. Probes are going down. The workers actually turn to fight. Not like this. And so many probes go down. Storm not good enough. And this drop is getting so much damage done at the same time. Bunny, he collapses on the army. Takes down a Colossus. Friendly fire even. Oh my god. Nightmare, calm down. Does fumble the ball a little bit. The Novas, they go off. They wander into the army as well. And Bunny, he has too much. The drop is still not cleaned up. Dropping into the natural from the main base. The Marauders, they're getting out of hand. They're getting out of control. Finally being cleaned up, but Nightmare, he's down to 31 probes. Down to 31 workers. And this time we have plenty of mines to defend. GG gets called. The writing was on the wall, and Bunny takes a 2-1 lead in this best of 7 match. GG. Whew. A much shorter game. A much shorter game this time, but GG, well played. Again, Bunny popping off with his mine drop, doing so much economic damage, and he was able to punish the goal base in the end. He was delayed, I will say that. He was quite heavily delayed because of the snipe on the stim. That was a big moment there, where Nightmare was able to delay the push, sniping stim, but he merely delayed, he didn't stop it. Was not able to stop the aggression, was not able to shave off enough of the army. And with that, we're getting into our next game here. Bunny with a nice little lead, but it's still a best of 7. What does that mean? First to 4. First to 4 does take the series. So Bunny needs 2 more. Nightmare, he needs to win this game to tie things up once again and to keep himself competitive in this series. Let's go. Let us go. As morning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our South Korean Protoss player here. We have our blue Protoss stumbling a little bit in that last game, but hopefully he can bring it all back here and again tie things up once again. We have the blue Protoss. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran, the Red Terran player representing himself, also currently teamless, but looking to fight back. The Red Terran looking to extend his lead. It is Bunny. Here we go. CVP does continue. And we'll see how our players do differ their openers here. Again, we're going to be loading in and spawning into a much smaller map. We go from Equilibrium to Hardlead. Hardlead having the shortest rush distance in the entire map pool. Or tied with the shortest rush distance, technically. So you can be that much more aggressive. It isn't as safe to go for Rax Expands. As I say that, no second gas for Bunny. He's looking to go for an economic opener despite the map. Despite being up against Nightmare, who can be quite aggressive himself. So going to be a standard Gate Cyber Expand here from Nightmare. Bunny going for a Rax Expand as well. Go. Yeah, shout out to shout out to our lovely Korean mods as well. For those who don't know, we are streaming both on Twitch and YouTube, and our YouTube was being flooded by some lovely, I say lovely, some clowns, might be some Korean betters that have since been banned. Shaking my head, shaking my head. We'll keep an eye on the YouTube chat. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll do our best. We'll do our best. Ooh. As we do see Bunny just getting into his, again, economic opener here back at home. Nightmare for the first time this series. That is not a Twilight Council. That is not Blink. That is going to be Stargate. There we go. Stargate into, I imagine, Phoenixes here from Nightmare. We are mixing it up. And I mean, it's the best of 7, so we should be really broadening our horizons and really exploring quite a lot of different openers and playstyles in TVP. I'm sure we will. I mean, now we are. Now we are. As Reaper dips in, and Bunny does get eyes on the tech, does confirm the Stargate, is fully aware of what's going on, is now aware that he himself can be a little bit greedier. He does need some anti-air, and there it is. Cyclone in response to the Phoenixes is in production. But Bunny won't have to worry about anything crazy like 3 or 4 Gatling Stalkers. Is going to be safe and sound as Reaper does barely escape. Gets the hell out of there. Getting into his 1-1-1. Getting into his build. Oh! As Adept is spotted. Bye, Bunny. And this should be the beginning. This should be the setup for Phoenix Colossus. We should be seeing a bait. Never mind. This is not of the norm. Instead of a Robo, instead of a Bay, we are going for a Twilight Council. So this could be Phoenixes into charge lots, or this could be a hard switch. We have seen Hero before open up Phoenix and then go straight into Blink. It's a really scary thing to do because you are quite vulnerable in that period where you're going to Blink Stalkers. But this should be charged if we wanted to make use of both of these armies and kind of meld this together. Again, surprising not to see a Robo. Very surprising here. As we are continuing Phoenix production, if it was Blink, we would have stopped. We do have the resources for it. Third base soon to be taken, now on the way. Twilight Council is done. Bunny still building himself up, getting into a 3-1-1 setup. Stim in production. This time it will not be denied. And there is Charge on the way. Again, Charge just because we were still pumping out more Phoenixes, which we would have stopped if we wanted to go into Stalkers. So Phoenix Charge lots can snowball out of control. We should be getting into a Gateway Explosion, and there it is. Gateways are on the way. This can hit like a truck if unscouted, especially if Bunny moves out. Like Nightmare, this army is ideal when it comes to engaging in the center of the map. If Bunny realizes what's going on, he should be taking a more defensive position. The reason for this is that Mass Charge Lot can struggle against SimCity. All it takes is like a couple of well-placed buildings, create these choke points, create these funnels for the Zealots, and a Terran army can trade so well defensively. It is so difficult to break. Again, that's if the fight happens on Bunny's side of the map. If it happens in the middle, then it's a different story. Then Nightmare can set up a surround, then we really only have the terrain to work with, and that's quite limited. Oh boy. So we'll see if Bunny can piece it together. As for now, he's just building up towards the stim timing. He hasn't seen much. He hasn't seen anything. I wouldn't be surprised if he just assumes it's going to be Colossus, as that would be standard. Viking is out to help zone away those Phoenixes. Now, thankfully, we are getting into Widowmine production. Widowmines will help against the Zealots, but, oh, I'm not too fond of this move out. Nightmare, he does spot it. He does confirm. Trying to camp the production. Adepts coming in for a backstab. And Zealots are amassing. We don't have too many, though. How many Zealots do we have? 13. Can Bunny deal with it? He scans ahead of time. He sees the mass Zealots. He knows. He is aware. And depending on his mind shots, he can take a fight. But it's going to be risky as Adepts say shade into the natural. They will be cleaned up. They focus on one of the Widowmines. as the Phoenix is caught. I like the idea of Bunny retreating though. Yeah. Like Bunny, he sees him as Zealot. We don't push in. We do not push in. Not yet. We're waiting for reinforcements. The boys have been pulled. Bunny. Okay, that's the way to deal with this. I was about to say that pushing in just with our army is not going to turn out well, but the boys are here. They're here to tank some shots to buffer for the bio. They have arrived. The boys are here. And Nightmare, do we have enough to deal with this? Widowmites are burrowing. They do get lifted. Good control here from Nightmare. Zealots are going down. Good kiting here from Bunny. The boys are doing their job. They tank so many of those Zealots. And there are so many Marines left over. Bunny snowballing out of control. GG gets called, and Bunny will take a lead, a further lead in this series, 3-1. GG. Puts another point on the board, and that's the way to pull it off. Again, I was really concerned. Honestly, that scan was so important. The scan was so crucial there for Bunny. Once he realized what the army was, once he realized what was happening, he knew that pushing in would not turn out too well if he just moved in with his army and nothing but the army. Instead, made the wise choice there to pull the boys. Came in with the workers, did so well, tanking all those Zealots, tanking the charge lots, and his army snowballed out of control. GG. And essentially, we saw that the Phoenixes couldn't do much there. We saw that in that situation, as I try to make sure everything is looking good. There we go. Anyway. In that situation, the Phoenixes, they didn't do anything. Like, we invested so much, and to be fair, they did pick up the Widowmines. They did at least that, but in the main fight, they couldn't lift up the SCVs. They couldn't lift up Marines and Marauders individually. Like, that's just not what they're built for. That's not what they're ideal for. So, yeah, that's why Nightmare was so vulnerable with that army composition, specifically against that all-in, against the two-base all-in of Bunny. And with that, Bunny is one game away from becoming our #1 player here tonight. From advancing on in first place. Can he go the distance? Can he go all the way? Or will he be stopped here and now? As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Representing himself, he's currently teamless down in this series. Can he fight back? He needs to. Here and now, it is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing himself, also teamless, also deserving to be on a team. One game away from winning this series, winning this best of 7, becoming our champion. It is Bunny. Here we go. As we are settling in, we can see... Hello, Nightmare. As Nightmare is setting up for a bit of a proxy here. Ooh, if anyone does know Korean, then I would love to see some translations here. We see the ... And it is going to be a proxy gate. Proxy gateway here from Nightmare. He's ramping up the aggression. Bunny hasn't seen anything yet. Just double checking. We are on the Korean server, thankfully. Just making sure there wasn't like a server mishap or anything like that. Once again, Bunny going for an economic opener. This is ideal for Nightmare, by the way. Economic opener out of Bunny. Nightmare delaying the CC for a little bit longer. Zealot is on the way. The way this works is we're going to be applying pressure with Adepts and Stalkers. Once the first Zealot comes out, we're going to be applying a lot of pressure with our gateway units. And by the time we get here, we delay the CC, we get a kill on the SCV, and then we push up the ramp. And if the production is still on the way, if Bunny goes for, say, add-ons at the wrong moments, or if he's a little bit too greedy going for a third CC, then he'll be in a lot of trouble. He'll be in a lot of trouble. Probe is going to get picked off. Bunny on the way. Will he scout? No shot. He checks. He checks that he does come across the gateway. Bunny, he's aware. He knows Bunker gets thrown down instantly on the low ground. Oh boy, can we hold on to low ground though? That is the question. Zelda's on the way. Stalker as well. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Bunny, he will not give up the low ground. Not easily. Marine is going to be targeted down though. The Marine will fall. We go for the building SCV and it's going to be going down. But again, we have plenty of boys to pull here. Plenty of boys to work with. The Stalker! Big overextension by Nightmare. Bleeding out of Stalker. Big loss. A big loss for Nightmare as the bunker does complete. It does finish. Boys, they can go back to work. Adept does arrive. The bunker is done and we hold on to the low ground. And this would not have happened if Bunny didn't scout. The bunker would not be here. The CC would have been delayed and we would have had control of the low ground. It would have been a completely different game. So again, keen eyes or just good map awareness or game sense. That's what I was looking for. Good game sense here by Bunny to check that location. Shuts it down. As the Adept is going to do what it can. Behind this, is going to be expanding on location. Nightmare trying to transition out of this. Cyclone has arrived. Adept does get into the main. Gets an SCV. And Nightmare, he does get eyes on the 1-1-1 follow-up. Still has a couple units to his name. Bunny looking to shut down that proxy. And we have our take of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of Nightmare. Pylon taking a lot of hits. We do have the Stalkers coming in. Again, they're trying to catch out that Cyclone. They will get a volley off. They get one, they get two. And can they get the Cyclone? They will! Cyclone goes down. Not a bad pick off there by Nightmare. But again, he needs things to go his way. He needs to try to recover here. Picking off a Cyclone. Warping him back at home. Reaper's on the way. Reaper making its way towards that natural. Marines kiting with the army. Take down the Zealots. Bleeding out a couple of Marines though. Not ideal. Likewise, Reaper also gets cleaned up, or soon to be cleaned up. But we scout the main base. The Reaper did his job. Thankfully, Bunny, he gets eyes on the Twilight Council. Gets eyes on the would-be Blink. As he catches out the Stalker. Expensive losses. Quickly taking a look here at the resources lost, we can see that we've lost 6 Marines here. Not the most expensive losses, but still brutal nonetheless. Bunny behind this, getting into his 3-1-1 setup, going for Cloak Banshees. Ooh, okay. I like it. So, because of the opener, because of what Nightmare's been up to, and he is getting damage done, he does pick up a depot. Moving towards the natural, getting a lot done here. Tank is still on the way. Pick up a second SCV. Nightmare getting a lot done, but just winding it back a little bit. Nightmare, he has rushed into a third Nexus before Robo, so the Robo is delayed. No observer yet, no detection. Banshee's coming in, and there's no way to deal with it. Probes are going down, and what can Nightmare do? Robo is still on the way. He was a little bit too greedy, a little bit too fast of a third base. He was cutting corners because of the opener, because of the early game, and we deny any kind of mining in the main. And the natural. This one Banshee doing so much. 7 probes go down. Almost 8. Actually 8 at this point, as we have another Banshee coming in. We can see Nightmare racing back home with his Stalkers. But we're not done. The Observer's still not out. We're chasing down the probes. And this could be it. This is game-ending damage. So much lost mine time. 13 dead probes. And we're not done. Soon to be up to 14, then 15. Observer finally arrives. 17 worker kills. These 2 Banshees, they've more than paid for themselves. They forced back the army. We shut down the proxy. It was 17 dead workers and so much lost mine time. Look at the economy here. Deep in the red. Deep in favor of Bunny. Again, he didn't just shut down the proxy, but he shuts down the follow-up as well. Again, really smart to go for the Banshees. The reason why Nightmare wasn't ready for it was because he was trying to be greedy, cut corners to catch back up, to bounce back in the game despite the deficit. He was caught vulnerable, caught with his pants down. Stalkers, they come into the natural. We get some SCVs. We do get a couple of workers. As we do end up losing one of those Stalkers, and we collapse here on the army. Oh, Bunny, did we ever extend? Tank's looking exposed. Bunny, he does maintain control of himself. He loses 8 workers, but again, that pales in comparison to what Nightmare has lost across the map. And now we're pushing. Now Bunny, he's moving out with a death bull of an army. How much do we have? We have 4 tanks, 20 Marines, 4 Marauders against 6 Stalkers. 6 Stalkers and 7 Zealots. Charge, it's halfway done. It's not going to be done in time for the fight. Ay. Bunny just bringing everything together. It's going to be close. Again, charge. It's on the way. Bunny rotating around. Even with charge, it's not going to be easy, but it will help. It will help. It will help Nightmare. He needs a little bit more time. We go for the scan. We still on forward. Slow lots have been revealed. Yeah, we can see a surround being set up. As we dive on the third base. Shield battery gets depowered. We stim on forward onto the Nexus itself. Zell's trying to catch reinforcements. Do catch some Marines. Marines are forced back. And Bunny, he wants to deal with these Zealots. Charge is done. And there's no rush. There's no rush for Bunny. He kites with the Zealots. We'll clean them up eventually. But Bunny, he killed the third. That's all he needed. Killing the third base. Catching the Zealots. Then he can focus on his push. Forces a recall. But nothing gets recalled. Nothing survives. We have 1 Colossus for Nightmare. No range. No extended thermal lance. As Bunny's snowballing out of control, we do see Nightmare once again going for a Zealot run by. I mean, really good counterattack. Don't get me wrong. A very nice backstab here from Nightmare. But we have plenty of reinforcements. Bunny can focus on his push. Moving out. And he will hit that third. Once again, making sure that it just never gets up and running. Colossus are on the way, but that's a kill, not a cancel on the Nexus. That's becoming too much. Zealots, they come in from behind. They try to collapse in from behind. But the tank shots are just too much. And again, Bunny's got double the supply here. Nightmare, he was able to fight back earlier in this series. We had some long macro games. He popped off on Oceanborn, but only on Oceanborn, early in the late game. GG gets called, and Bunny will take the series 4-1, claiming first place in our show matches. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Congratulations to Bunny. As he will take down Nightmare 4-1, and Bunny is going to be coming out in first place with the majority of the prize pool here. Oh my god, the bulk of the prize money in favor of Bunny. Let us quickly have a look at that bracket. At the group, there it is. We have Nightmare, who took down Gumiho 3-2. We had Bunny taking down Creator 3-0. Bunny popping off against Nightmare as well. Bunny looking dominant tonight. 3-0ing Creator, 4-1ing Nightmare. And Bunny comes out in first place here with 400 USD. 400 USD in the bank. A very big win here for Bunny. Very well done. GG, well played. Oh. GG, Bappy, GG. Congratulations here. Congratulations to Bunny. My condolences to Nightmare, but as you can see, Nightmare isn't done. He is not done. He's going to be knocked down to the lower bracket to face off against the winner of Gumiho and Creator. We still have 2 best of 5s left, and these will be best of 5s. These will be best of 5s. Vetoes, I'm sure, underway for Gumiho and Creator. Let me just quickly set that up. The night is still young, papi. It's still young. Let's go. Here we go. Let me just quickly set that up. And quickly update the title here. Okay, vetoes are on the way. Vetoes are on the way between Gumiho and Creator. So we will soon have our lobby. At the same time, predictions. We do have to pay out the predictions. And what were they looking like? Oh my, 100% in favor of Bunny. The chat knew. The chat knew, papi. 100% in favor of Bunny. My God. No faith in Nightmare. But I mean, Bunny, he's been looking hot. He has been looking hot here tonight. Not just tonight. I spoke about this earlier. If you weren't here last week for the GSL qualifiers, I mean, mate, shame on you. But last week we were casting the GSL qualifiers, and Bunny qualified for GSL over Dark. He qualified over Dark. His TVZ was looking terrifying. He took down Dark, he took down Shin. Bunny was popping off in the GSL qualifiers and in the IEM Katowice group stage. So Bunny clearly in form in Terran versus Zerg, considering that Dark is one of the strongest Zerg players, is the strongest Zerg in Korea. So he's got his TVZ down pat, and here looking dominant against the Protoss. And clearly Bunny looking comfortable in Protoss, in Terran versus Protoss as well. Bunny definitely one to keep an eye out in this upcoming season of GSL. Definitely keep your eye on him. But what about everyone else? We still have Gumiho, Creator, and Nightmare. They're all still ready to duke it out, ready to rumble in these best of fives. And all four of them are, of course, going to be involved in GSL. So this will give us an idea of their game state, of their play leading into the Global StarCraft League. We'll give you an idea. Just setting up the predictions. Gumiho and Creator. Now, if you're curious about the prize pool distribution, exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys are curious. First place, which is Bunny, walks away with 400 USD. Second place, which is yet to be determined, walks away with 200 USD. Still not a bad payout, 200 USD for a Night of StarCraft. Third place is 100 USD, and fourth place is 50 USD. So the lower we go, the bigger a hit it is. So again, these players are still fighting for quite a hefty payout. Gumiho and Creator still duking it out here. And we have our vetoes. Here we go. So what was vetoed? Radisson Station was vetoed, Site Delta, Equilibrium, and Hard Lead. They've all been vetoed, which means Golden Aura. We haven't casted a single game on Golden Aura yet this entire night. And finally, we could get it. We could get Golden Aura. Let's go. Let us go. As we have our vetoes, we have our map order. Have our map order. And our first lobby has been chosen. It's going to be Oceanborn. Oceanborn is going to be coming up first here. So if you're curious about the map order, it's going to be Oceanborn, followed by Alkyone, followed by Solaris as game 3, Golden Aura as game number 4, and Hecate as game 5. Personally, just for some variety, I would love to get to game 4 for Golden Aura. So I'm hoping we can get it back and forth and hoping we can get to Golden Aura at least. But we'll see. We'll see how our players do match up against each other as they've been patiently lying in wait here. Again, that was a long best of 7. That was a long series. That was a long series, and now we're getting into game number 1 of our 4th series of the night. Again, we've already been casting for 5 hours, and we're going to be going for at least 2 more. Let's go. 7-hour broadcast. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. Night full of StarCraft. Vamonos, Bobby. Vamonos. Did not get into GSL. Dark not get into GSL. He did. So just to clarify, Bunny did qualify for GSL over Dark, but the group was double elimination. It was a double elimination group, so Dark, he lost in the upper bracket, but he qualified through the lower bracket. So I don't want to spread misinformation. Bunny did qualify over Dark, but Dark still qualified just from the lower bracket instead. So don't worry. And again, I recommend watching the VODs. The VODs are on YouTube and Twitch. I do recommend the VODs for the qualifiers for GSL. They were crazy, man. They were crazy. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. In the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean and Protoss player representing Club NV. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player going for a proxy. Going for a proxy across the map because, of course, he is. He's lovely, he's beautiful. He's representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. Let's go. Gumiho, of course, one of the most creative Terran players in the world. One of the most aggressive Terran players as well. Or maybe a better way to put it, unpredictable. A very unpredictable Terran player out there going for a proxy across the map. Are we feeling spicy? This looks like a Proxy Reaper. Just Proxy Reaper into a bunker on the low ground. Meanwhile, Creator going for a Gate Cyber Expand, a standard opener out of Creator. No, he's going for a Gate Nexus? He has the money for it. Okay, Cybercore. Okay. Going for the Cybercore on the high ground. Rax is finishing up. Reaper should be on the way. No, we're floating into the main! We're floating into the main base. Let's go! Gumiho. He's crazy. Floating into the main base. Show us the Tech Lab. Show us that Tech Lab. There it is. Tech Lab is on the way. It is Proxy Marauder in the main base of Creator. Let's go. Let us go. And Creator, he has no idea. He has no vision of the main base. He's going for his standard opener here, scouting across the map with his probe, checking top right before coming in towards the main base. And he has no idea what's happening. The Marauder's on the way. Concussor Shell as well. And how long will it take for Creator to scout this? That is the question. How long will it take? Meanwhile, predictions are open. Oh, sorry. Predictions in the chat. Predictions open. They're open for like 30 seconds. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Good luck. We scout, we confirm the Rax is missing. The Rax is not where it should be. But where is it? It is not uncommon to hide the Rax further in the main. We lock it in. We lock the probe in. There's no escaping. There's no checking the natural or the third. Creator, he has no idea what's going on. Again, it could be a fake proxy Rax or a real one. Creator, he has no way to confirm. We have an Adept on low ground. We have a Shield Battery on the low ground, but the Shield Battery won't help. We have two Marauders. Two Marauders already. Gumiho just banking up Marauders in the main base. Predictions have closed. And he checks. Creator, now he checks. Now realize what's been going on. The jig is up. But again, no Shield Battery in the main. Stalkers are coming in, boys are being pulled, and how much damage can we deal? Can we focus down that Stalker? So far being forced back into the corner. Hellion comes in! The Hellion shot on the mineral line. It does get focused down. That could have been so much worse, but we get 7 probe kills nonetheless. We get an 8th probe kill as well. And can we get the Stalker? We cannot, but 8 workers go down. Good damage dealt here. At the same time, we have another Hellion at the natural. Doesn't get much else. And we have more Marauders coming in. Oh my god, they're doing so much damage. He's going for the Stalker. He gets it. He gets the Stalker. He gets into mineral line. Another volley off in the mineral line as well on those probes. As he gets cleaned up. Ooh, Creator, he should be calming things down from here. But Gumiho has a worker lead. He's up in workers. His his natural base is still on the way. This hasn't ended the game, but it has done quite a lot here and has given Gumiho a nice little lead. As Creator is going for a Stargate follow-up. Not the most aggressive follow-up. The problem here is that Creator can't really punish Gumiho. What can Creator do as another Hellion comes in? We get another Hellion into the natural, confirming the Phoenix production. Confirming at least a Phoenix. And not much else. But again, behind this, Gumiho happily saturating his natural. Gonna be muling. Getting into his 1-1-1 setup. and the game will settle from here. So because the creator didn't go Twilight Council, like, he can't really move out with a push. He's, for the most part, stuck at home. He will be most likely taking a third base. Robo is on the way. He's going Phoenix Colossus. Phoenix Colossus is going to be on the horizon here for creator. And the Phoenixes, they at least deter any kind of drop play, as Gumiho is chilling back at home. Now, again, it's always difficult casting Gumiho because I imagine if this was any other player, it's like, oh, okay, we're going to be settling in from here. We're going to be focusing on a third base and calming things down. But I can never be certain with Gumiho because at any moment he can pull the boys. And it wouldn't be a bad option to pull the boys against this kind of build. But the Robo is done. The base should be on the way. We're going for a safety immortal. So creator respecting Gumiho quite a bit here. And is a little bit afraid of him. I don't blame him. I'm afraid of him. I'm not even in the game. I'm terrified of Gumiho. Never mind this creator. He cancels the immortal. We'll take a risk going for the Bay instead. Did we see anything across the map? We saw additional production buildings, but not much else. So again, creator cutting some corners, going for his third. Is vulnerable, but Gumiho shouldn't be pushing as he has gone for a lib. Gets a probe in the main base. Gets a worker, doesn't quite get another as the Liberator is shut down. And we'll see if creator can stabilize. He's working on a third. He's soon working on Colossus production with that Bay. And once we can get up to a solid Colossus count of 2 and then 3, then creator should be okay. He should be able to just fortify himself and build up. Gumiho is still focusing on his production. No third CC yet from Gumiho. Not yet. Sphinx as they do dip into the main. Threaten those workers. Creator gonna be pulling back. Here we go. Gumiho just mustering up his army. The moonbat is spotted by these oracles. Sorry, by the observer. Ooh, we almost even get the medevac. Very nice pickups here by creator. As he does shave off some units here. Gets marines, gets widow mines. Even some SCVs, but Gumiho does not want to turn around. But we have a Colossus to defend. Again, creator, he should be okay. He has force fields, he has a Colossus, he has soon to be a shield battery and an overcharge. He should be fine at the third. Gumiho knows that he picks up, he goes for a drop into the main. Goes for a drop instead. Is threatening the drop at least. Gumiho still amassing his army. Waiting for the opportune moments. Waiting for a way in. Armory on the way. Okay. I mean, we'll have that for +2. True. If you wanted to avoid the armor upgrades, drop towards that natural. Phoenixes are in position. Phoenixes, they are here. They can focus down the medevacs, but the drop does unload. At the same time, Gumiho dropping into the main. And mine shots are going off. Ooh. Actually forcing some friendly fire. Good movement there by creator. Cleans up the drop of the natural. Will clean up the drop in the main base momentarily as well. And the Colossus does defend. The creator, he is holding. Defending the tri-pronged attack. Only losing 5 probes. Maintains his Phoenixes. He maintains his Colossi. A solid defense here by creator. And Gumiho threw away a lot to make that happen. And he will lose the medevacs. Loses the medevac as well. Gumiho being forced back. Creator now able to harass. We're taking out third base on location, but again, a bit of a delayed third here by Gumi. Phoenix as they come in, take down an SCV. They go for the main base as well. We're catching a mineral line. We got 6 workers, we got 7, we got 8. Oh my god, Gumiho bleeding out a lot of units in the main. He doesn't care. He's throwing caution to the wind. He's moving out across the map. He has a lot of marauders. That is true. How many marauders is that? My god. 14 marauders. But upper ramp into Colossus still going to be a difficult thing to do. We have 3 Colossus on the high ground. We push in. Late reaction. Late reaction from creator. 1 Colossus go down instantly. Does get picked off. We depower the Robos. Good force fields here by Creator. Does force back the army, but he did take some losses. And do we have enough anti-air? The Phoenixes, they go ham. They pick up whatever they can. And Gumiho, he's being forced back. GG gets called. He was all in with that, losing everything back at home to the Phoenixes. And Creator takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Creator putting a point on the board, redeeming himself after that last series as well. Creator, he had a hard time against Bunny, but starts off with a win against Gumiho. GG. Phew. Again, the Proxy Marauder was cute. It was very fun, don't get me wrong, very fun. But Creator was able to stabilize. Creator, he was able to stabilize from there, able to get into his Phoenixes, able to get into his Colossus. More importantly than that, though, what I will say, it wasn't just Creator stabilizing, but it was also Gumiho going for the tri-pronged attack. Remember, he dropped into the main, dropped into the natural, and pushed towards the third base, and Gumiho lost a lot of supply, and he didn't get much. He didn't get much for his troubles there. He wasn't able to really trade well whatsoever, and after that defense, it was Creator with the lead, with the map control, with the advantage. And he was able to leverage that into a win. And now we find ourselves getting into game number 2. Game number 2 on the horizon here. Can we go the distance? Remember, we need a game 4 to get Golden Aura. we haven't casted on Golden Aura at all yet today. Gibbs Golden Aura. We'll see. So we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Club NV. Leading the series 1-0. It is Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Cloud9, down in the series, but not out, not yet. Not at all by any means. It is a best of 5. It is Gumiho. Again, spicing it up with that Proxy Marauder in the main base of Creator. Was able to deal quite a bit of damage, quite a bit of economic damage, and did eventually lead into Gumiho's aggression, as we saw, that tri-pronged attack, but again, did fall in his face. Creator, he pulled off a beautiful defense, and was able to snowball from there. But now we find ourselves in game 2. We find ourselves on Alkiona, a much larger map, much more prone to economic play, to longer late game scenario, despite that Gumiho opening up with 2 gas geysers. It's going to be a double gas opener out of Gumiho. Far more aggressive from our Red Terran. Going for a faster factory. Probe Scout will confirm this. Will confirm the delayed CC. Here we go, as Creator's just going for a standard opener across the map. And again, we're keeping an eye on Gumiho. Now, with the faster factory, as the probe wants the SCV. Oh, he wants it. Oh, he jukes back. The dance. He's chasing that worker. 1 shot away from going down. Oh, he's lying in wait. Oh, he's waiting. He's sharking around. He's coming from behind. And oh my god. He will not get it. Oh no, we almost come back too soon. The SCV will survive. The probe goes down. And we did get eyes on the factory at least. But again, with a double gas opener, that was kind of a given. It is going to be a Rax factory into expand from Gumiho. There's a CC on location. And this can lead into a couple of different things. This could be a Cyclone opener into a Cyclone drop. It could be a Widowmine opener. Could be Reaper into Hellion. There's a lot available here for Gumiho. And there it is. Reaper Hellion is our answer. First Reapers across the map. Creator shaking it up here. Okay, so that is not a Twilight Council or a Stargate. That is a Robo Opener. Very bold move here by Creator. This typically leads into really fast Colossus production. Very fast Colossus by Creator. If you were casting Estrella, I would be like, yo, Disruptor drop. But Creator isn't usually that cavalier. He isn't usually that wild as Estrella. This should be for a fast Robotics Bay into fast Colossus production. As we have another gateway on the way. Creator setting things up. Checking the vision of Gumiho. I believe he didn't scout. Yeah, he didn't scout. Wasn't able to get read on this. We should be going for a safety immortal as well. Observer first from Creator. Hellion Reaper moving out across the map. Going to be threading the bases here of Creator. That is going to be a third gateway. I'm curious if we throw down another gateway as well. This could be the beginnings of an all-in. As we head into Mineral Line, Probe does get focused down. Shield Body finishes up just in time. We focus down one of the Hellions. And Gumiho will make his way into the main. He's looking for the scout, and he will get eyes on the gateways and on the Robo. So a full scout here by Gumiho. Again, we could be aggressive with this if we go for a War Prism. If we go for a Prism first instead of the Colossus. So we can reinforce across the map and be aggressive. I was expecting Creator to go for this, but yeah, he's going for it. With 3 gateways, may as well. Reaper's going to be forced back. There's the Bay. Okay, no fast War Prism. We're going for the Bay. This should be for, as we said at the start of the game, fast Colossus. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. So this build is just very safe way to play. The downside of this build is you have no map presence. You have no Blink Stalkers to punish drops and to contain the opponent. You have no Phoenixes to punish drops and to contain the opponents. That's why Phoenix openers and Blink Stalker openers are so commonplace, because they give you control and they give you a lot of safetiness, or they allow you to keep up with drop play. Here, we lack all of that. We lack mobility in favor of really fast Colossus, which shuts down pushes quite well. So against like Biotank pushes or 3-Raxes, like this is a hard counter to a 3-Rax, for example, you will be safe. But the downside is this: as the drop comes in, we get 2 workers and we get the hell out of there. And again, there's no Blink, there's no Phoenixes. These drops are safe. And Gumiho can take advantage of Creator by being very drop heavy. As behind this is getting into fast tank production, I'm loving the interference matrix. Again, Creator, he's going to have a really fast first, second, and third Colossus. Like, the 3 Colossus timing for Creator is going to be insanely quick. But Gumiho will have Ravens. He will have Ravens out, he will have the Disable ready. He will have an answer to at least some Colossus, as long as he keeps the Ravens alive. That is the upside to, of course, Gumiho scouting and confirming. He's chilling here back at home, working towards Stim, working towards combat shields. Second Colossus now on the way. We already have the first. And basically, Creator is turtling back at home. That's basically what we have to do with this style, with this army composition, with this build, is we just turtle back at home, and we're building up towards a death ball of an army with 3 Colossus. And then we push out. As long as Creator can defend his bases, as long as they're able to keep up with harassment at his mineral lines, then he should be fine. Like, he should be okay to just build up like this. Scan into the main, drop is deterred. As we do see Creator in position. Meanwhile, Gumiho moving out towards the top left. Again, leading the charge with that Raven. Creator with very limited vision on the map. He has 1 Observer. And to be fair, the Observer does spot the army, but the Raven also spots the Observer. So Creator, he's aware that Gumiho is being active. Cannons on the way. Well, again, he's only got 2 Colossus, and one of them is going to get disabled at some point. Maybe even both if we have enough energy. There we go. Tank going to be leapfrogging forward. We're sieging up within range. Yeah, cannon is going to be denied. As the tank does keep on going. Big disable here on the first Colossus. Nice force field, nice overcharge. Is it going to be enough? We get the second disable, and the Colossus, they do nothing. The Bio Army just stims out of control. We collapse on the army, collapse on the Colossus. As we barely hold on. Oh my god, Creator, he barely does hold on. He shuts down the tanks. The Colossus, they break free from the disable. And Creator lives. He survives. Did lose 7 probes, but that's negligible. On top of that, Creator, he retains all 3 Colossi. Like, he only lost the Gateway army, he only lost Gateway units. Shield batteries are still up and running, they still have energy. Gumiho trying to come back in. The Creator, he's made it. He makes it, Papi. We have Blink. Now we have Blink. We shut down the medevac. And Creator, he's gotten away with his build. He's gotten away with his opener. And now he's looking to snowball out of control. Gumiho, things are looking rough. Very late third TC on location. Can he survive long enough to get this up and running? Because Creator is about to push. We spoke about it. The purpose of this build is to defend on 3 bases, build up to 3 Colossus, and then push out. We defend on 3 bases. We have 3 Colossus. We're pushing out. Like, it's happening. Ay, ay, ay. Now, thankfully, because Gumiho's being active, he's keeping Creator busy. Like, he's keeping him on the back foot. You can see that he has part of his army ready for a drop. So Creator is still defending because of how active Gumiho is being. So Creator is still on the defensive here. Taking a 4th. Macroing up. And because of how active Gumiho is being, Creator is not pushing out whatsoever. Oh, we catch a Stalker. We get 1, almost 2. Here we got 2 Stalkers, even a 3rd Stalker towards the end. Nice pickoffs there by Gumiho. Army steaming on forward. The Raven can disable 1 Colossus. He's going for the dive. Gets a Colossus, and he looks like he will get a kill. Good snipe there by Gumiho. Creator caught out of position. Wasn't able to save his army. Sorry, save the Colossus. Not able to save the base. 4th base is denied. Gumiho is putting in some work. Oof. Connection on the Zealots. You see Creator trying to break free. But losing a Colossus was brutal. He's trying to rebuild, trying to remake it. Gumiho still being very active. And he has the Concave. And this time with Libs. Yo, he can take a fight. Gumiho head on with these Libs, with all these Marauders. Creator, he's not out of the woods yet. Not anymore. And Gumiho's army is insane. Ghost Academy on the way. 3rd base is now getting up and running. Liberators are just a great backbone to the army here of Gumiho. Creator, he cannot engage. Not with this. He's back up to 3 Colossus. Ideally, we would get a Disruptor as well. He's thinking about it. Gumiho thinking about that dive. As he does rotate over towards the 4th base, once again forcing another cancel. But we come in for this round. We collapse on the army. Disable on the Prism. Colossus, they swipe away at the Marines, at the Marauders. Gumiho bleeds out a lot. Does bleed out a lot of units, but at the same time, Liberators, they come in to siege up and lay siege and deny that 3rd. 5 probes go down. But only 5 workers. Good cleanup there. Good response by Creator. Shuts down the Lib. Creator moving out. Ooh. Avoiding those mine shots. Does avoid those shots. Here come the Ghoster. Here comes the EMPs. Oh my god. Does connect. Does graze part of the army with 1 EMP. Winter Mines looking to reset as well. Observer still on the way. So we are pushing in. Winter Mines, they have reset. Ooh. They connect there on the Archon. Vikings going ham. Almost getting Colossus. Good juggling there by Creator. Very attentive with his main army. Avoiding another Widowmine shot. Gumiho up against the wall. He lost his Libs. He hasn't replaced them. He's been focusing on Viking production, which does help against the Colossus. What about the ground army? What about the Archons, the Zealots, the Immortal? As we do push in. And here we go. Gumiho comes in for the engage. A big kill surround here from Gumiho. Collapses on the Colossus. They should go down. But the Zealots, they're wreaking havoc. And the ground army just plummets here. GG gets called. The Zealots, they get out of control. And Creator, he breaks free. And he takes a 2-0 lead in this series. GG. Creator. Papi. Again, he was in a bit of trouble when it came to the first push. Remember, Creator, he was defending with a very small army with basically Colossus and a handful of gateway units. and both Colossus were disabled. That was the moment. That was the moment where Gumiho had to break the third base then and there, or kill the Colossus, but he couldn't. He couldn't quite pull it off. Creator, he survived. He weathered the storm. He was able to make it out. He was able to make it out with all three Colossus, able to stabilize, eventually get the fourth base up running, had some beautiful fights in the center of the map, and eventually did take it. GG with that. Oh, hold on. With that, Gumiho's up against the wall. Creator needs one of us. One more win for Creator, and he will advance on to the next round, to the decider match. Meanwhile, it all comes down to this for Gumiho. He has to fight back here and now, otherwise that'll be his end. The end of his run in these show matches in this group. That'll be the end of his run, and he'll be coming out in 4th place. And I'll be honest, looking at the group, looking at Creator, Nightmare, Bunny, and Gumiho, to be fair, it is a very competitive group, as we've seen, but I was expecting Gumiho to have, or to be at least in the winner's round, right? But he barely didn't make it, barely got shot down, and even here, he may come out in last place. Oh boy. Hopefully not. I mean, I say hopefully not. Hopefully it doesn't end here. Hopefully we get a back and forth. I would love to see a game 4. Gib Golden or I'd love to see an ace match, but it's not on us. It's not on me. It is on our Terran player. But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Club NV. 1 game away from advancing on into the decider match to have a chance to face off against Nightmare in that next round. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran, the red Terran player, struggling in this series. Again, maybe being a little bit overly aggressive so far in these past 2 games. Can he calm down? Can he bounce back? Representing Cloud9, it is Gumiho. Fighting for his life. Can he do it? Can he bring it back? 1 more loss, and that is it. That'll be the end of his run. For the time being, double gas. Double gas opener out of Gumiho. To wind it back, rounding out how this series has been progressing. Remember, game 1 was a proxy marauder in the main base of Creator to do damage, but Gumiho did overextend. Creator, he's looking for a proxy. He's checking for a proxy Rax just in case. I do not blame Creator whatsoever. Playing it very safe. And remember, in game 2, Gumiho, he scouted the robo opener, and his goal was to kill and break Creator at the 3rd to punish the robo opener, and he wasn't able to. Remember, he disabled both Colossus, but he didn't kill the Colossus, didn't kill the 3rd, didn't kill enough economy, did not do enough damage. Creator barely held on by the skin of his teeth, and he came out ahead after that initial defense. He was able to punish the aggression of Gumiho thereafter. So does Gumiho calm things down? Well, so far, double gas opener means faster factory, delayed CC. Last game it was Reaper Hellion. This time, Reaper Hellion again. Do we go into faster Widowmine production, into Cyclones? What do you got for us? Show us what you got, as the Probe Scout is coming in. Probe Scout is going to be coming in, zipping into the main. Likewise, Reaper gets across the map again. Standard opener from Creator. Meanwhile, Gumiho going for Reaper Hellion. It's going to be reactor to Reaper Hellion once again. Probe going to town here on this SCV, but will not come out on top. Will be forced back. Likewise, Adept zones away that Reaper. As the Probe should be getting the hell out of here. Reaper racing back home. As Creator is so annoying on that SCV, and can he get a kill on that worker? The Adept has arrived, but on its own, it's quite vulnerable. Yeah, Creator getting the hell out of there. Does confirm the follow-up, does confirm the Hellion now. As he does shade back home. And Creator mixing up his openers once again. We've seen Stargate, we've seen Robo, now it is a Twilight Council opener out of Creator. It's going to be Blink. Blink is on the way for our Protoss. Link is on the way. We have amassed up to 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions before getting into Cyclone production. And remember, the goal here is to get into the mineral line, is to kill probes. And here we go. We dive into the natural. We get one. One worker goes down. Shield battery coming in clutch. We focus on one of the Hellions. Good defense so far by Creator. Only losing 1 worker. Good trade so far. Robo's on the way behind this. Reaper's being forced back. Being forced away here. As we have our follow-up from Gumiho, he's getting into his 1-1-1. Ooh, working towards some drop play, actually. This I was not expecting, to go Reaper Hellion into a Cyclone drop. A bit of a delayed Cyclone drop, but effective nonetheless. Now, we have seen this already tonight, earlier, but Cyclones, it doesn't take long at all to kill probes. It takes seconds to just annihilate a mineral line. These Cyclones, they pose a massive threat here to the bases of Creator. Can he get in? Creator busy dealing with the army. Actually, Cyclone's going for the Stalkers. And we force a recall. 1 Stalker goes down. The Adept as well. Only 1 Stalker does evacuate. But a nice catch there by Gumiho. Doesn't kill workers, but does trade with the army. And that's a lot of gates. Oh my god. Creator going for 4-gate blink. 4 gateways in the main base. Robo's on the way. Creator going for a very aggressive push. 4-gate blink Stalker here is moving out. Back at home. Gumiho, what are we working with? Working towards this 3-1-1. Tank production has commenced, thankfully, but tank production was delayed because of the Hellions, because of the Cyclones. The first tank is just now coming out, and Gumiho has not scouted the main base at all. He has no idea what's coming. Doesn't know how aggressive Creator is. Because of that, no bunkers. No bunkers, no tanks in position. He moves out with the first tank. Oh, things are about to get rowdy. Things are about to get a little bit spicy here as Gumiho pushes right through the center. Creator going for a backstab. He's supply blocked. Oh my god, a brutal time to be supply blocked. And as we settle into this, a big shout out to Wardy in the chat. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great time covering the OSC King of the Hill. Again, OSC King of the Hill is always a great tournament, always a lot of fun. 15 best of ones back to back to back. Sometimes we cast it here whenever Wardy's not available. But again, a big shout out to Wardy. Hope you guys had a great time. Welcome to the Club NVX Duckling Showdown. We are in a best of 5. And Gumiho, he pushes in towards that natural overcharge is popped. We have a surround. Creator, he comes in from behind, shuts down the tank, shuts down the medevac, and he will clean up this army. These are vanilla Marines. No stim, no combat shields. Gumiho, he gets cleaned up completely. He had no idea what he was pushing into. He had no idea about the 4-gate blink. And now Creator is going for a massive counterattack. And Gumiho, he's in some trouble. He's in a lot of trouble right now. Tanks are on the way. Bunkers are being thrown down. Things are looking bleak for our Korean Terran player here. Ay, ay, ay. For those that are curious, it's a best of 5. Best of 5. Creator, he's up 2-0. 1 more loss. And Gumiho is out of the group. And it's gonna happen. We dive on top of the tank. The boys are being pulled. Bunkers are not done. Stim not done either. And Creator, he has redeemed himself. He struggled earlier against Bunny. But Creator, he's popping off against Gumiho. As SCVs are falling. Another tank has arrived, but we dive on top of the tank. Not like this. And Creator, GG gets called. Creator, he will take the 3-0. He advances on into the decider match. And takes down Gumiho 3-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Congratulations to Creator as he pops off again, redeeming himself after a rough start to the group and takes down Gumiho in the end. Not an easy opponent whatsoever. Not easy games. It was wild. Gumiho was hyper aggressive, but Creator was able to shut him down time and time again. If you missed out, I recommend the VODs. I recommend checking out the VODs for our tournament here tonight. If you're tuning in for the first time, and if you're unfamiliar, welcome. Welcome to the CranKy Ducklings. My camera is not frozen. Bear that in mind. Hold on. Exclamation mark frozen in the chat. I was traveling. And I was there in Poland at IEM Katowice. I'm actually still in Poland. But I do not have a webcam. I don't have a webcam, so while I'm casting here in Poland, I have a screenshot. It's fine, puppy, it's fine. Do have a screenshot instead. And if you may be tuning in for the first time, again, we cast on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings. We cast every single day, multiple times a day. And we have been organizing some show matches with Club NV. Club NV is a Korean team, and welcome to the Club NV X Duckling Showdown. This is a weekly Showmatch Series. This is a weekly Showmatch Series here, and we can have a look at the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's quickly update it, and you can see here, we have been going over basically a GSL group. We invited 4 players. We invited Gumiho, Nightmare, Bunny, and Creator, and they've been duking it out, and we have some results. So we've already casted Nightmare. Nightmare, he took down Gumiho 3-2. Bunny 3-0'd Creator, and Bunny, he came out first. I recommend the votes. It was a best of 7. Best of 7 between Bunny and Nightmare. It was like a 2-hour best of 7. It was a long one. It was a brutal series. If you were here for it, you know. If you know, you know. It was a brutal best of 7. We had like a 45-minute game. We had like a half-hour game in there. Some long games went on. Amazing StarCraft. Bunny is our champion. He came out first in the group, and Bunny walks away with 400 USD. 400 USD for Bunny. Gumiho was just eliminated though in the elimination match. Creator, he just 3-0'd Gumiho. Gumiho is last in the group. Walks away with 50 USD. And now we're here to determine who comes out in 2nd and 3rd place in this final series, a PvP between Nightmare and Creator. Let's go. And I need a moment to set up the matches and set up the predictions as we get ready for our next series. Again, we have been avoiding the mirror matchups. You can see here in the group, we didn't have a single TVT or PvP until now. I was hoping we could avoid them the entire night, but we could only avoid it for so long. PvP is here, and to be fair, it's always a lot of fun casting Nightmare versus Creator. They face off quite often, quite frequently in ESL Open Cup Asia and the KSL as well. Again, we do cast ESL Asia and KSL on a very regular basis. Again, welcome to all of those that are maybe tuning into the Ducklings for the first time. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. And again, every week it's a different kind of show match. Sometimes here for the Duckling Showdown, for the Club NV, sorry, X Duckling Showdown, sometimes we have GSL groups like this. Sometimes we just have straight up best of 7s. Sometimes we have a round robin group. We spice it up. We spice it up every week. Different format, different players. We've been inviting players like DRG, players like Creator, SOS, Nightmare. You know, we've been supporting the Korean scene. I say we, Club NV. A big shout out to Club NV. They sponsor these show matches. We just bring you the content in English. We are just the main English broadcasts. As vetoes are underway. And we're getting into our map order. Okay, so this is going to be finally our final series. We've been live for how many? 5.5 hours. It's been a long broadcast, but finally we have the end in sight. I was hoping it would never end, but I guess I get to eat today. I'm starving, but I guess we will be able to eat tonight at some point, as we're down to a best of 5 PvP. It's a PvP. Gonna be a fast one, even if it goes all the way to game 5. Most likely gonna be a fast series here. We'll see though. I mean, we can talk about it. There's a lot that comes into this. A lot that comes into this matchup. Okay. Looks like our players are asking for a break. I don't blame them. Both Creator and Nightmare, they're like, we need bathroom. Is that okay? All good, all good. All good. There we go. Just paying out the predictions, and we will be setting up predictions for our final match, the decider match of tonight's show matches. Nightmare versus Creator. Bam. Beautiful. Okay. But yeah, this is a weekly show match series. We did take a break though. We were on hiatus the last 2 weeks. The reason why we were on hiatus, 1, I was traveling to Katowice. But 2, because of IEM, a lot of these Koreans were traveling as well. A lot of the Koreans were traveling, so we took a break. We took a bit of a break from these tournament series, just so that the players could, again, focus on IEM and travel back to Korea, get rid of their jet lag, and be ready to dive back into another wave of show matches. So We took the last 2 weeks off, but now the Duckling Showdown is back. The Club NV X Duckling Showdown is back in full swing, and these matches did not disappoint. Again, I'm sure the OT King of the Hill was amazing, was beautiful, but if you're interested, check out the VODs. Check out the VODs of these show matches because we had some juicy TVP, we had some cheese, we had some aggression, we had some two-base play, but we also had some late game split map scenarios, some just some really solid, just all-around TVP overall. I mean, we've been casting nothing but TVP all night. So if you can think of it, we had it. You know, we've had it all here tonight. Nothing unseen when it comes to Protoss versus Terran. Crazy. Unfortunately, no Zergs tonight, unfortunately, but, you know, next time we will have it. I'm sure we will feature some Zerg players. I'm okay saying this because I think it's already updated on Liquipedia. For next week, for the Showdown number 7, we do have a couple of players lined up already, and it is going to be a TVT. So we avoided the TVT tonight, but we will have some TVTs next week. If you're curious, it's going to be Cure versus Bjorn. Bjorn has been invited. I reached out yesterday, and Bjorn was happy to accept. He's so joyful. He was like, let's go. He was so excited. But yes, Bjorn has been invited for the first time for the Duckling Showdowns, and Cure as well, sorry. So it is going to be Cure versus Bjorn in a TVT next week. With maybe another series as well. We may have multiple show matches, like multiple singular series. Bear that in mind. So just a bit of a teaser for what is to come. Here we go. More games today, of course. And here we go. The Vitas are done. The lobby has been made. If you're curious about the map order, Game 1 is Hardlead. Game 2 is Hecate. Game 3 is Golden Aura. Game 4 is Oceanborn. And game number 5, if we get there, will be on Alkione as... oh, never mind. I think we had the wrong race. Never mind. Oh, good. As we will soon jump in. Oh, good. Do apologize. Bit of a delayed start, but we're getting into this. Here we go. Yeah, it looks like we had just a little bit of a technical issue, but we have returned. Again, game 1 on Hardlead. Now, fun fact, we have not casted a single game on Golden Aura tonight. We've even casted on Radisson Station, mate. We had some banger matches on Radisson Station, let me tell you. But we even casted on Radisson Station. We casted games on Equilibrium. No Golden Aura in the entire night of StarCraft. But finally, we get it here tonight in the final series because Golden Aura is game 3. Even if it's a 3-0, we will finally feature it. It is going to be coming our way. And before I introduce the players, if you are in the chat, get your gamba going, papi. Get your gamba going because predictions are open. Predictions are open in the chat. You can place your bets on who you believe is going to make it out in second place. Who comes out on top of this PvP? Who will be our victor here tonight? Up to you to decide. And it's going to be a difficult one because it's a PvP of all matches. So it's going to be hard to predict. Wish you the best of luck as spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Club NV. He just took down Gumiho 3-0. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss player representing himself, currently teamless. Deserving to be on a team, though. Does deserve it. Has been patiently waiting this entire time for his opponent. And now he's here. It's the blue Protoss. It is Nightmare. Here we go. We have finally made it to the final series of the night. It's been a long one. It's been a long broadcast. But the end is nigh. Who will make it out on top here? Let's go. PvPs are finally upon us as we load into Hardlead. Again, shortest rush distance map in the map pool, well, tied for shortest rush distance map, I should emphasize, but typically does lead to aggression, is a quite an aggressive map here, does lead to some more all-ins, does lead into more aggressive styles in general. What I will say though is that in general, Creator, when we cast him in PvPs, isn't really too assertive, to be honest. We've seen a lot of late game, we've seen a lot of mid game, a lot of late game PvPs when Creator is involved, even with Nightmare. It's players, it's Korean protosses like Hero, like Classic. They're a lot more assertive, they're a lot more in your face. We've seen a lot of 1-base all-ins, 2-base all-ins from Hero, from Classic. Less so from Creator. Again, 2-gate opener to start with, setting up for an expansion. Likewise, 2-gate opener from Nightmare as well. Do have our Stalkers on the way, nothing too crazy, no additional depths. No initial sentry play either, just Stalkers for map control. Just to maintain control of hard lead, and we'll see what we follow up with. As Creator has been banking up resources and is going for that expansion, following up with double sentries, so a very safe follow-up. Again, sentries, they play a pivotal role in this matchup. We even have a sentry for Nightmare, just a sentry Stalker. So Nightmare will have a more robust army, but will still be able to scout. Again, hallucinations essentially give you, like, map hacks. They see everything. They confirm your opponent's tech, the timing of their natural base, whether they go into a Robo, Stargate, or Twilight Council. You can see everything that your opponent is up to as long as the hallucination isn't denied. And there is that expansion for both Creator and Nightmare. Nightmare coming in with a Probe Scout. He did get eyes on the tech. It is going to be a Robo follow-up. Again, a very safe follow-up here by Creator. With this, we can get into Immortal production. Fast Immortals from Creator. Meanwhile, Nightmare going for a much more standard opener, Twilight Council into Blink. Now, the difference here is that Blink Stalkers does mean that Nightmare has map control. He has control of the map, he can assert himself. More importantly, he can delay the third base. He can be active and delay the third while he takes his own. Ideally. We could even double down and throw down additional gateways. Meanwhile, there's the first Immortal from Creator. Is confirmed by the hallucination. Likewise, Creator, he dives into the main base and he also gets eyes on the Twilight Council, sees a blink, does confirm the upgrade. So just like that, Creator, he knows that he can't really contend against the Stalkers of his opponents. He knows that Nightmare has a more mobile army, and Creator's going to be chilling back at home. Building up those Immortals. Again, Immortals, they make up for your lack of Stalkers and your lack of Blink. Ooh, as we are going for a War Prism behind this. Okay, let's go. Prism is on the way. With this Prism, we can push, actually. Creator, he can move out. Probe, likewise, moving out as well, I imagine, for our Proxy Pylon. We only have 2 gateways behind this, so not too many reinforcements, but the Immortal does add quite a punch as the move out has been spotted. Nightmare, he sees all. He knows all. Likewise, Nightmare also vying for control of the Zelnaga. Back at home, Robo's on the way. We have a shield battery on the low ground, sentries for force fields. Stalkers are in position. And Creator, he is still pushing. Without War Prism, he's not going to stop. I spoke about how Creator usually goes for a longer macro game, but no, that is not the case here. Let's go. Twilight Council's on the way behind this for our own Blink, in case Creator doesn't break Nightmare. Good force fields. Blink isn't done. We're 10 seconds off. Shield battery goes down. Boys are being called. The overcharge does nothing. And we catch out 2 of those Stalkers. Only 1. Meanwhile, Nightmare, he blinks them forward. He can shut down the army. He goes for the Prism. Prism goes down. But that Immortal is doing so much damage to the army. This is going to be a costly trade. Nightmare, he will survive. He will clean this up, but he loses 12 probes. Takes a massive blow to his economy. He does survive. Nightmare taking a worker lead. And now he has to be ready for the counterattack because Nightmare is pushing. Sorry, Creator taking a worker lead. Nightmare going for a counterattack. War Prism behind this. He can take a third base as well as he pushes. I'm curious if he will. As Creator, bold move, goes for his own third. Can he hold on to it though? Can he survive? Nightmare, he pokes in, and he will check. Yeah, he will check the third base, and up! Will he go for it? Yeah, he will. Doing a double take. He's like, wait, hold up. Are you really taking a third? No shot. He does force a cancel. Again, cheeky move out of Creator. If Nightmare, if he didn't check, then he would have gone away with it. But keen eyes there out of Nightmare. Good game sense to make sure he does confirm. Now, Nightmare won't be able to break the natural base, but he can take a third. And there it is. Third base should be on the horizon for Nightmare. We spoke about this earlier. Because of the faster blink from Nightmare, that typically does lead into a faster third, which is now underway. And Creator is contained to 2 bases. Now, he is going for additional gateways behind this. That is true. He's going to 4 gates. Ooh, as Adepts they shade or they drop into the main. 2 Adepts they do one-shot probes. And they will pick off a handful of them. 2 probes go down. Stalkers, they poke in towards the natural, but they are deflected. And the question becomes, does Creator double down into a 2-base all-in, or do we just expand? And he's going for the expansion. Third base on the way. So, despite the aggressive start from Creator, we're settling into a 3-base setup for both players. We're just settling things in. Building up. We can see Creator catching up with Blink. Adepts, they drop back in. And thanks to this Adept Harass, remember earlier Creator, he had a worker lead. He had like a 6-worker lead. Not anymore. Nightmare is catching up. The lead isn't as large as it once was. And because of the faster third base, that will help Nightmare catch up even further. So the game is evening up in a sense. I say in a sense, there's still a window where Creator is lacking Blink. And on top of that, Creator, I believe, has an Immortal lead. Yeah, he has 3 Immortals compared to the 2 of Nightmare. So Creator, he has quite a bit of firepower available. Oh, Stalker, they do catch a pylon. But Nightmare's out of position. And Creator's pushing in. The goal here, deny the third. Can we deny the third base as Nightmare is racing back home? Creator threatening a push. But we have 3 Immortals on the high ground. We're ready for this. And we spot the army. We do spot the army. Nightmare triggering the shields on the Immortal. He has the high ground. He has the concave. Nice force fields. Gets a sentry and an adept. Creator, he rotates around. Nightmare, he keeps up. Gets the observer. Does snipe the observer at the same time. Adepts, they shade into the natural, and probes are going down. Shots have to line up. We dive on the army. Blink on 4. The Immortals are exposed. The prism goes down. And Creator, he gets caught with his pants down. Not the fight he was looking for. As Nightmare, if he can take down these Immortals, he can keep pushing. And he will. 1 Immortal remaining. A lot of shots going off. We go for the recall. GG gets called. And Nightmare will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. Again, a very aggressive style from Creator there. Very assertive, very in the face of Nightmare. Unfortunately, he was punished for his aggression. The defenses and the positioning just a little bit too good there by Nightmare. Able to shut Creator down and take advantage of his more mobile army. Again, with his Blink Stalkers, time and time again, he was just so good at sniping those prisms, at catching Creator out. GG. That is going to be game 1 in the books. But now we're getting into game number 2. Game number 2. And, oh, sorry. Nightmare with the lead. And can Creator fight back here as we're getting ready for Hecate as game 2. Let's go. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. Still plenty of games ahead of us. And what is interesting about PvP, even though Nightmare took the first game, a lot of it did come down to the build. The fact that Creator rushed into a fast Robo, into a fast Immortal push. Like, this build that Creator went for didn't really work out, and we will most likely never see that build again in tonight's series. Like, there's a lot of different ways to open up in PvP, and, you know, we don't have to rely on something like a fast Robo as we just saw. We should be seeing some more standard play, or maybe even proxies. Again, both players have a lot of builds up their sleeve. Oh, as it looks like there is a skin bug. Okay. We might have Creator make the matches, if that's the case. Gonna be remaking. Remaking, Bobby. Remaking. Okay. Letting him know. Letting Creator know that he can make all the games just in case. Because it looks like there is a skin bug that is affecting our players. Smooch. It's okay. It'll be fixed one day. Copium. For those that are curious what the bug is, I believe there's 2 different bugs. There's one where you don't have your regular skins that you otherwise would have on your army. There's also a UI bug where you get like a weird, I think you get like the Twitch UI by default, which is the purple one or the pink one. Just randomly appears. It even happens when you're laddering, which is lovely. But here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Club NV, down in this series, but looking to fight back, looking to bounce back here. It is Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss player, currently teamless, deserving to be on a team, as he does have a lead in the series. Can he extend it? Can he go all the way? It is Nightmare. Let's go. Scores. I fixed the score, Pappy. I fixed it. It's all good. It's all good. But true, the bias. I'm in control of the score. I make it what it is. Kappa. But thanks for letting me know. I did fix it. Did fix it out of game. As once again, we do have a double gate opener here, 2 gates set up here from our players. Nightmare racing across the map with a very early probe scout to make sure that Creator is on the up and up. There it is, 2 gateways here from Creator and double gateway from Nightmare. No one is bold enough to go for a bit of a max packs and go for a gate expand. That is not happening here on Hecate. Not going to be occurring here. And basically, we're just waiting to see a couple of different things. One, both pylons. Second pylon should be thrown down as no one is set up for a proxy. Likewise, waiting for our first couple of units. It is 2 gate, but we could be seeing 2 gate into double Stalker, double Adept, Stalker Adept, or even Stalker Sentry. Different openers do lead into different playstyles. We'll see where our players do go with this. Second pylons have been thrown down. Both players confirm, so they do fully know that there is no proxy. There is no proxy out on the map. Cybercore is done, and we can get into our units of choice. It's going to be double Stalker out of Creator, 2 games in a row, and Stalker Sentry from Nightmare. So again, double Stalker is a good way to just gain map control and really assert yourself. Stalker Sentry is much more defensive. We're going to be staying back at home and focusing on scouting. I mean, it makes sense. Nightmare has a lead, right? He has a lead in the series, and if you remember, last game, Creator did open up Robo, which was very unorthodox. So, Nightmare, he wants to make sure he's aware of what Creator is up to. With that scouting, with the hallucination. So again, Nightmare going to be chilling back at home. Creator going for his tech of choice, going for a Stargate. Okay, it is going to be a Stargate opener now. This is not an all-in. You can see that Creator, he's expanding behind this. But it is a delayed expansion in favor of Oracles. This is going to be for Oracle Harass, and ideally looking to take an economic lead here by killing some workers, getting some economic damage done, and getting further ahead that way. Meanwhile, Creator moving out with his Stalkers does run into the army of Nightmare, has to retreat. We can see that Nightmare, he just warped in and prioritized additional Stalkers and Sentries before going for his natural base. His natural is slightly later than that of Creator's. Hallucination Scout comes in, and Nightmare, he confirms the Stargate. Big scout there by Nightmare. He's now fully aware of the Oracle, and he should be getting ready with a shield battery in the main. Pylon is ready, shield battery at the natural for the time being, but again, he knows that his main base is vulnerable to Oracles, so we should be getting in position with additional Stalkers. Like, he knows what to look out for. Meanwhile, Creator, he also knows he got scouted, so the likelihood of Nightmare deflecting this Oracle is quite high, but Creator, he's doubling down. Bold's move, second Oracle on the way. Big commitment here from Creator. Now, 2 Oracles, they mean that even if there's a shield battery thrown down, won't matter. 2 Oracles, they one-shot probes. Shield battery cannot out-heal the DPS, the instant DPS of 2 Oracles. First Oracle is deflected. Stalkers are in position. We have Stalkers in the main, Sentries here at the natural. Initially, the Oracle doesn't do any damage, but remember, we have a big power spike with the second Oracle. The second Oracle does move out, and we should be joining forces. We should be bringing them together. Now you can see that, oh, we do reveal them actually. Adepts, they are being shut down. I believe the second Oracle was barely spotted by the hallucination. Not ideal here, as Nightmare now knows. Yeah, warping it defensively back at home. Stalkers, they zone away the Oracles. They do zone them away as we threaten that natural. Likewise, Adepts pushing out on the right-hand side. Oracles, they dip in. They dip in, they get 3 probe kills already. Good damage, and both Oracles, they do make it out. They do survive, just barely. Creator behind this, while he's dealing economic damage, he takes a third. Straight into that third base, straight into that third nexus. Nightmare one step behind with his own third timing, and falling behind in the workers. Now, the advantage that Nightmare has is faster blink. He has slightly faster blink compared to his opponent. Has a higher army supply when it comes to Stalkers, larger Stalker army. So he can try to leverage that. Robo's on the way, third base still being taken. I'm waiting for additional gateways to see if we commit. Otherwise, we may just try to play this out and try to catch up from behind. Yeah, as we do see Creator going for the Forge, so he's going to be doubling down on Mass Stalker. Forge is for +1. Meanwhile, we do see Nightmare throwing down additional tech, throwing down, I believe, the Robo. There we go. Robo is thrown down. We can get into Immortal production, into Observers, of course. Forge for Nightmare has been delayed in favor of the Robo. So there's a bit of a give and take here. With Creator, he will have faster upgrades. Nightmare has access to Immortals to make up for that. Which is probably a good idea, considering that Creator has the better economy. Yeah, Blink Stalkers going for charge behind it, committing to a gateway-heavy composition of Stalkers and Zealots. Nightmare still not taking that direction yet. He should, but he's not quite there yet. So we're getting into our own gateway explosion. There we go. Charge is now on the way. Again, slightly behind the upgrades of Creator. I mean, in general, in a lot of ways, Nightmare is slightly behind Creator. With upgrades, with economy. Creator going straight for the 4th as well. Looking to extend his lead. And this is the kind of game that I'm used to from Creator. Like, Game 1 was very unorthodox. Like, Game 2, here on Hecate, more often than not, we see this from Creator in PvPs, where he just, like, takes a small lead, gets an economic lead, and he just chills back at home. Gets a 3rd, gets a 4th, maxes out, takes up into Archons, eventually into Disruptors. And Creator just takes a more macro approach. And typically when Nightmare faces off against Creator, he kind of like meets him where he's at. Doesn't necessarily go for all-ins, but does play macro as well. So he does push in towards the left-hand side. He sees the 4th, he wants to punish it. He wants that 4th base. Decent force fields. Reinforcements are on the way. And Nightmare, he does have a Stalker lead. Double the Stalker count for Nightmare, actually. As he has not been skipping those warp ins. Charge isn't done. Oh, slow loss. They're coming in. They're waddling in. They try to engage here with Nightmare. Good blink slow. We shut down the Stalkers. We shut down the Prism. The Oracle even. As eventually Nightmare is forced back. Ooh, bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. Yeah, now we have Charge. Charge did kick in for Creator, chasing down those Stalkers as the dust does settle. We did go blow for blow. Nightmare killing 9 Stalkers, Creator got 11. At least Nightmare was able to shut down the Oracles as he's taking his own 4th base behind this. Again, Nightmare, he's down 10 workers. Ay, ay, ay. But can he outposition Creator? We do have a big Zealot counterattack being set up, but he runs into a pylon. Creator, he does spot it. Will be able to rotate over. It will keep up with the movement of Nightmare. Likewise, Nightmare pushing towards the left. Runs into the Zealots. Good kiting so far, but Creator's own Stalkers are on the way. And Nightmare is going to be forced back. Which means Creator, he gets away with his 4th, he gets away with his economy. And that is soon reflected in the size of the army, as Creator is getting further ahead in the supply. Now, there are comeback mechanics here in PvP. There are a couple. One is Dark Templar, DTs. The other is Disruptors with their Purification Novas. And the third, the hardest one, is to outposition your opponent with Blink Stalkers. Blink Stalkers are very mobile, and ooh, we do get caught out. Oh, as Creator, he collapses on the army. Does catch Nightmare out. Zealots breaking through the defensive line. Yeah, getting on top of those Stalkers. Nightmare, he does have to retreat. But again, vision can be difficult to maintain in PvP, and there's a chance where Nightmare could go for a rotation, slip into a fourth or the natural or even the main, and catch Creator out of position and do a lot of damage. Again, things can pop off very quickly in PvP. Speaking of, Zealots get in. They get into the main base, forcing some reinforcements. At the same time, we do have a massive counterattack here at the fourth. And Creator, he's out of position. As we just mentioned, Nightmare, he pops off. He does hit the fourth base. It's going to go down the mineral line as well. At the same time, Zealots still wreaking havoc in the main. And probes are falling left and right. Creator, though, looking for a surround. Comes in from behind, trying to catch out this army. But he won't be able to. Nightmare, he gets the hell out of there. And he has dealt a massive blow to the economy. 25 probes go down. Creator trying to catch the Stalkers, trying to come in for a surround, but Creator, he gets surrounded, he gets out positioned. Stalkers falling left and right, but here comes the Zealots. Zealots, they come in for the surround. Oh, Nightmare, this may be too much. Yeah, he's bleeding out a lot of Stalkers, and Nightmare does not have an army behind this. Doesn't have reinforcements, and losing too much. The surround was worth it for Creator. And you can see Nightmare plummet in supply. Yes, Nightmare, he's ahead in workers, that's true. But what about the army? What about the army here? As it looks like the attack from Nightmare was his downfall. We dive on top of the shield, but we deny the overcharge. Nightmare trying desperately to hold on here in his main, but he loses the natural. As I say that, we do back off. Creator gonna be retreating. Catching out some Zealots. Doesn't want to get surrounded. Likewise, Nightmare blinking on forward. Gets an Archon. But won't get much else. Yeah, bleeding out so much. And he should lose these bases. I mean, Creator, he doesn't care about the bases. He wants to go for the kill. Creator, he wants to go for the throat. As he's blinking well here against the army. Just +2 Stalkers all around. Creator down in the Stalker count, actually. And there we go. He does peel off a couple of Zealots. Collapses on the Stalkers. Moves out towards that third base. Creator, Nightmare, he's barely holding on. But he's still falling further behind in the supply. There's only so much he can do, especially in the mirror matchup. We lock down the Stalkers. We stutter step forward with the whole position micro. Nightmare is trying to come in from behind, but the Archons, they've arrived. Archon's not ideal against Stalkers, as they do get outranged. Can Nightmare pull this apart? Overcharge is popped. Uh-oh. Overcharge is popped. We do trade well. We take down an Archon. But this flank has been cleaned up. Nightmare, though, blinking so well. Does take a slight supply lead here. Zealots, they trickle in. Again, we're focusing on those Archons. Creator bleeding out a lot of Stalkers. Nightmare is pulling this off. No shot. He was down 30 supply. He was down 30 supply. GG gets called. Nightmare, he holds on. I can't believe it. And with that, he takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Boppy. Oh my god. Nightmare with very meticulous micro there towards the end, using the overcharge, pulling the army apart, dragging the attention towards the third base, and more importantly, buying time. Because Creator refused to go for the fringe bases, Nightmare was doing a great job buying time there, allowing his fringe bases to mine, of course, to reinforce, to get more warp-ins going. Time was working against Creator because Nightmare, he was up 20 workers. Remember, he was up 20 probes. Creator was the one that was all in. And Nightmare, he barely bought enough time. GG. I'm impressed. Oh my god. GG, well played. Let's just for a bit of context. Remember how I said we were up 30 supply? The red line is Creator. Creator, he is the red line. He was up heavily in supply there for so long in those final moments. And it slipped away. Did slip away, did slip through his fingers. GG. Very impressive. They're just talking about the game. They're talking about the game right now. They're discussing amongst themselves. Hold on, I'm trying to Google Translate. What are they saying? Yeah, creator. He's saying like, oh, like he was so far ahead. And yeah, he's explaining that obviously he was all in. Like he's like creator. He's like explaining himself. GG. Nightmare. He's consoling him. But yeah, basically. Yeah, I think creator. He's saying that like if only he didn't move out, right? Like. Creator, he was so far ahead. If only creator, which is correct by the way, in saying that like if only he didn't move out, if only he wasn't caught out on the map. He's referring to the moment when Nightmare went for the prism drop into the main and also hit the fourth base at the same time, and he forced you all in at a creator, right? He killed 25 probes, killed the base. Creator talking about just how he was caught out of position there, and that led into the snowball effect, led into the outcome of that game. And here we go. Now we're getting into game number 3. Let's go. Potentially the final game of the series. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, of Golden Aura, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Club NV, down in this series. He needs to fight back here and now to make a series out of this, to try to force the ace match. The pressure is on. It is a creator. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss player. He's currently teamless, but leading the series 2-0. Unomas, one more win is all he needs. He was down in that game, by the way. He was in a really rough position in game 2, but he bounced back. Can he be stopped? It is Nightmare. Let's go. I'm catching up in the chats. Why is your cam screen paused? Yeah, it's not frozen. I mentioned before, I'll mention it briefly here. Again, usually I'm casting from Australia. I'm native to Australia, for those that are unaware. I'm usually casting there. But I did travel to Poland for IEM Katowice, and I'm staying for an extra month. I'm staying for an extra month in Poland post IEM Katowice. And as a result, I do not have a webcam. I'm casting from a laptop. I don't have my regular setup. I'm casting from a laptop. I'm laddering from a laptop as well. Which is why I sound a little bit different. There is a difference in mic quality and sound and everything else. So if you've been noticing a bit of a difference in stream quality over the past couple of weeks, that is why, as I've been casting and streaming from a laptop. But I do not have a webcam, unfortunately, which is why I use a screenshot. It's a beautiful screenshot. What do you mean? It's perfect. It encapsulates all that I am. I'm an animal. A shout out to Nish. A shout out to the StarCraft Observer, as he's the one that took the screenshot, and he made a meme out of it. And I had to use it after he made it, of course. Had to use it. Let's go. He put in a lot of work as well. He made it transparent. Like, I don't know if you can tell, it is a transparent screenshot, which means I can change the background as well. Put in a lot of work. Big shout out to Nish. Big shout out. If you don't know who the StarCraft Observer is, he's the TikTok StarCraft guy, basically. Makes all the TikToks about StarCraft. Lovely. As we're getting to our openers, it's going to be 2-gate opener here from Creator, 2-gate opener out of Nightmare as well. We've loaded into Golden Aura for the first time the entire night. A very short rush distance by ground map, very aggressive by nature. And Creator, he is going for a very fast Twilight Council. Uh-oh. And show us what we got as we're going for one base all in. Creator, blink-based opener, 3rd gateway is on the way, the 4th gateway in production here across the map. It is going to be proxy to reinforce. And this is what we expect to be seeing on Golden Aura. Again, because of the short rush distance by ground, does lead to a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins. Pylon has been thrown down, soon to be a gateway. Nightmare going for an economic opener, going for a 2-gate into an expand. He's still in the dark. Nightmare, he comes in! Hallucination Scout, big scout here for Nightmare. He confirms the lack of base, confirms the 3rd gateway, and the Twilight Council. He knows. He knows what's going on. He has the information he needs. Shield battery is on the way. Nightmare is going to be the defender. Creator, he's all in. Again, it's going to be a 4-gate blink all in from Creator. 4-gate, 1 base blink all in, I should emphasize. It's all or nothing for Creator. Either he's able to extend this series or it all ends here. And Nightmare takes it. We have some Stalkers counterattacking across the map. Bold move by Nightmare, not having them at home to defend. Shield battery is done. Overcharge is available. Oh, pylons are under fire. He's going for the production. No shot. He's going for the pylon. Forces the defensive warp in. The pylon under fire. Is it going to go down? It is. Oh, barely not. As again, we force defensive Stalkers. We forced out another pylon as well to repower everything just in case. Good move by Nightmare. And Creator's pushing in. He's pushing in. Spreading a shade into the main. Force fields are thrown down. Good blinks here by Creator. Hasn't lost a Stalker yet. You can see the units lost here. No one losing anything outside of the probe. Again, this will all come down to the control, to the micro of our players as we dive in. Blink on forward, we focus down the Stalker one after the other. Where's the overcharge? Alas, we do not have it. As we are one-shotting units, the Immortal has arrived. Holding on to the overcharge, but the shield battery gets focused down. But with the help of this Immortal, we will force this back. Boys have been pulled. A backup shield battery on the way. Again, Nightmare, he's almost got a second Immortal. As we dive in, we focus down the Immortal. Ay, ay, ay. Nightmare bleeding out a lot of units. Losing another Stalker and another. The Immortal comes out just in time. Looking at the units lost. 7 for 7. And ideally we want to build up the Immortal counts. Shield battery is back. We have the overcharge. We do have it available. And basically we're holding on to it to save the Immortal. That's the purpose. That's the goal here. If Creator ever dives on the Immortal, we can try to save it. Does trigger the shields. Shields are triggered. Oh, that Stalker count getting insanely high. Immortal's being focused. There's the overcharge. We do save the Immortal. A second Immortal has arrived. Shields are triggered. Good control out of Creator. Again, he has 15 Stalkers to the 2 of Nightmare. Goes for the Hallucination. Oh my god. That's huge. Can he bait a shot? Oh, he will not. We focus on one of the Immortals. We go for the second as well. Yeah, the Immortals, they fall one after the other, and Creator, he has done it. He's broken the natural base. There's only Hallucination and a couple of sentries left. And Creator, he is fighting back. We do have another Immortal coming in, though. But it's on its own. It's so exposed. We depower the shield battery. We still have 15 Stalkers left. And we dive on the final Immortal. And Creator, he's snowballing out of control, breaking into the main base. GG gets called, and Creator, he will fight back in this series, putting a point on the board. Making a series out of this. GG. Let's go. Oh, GG, well played. Again, really nice control out of Creator. Again, very attentive to detail as he was constantly triggering those shields. Very, very fine micro there from Creator, just triggering the shields of the Immortals time and time again, and making sure that the Immortal count was never able to really bank up, as we were able to stop them from building up. At one point there were 2 Immortals towards the end, that's true, but only ever 2, and we maintained our Stalker count, we maintained our Stalker lead. GG. And again, with that, the series continues. With that, Creator, he fights back. He fights back here for the first time. And I want to believe that we can even force an ace match. Ooh. Can we go all the way to game number 5? We're here to find out, Bobby. We're here to find out. As it looks like our players are asking for a small break. I don't. It's been a long night. Again, it's been 6 hours. It's been 6 hours, Papi. Oh my god, it's been a very long night of StarCraft. But our players are asking for a moment here to catch their breath. Again, I do not blame them whatsoever. But it looks like we have asked for a 3 to 5 minute break. 3 to 5 minutes here. We are more than happy to accommodate. So we're going to take a break as well. We're going to take a break as well. If you're in the chat, take this moment to hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, drain your disruptors, tuck in your tempests, tuck them in, and marinate your marauders. In 4 to 5 minutes, we're going to be back. 3 to 5 minutes, we're going to be back here with the remainder of this series with game number 4 to determine, will Nightmare win it all, or will Creator force the ace match? See you guys soon. Ha! See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we have returned with the continuation of our series. We're loading into Oceanborn. As we continue, we end our best of 5 decider match here in this Showmatch group, the GSL group that we have since made. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our South Green Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Club NV. Down in this series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss, representing himself, one game away from winning it all, from claiming this best of 5 and claiming second place in this Showmatch series. It is Nightmare. Again, Bunny has already come out in first place. Gumiho was knocked down in 4th. And this is a battle for 2nd and 3rd. Again, a lot of money on the line here. 100 USD on the line as a difference between these two players. Those who are curious, the winner of this series walks away with 200 USD. The loser walks away with 100 USD. Pretty good payout nonetheless, but a pretty big difference as well. Literally double. Double your money, pal. Double it. As Nightmare is going to be opening up with a 2-gate opener, so is Creator. So far, openers are looking quite standard. Probe scouting across the map, just to confirm that there is no hidden pylon, that there is no one base all in. Just confirming. And there is the second pylon for Nightmare. Likewise, second pylon being thrown down for Creator as well. They are on the way. And we're waiting for our first students of choice. Once the Cybercore is done, we can go double Adept, double Stalker, Stalker Sentry, or even Stalker Adept as well. Different combinations leading into different things. And there it is for the first time this series, double Adept from Creator. Let's go. Creator going to be the aggressor. We do see Nightmare opening up very defensively with a Stalker Sentry-based opener instead, which means he won't be active on the map, which means these Adepts will make their way across the map successfully and threaten the bases of Nightmare. The way this works, 2 Adepts, 1-shot probes. They 1-shot workers, so these 2 Adepts are going to be posing quite a threat to the mineral line of Nightmare. Nightmare, he has to be on top of walling off, of defending, and we're doubling down. We're opening up 2 Adept into a 3rd and 4th Adept. We could even go into a 5th and 6th Adept thereafter as well. So Creator is moving out. Meanwhile, back at home, Nightmare going for an economic opener, going to be expanding. Likewise, so it's Creator. He did not go for a Stargate as a follow-up. There are some players like Hero, for example, even Creator, where you can open up double Adept into Stargate Oracle, so just mass harassment. That is not going to be the case from Creator. Not yet, at least. Hallucination comes in, and Adepts are moving out. And the Hallucination is basically trying to confirm whether or not there is a Stargate and how committed the aggression is. As we have 4 Adepts, and we are indeed going for the 5th and 6th. A lot of Adepts on the way. We do confirm at least 2 of them here back at home. Creator behind this going for a Robo. Very interesting. This looks like a War Prism. So Creator, he can threaten Adept Shades, and if with this Robo, if he goes into a War Prism first, he can ferry and juggle these Adepts and drop them into the main and bypass the wall. And he's gone up to 8. Oh my god. A very committed 8 Adept opener. Now, going up to 8 Adepts means that you can focus down the building. If Nightmare tries to wall off with a shield battery, then the amount of Adepts we have can DPS down that shield battery and break their way into the natural as well. That's a lot of firepower here the Creator has. There we go. The Adepts have been revealed. And we need to throw down something a little bit beefier. There it is. The Gateway gets thrown down instead. Good Sim City out of Nightmare. He leaves enough room for a Gateway. Otherwise, we could break in. So Gateway's on the way. Adepts a shade in towards the natural. No workers whatsoever here. Nightmare heavily oversaturating the main base, keeping his workers safe and sound. Respecting the Adepts. And here comes that Prism, as we mentioned. Ooh, but 2 Adepts get in. Nightmare with a counter aggression gets 4 probes across the map. Very nicely done. Very good damage dealt. At the same time being very proactive, dives on top of the army, gets an Adept. We try to shade in, but we do not commit. And as we mentioned before, this Prism can allow these Adepts to bypass the wall and get into the main. That's going to be the goal here for Creator. Again, very committed. Blink is halfway done, by the way. Creator working towards Immortals behind this to make up for his lack of Blink. Adepts are being forced back. We get 2 Adepts into the main. We can warp in as well, as the Stalkers are being dragged out of position. And what do we have in the main base to defend? We have 2 Stalkers. And they barely are unable to keep up. We get into the middle line. Probes are going down. At least 1. We get 2, 3, 4 probes going to be falling at the same time. We shade into the natural as well, targeting down as many workers as possible. The force fields will make things a little bit awkward here. We will clean up these Adepts. We get 11 probe kills. 11 probes go down. And with that, Creator, he takes a hefty worker lead. He has the better economy now. And he's building up Immortals to defend against the counter push. The counter aggression. And here comes Nightmare. Looking at the armies, he has 11 Stalkers. He has 3 Sentries for force fields. Force fields are actually going to be really important because there's no blink. There's no blink available here for Creator, so we cannot get out of those force fields. We cannot escape, at least not without the War Prism. And the War Prism is stuck in the top left-hand corner of the map. And we're pushing in. Shields are triggered, second Immortal comes down, so we dive on top of the first. Overcharge is popped, and can we get the Immortal? We barely can, but not for free. A lot of Stalkers go down in the process. 3 Stalkers for 1 Immortal. Overcharge is running out. And Nightmare, if he gets high ground vision, he can dive into the main. But again, we have a backup shield battery in the main base. We're up to 2 Immortals already. Creator, he's holding. He's holding, he's surviving. And Nightmare instead takes a third. He knows he cannot break his opponent, but he can contain. So may as well, instead if we can't kill any workers, get ahead in another way, try to make, or try to outproduce Creator with that worker count. So this is a good way to catch back up, as Creator is still ahead. And we'll soon catch up with Blink. Blink is on the way. Behind this, Prism is recalled back home. And Nightmare will pull back. Does end up pulling back here. More gateways being thrown down. And Creator, he's not expanding. He's not expanding. He's throwing down additional gateways. We could just double down into a 2-base all-in. And that's what we're doing. That is what we're doing here. How many gateways do we have? We're 4, soon to be 5. And the gateways are getting operational. 6 gates in total here for Creator. No third in sight. We're reinforcing with the War Prism. We're moving out across the map. It's now going to be on Nightmare to defend. And this is going to be a tough hold. Again, Creator up in army supply. He's up in Immortals, up in Stalkers. He has the War Prism to reinforce and the War Prism to juggle and keep those Immortals safe as well. He has so much micro potential. But he is pushing into shield batteries. Again, the Overcharge can come in clutch. Good blinks at Nightmare. Takes down a Stalker. Saves his own. Creator rotating around. Avoiding those shield batteries. Again, Blink is done for both players. Nightmare, oh, bleeding out some Stalkers. Yeah, rough trade there for Nightmare, but the armies, they do clash. Overcharge still not spent. Nightmare holding on to it. Holding on to the Overcharge. The base taking a lot of hits, a lot of damage. Yeah, the armies are going to be engaging. Overcharge is popped. We do pop the Overcharge. The Immortal's out of range. Not like this. The Immortal not being supported. We dive on top of the Prism. The Prism goes down. And it looks like Nightmare, can we barely break through? We take down an Immortal, but there's still one left. Yeah, the concave is real. And the armies, they do bounce off each other. Nightmare losing 13 probes in the defense. Bleeding out a lot of units. Both armies are pretty comparable. They're very close. Creator up in Stalkers. Up in Economy even. But Nightmare has a third. So Creator, he's still all in. Nightmare just has to survive a little bit longer. Trying to get those warpins underway. We see Creator coming in from behind, shading into the natural. Shading into the main. And he does get in. Gets into the main base, snipes the third base as well, and Nightmare, he's being pulled apart. Probes are going down. Third base, the one lead that he had is now gone. And Creator is snowballing out of control. He breaks the army, gets on top of the Immortals. No Overcharge because there's no Nexus. And we are looking to force that ace match. The Immortal going ham. Again, the shield batteries, they do nothing. They're soaking some shots. Another Immortal comes in for Nightmare. He's trying his hardest here to hold on. Trying to force this back, but the concave is just too good. Boys are being pulled. And Creator, he is doing it. He has done it. He's forcing the ace match. We're going the distance here in the final series of the night. We are forcing that final game. As Nightmare, he barely has an army. Workers rallying into their deaths. Adepts in the main base were finally cleaned up. And Creator, he's going for the kill. Again, we do have an overcharge, barely holding on at the natural base. Nightmare, he's holding. He's holding on. But again, the numbers, they do not lie. As long as Creator controls well with these Stalkers, he should be able to outpace Nightmare here. Yeah, we dive on the Immortal, we focus it down. Focus down the Immortal. Another Immortal has arrived. Can we somehow force this back? We will. We force back the army. We wait for reinforcements. Yeah, now Creator can go for the dive. Blinks back, actually. But yeah, Stutter stepping forward. And there's nothing left. We're down to 3 Stalkers. Now 2, now 1. GG gets called. And Creator, he will tie things up 2-2. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. GG. We are going the distance here all the way to the final game of this series. It all ends on Alcyone. GG, well played. Again, it was a risky move for Creators to go for, or to commit to Adepts the way that he did, but he was able to make it worth his while. He was able to kill so many workers, dropping into the main, shading into that natural base as well. Able to do so much and able to survive the counterattack as well, as he had such a hefty Immortal count. And that led into a 2-base all-in. It was a risky maneuver from Creator to go for the 2-base all-in, hoping that maybe Nightmare was being too greedy, hoping that maybe Nightmare was caught off guard. Nightmare, he did scout the all-in, but barely wasn't able to hold on. Again, the initial fight was really brutal. If you remember, the initial fight at the 3rd base, it was really unfortunate that Creator, his initial Immortals were out of range of the Overcharge. Overcharge was popped, but the Immortals, they were a little bit too far out. They were not supported. They were focused down quite quickly. So they weren't as impactful as they otherwise should have been in that first fight. And you could see Creator just gaining momentum over time there. Again, Nightmare, his shield batteries weren't as useful as they otherwise could have been. And with that, we're now getting into the final game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Club NV, clawing his way back into this, fighting back, forcing the ace match. He was down 2-0, by the way. He was down 2-0, and now we have game 5. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss, the Blue Protoss, currently teamless, deserving to be on a team. The Blue Protoss, it is Nightmare. Again, he's been so close. He was leading 2-0, and it has been slowly slipping away. Creator, the comeback has been real. And can he go the distance? Can Creator pull off the reverse sweep? Very difficult to do, very difficult to pull off, but it's within his sights. As we're opening up standard. 2-gate opener from Creator, 2-gate opener from Nightmare. Creator very quick to scouts, gets across the map. Does get eyes on both gateways. Making sure that Nightmare doesn't do anything too crazy. Making sure that we are looking good. Just making sure. Oh, sorry, just double checking something. As we're getting into openers, okay, so outside of the earlier scouts, there hasn't really been too much deviation. We do see Creator opening up once again. Oh, let's go. Once again, a double adept opener. We'll see if Creator does double down. We'll be getting into that adept production. Meanwhile, behind this, we do have Nightmare opening up double Stalker. Sorry, Stalker Sentry into double Stalker, and Creator's committing. Very similar to last game. We open up with Adepts, and we follow up with even more Adepts as well. Now, last game, if you remember, Creator, he went up to 8 Adepts, followed it with a Robo, went for the Warp Prism into the main, and of course found some damage. We'll see if Creator commits again, or if he does have other plans. We don't have to go into a Robo, we could even go for a Stargate. For now, Adepts say Threatened Shades, Hallucination zooming across the map, and there it is. We have 4 Adepts, we have the 5th and 6th Adept on the way. Looking very similar to last game. Ooh, as the Adepts are caught out, sustaining a bit of damage. Target firing is real. There's the Robo. Same build. Straight up. Same build as last game from Creator. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. Now, we'll see how Nightmare does respond to this. How he does change up his style. I mean, so far he has been more proactive, and he has been quite assertive here on these Adepts. Getting a lot of damage done on them already. Forcing them back. Behind this, we're going for a Twilight Council, working towards Blink. And Nightmare, he does have map control. Does maintain it. Ooh, as 6 Adepts have arrived, and we do shade in. We collapse on the Stalkers. Blink isn't done. We will be able to focus at least one of them down. These are still rough trades for Creator. He gets 1 Stalker, going for another. He will get 2, but the Stalker count is just snowballing out of control. Nightmare, he breaks through. Oh, the recall. We do recall just in time. For those that are wondering, the recall was just on the gas geysers, so on the steam vents, so we actually didn't see. We actually could not see the Adepts, so we couldn't attack. Just blocking Nightmare away from the vision. Away from even seeing what was on the other side of those steam vents. As Creator, he does manage to escape, and behind this, not a Warp Prism, going for an Immortal. A safe response here from Creator. Rushing into Immortal production. And he does need it, because the Stalkers, they are trying to break through. That is the Immortal has arrived. Good force fields, we pick off a Stalker. Would you get 1? Behind this, Nightmare going for his own Robo, waiting for Blink to kick in. Chroning out his probes. Was Nightmare, he almost gets caught out, but will retreat. Does survive. And Creator, he is making non-stop Immortals here. Going for his Twilight Council. Okay, going for a bit of a longer game. He's moving out with his army, but again, he's taking up behind this. Working on that next step. As from here, again, the game is going to be calming down. The aggression app's decided we're calming things down. We do see Creator taking a 3rd base, the first to take a 3rd. Nightmare staying on 2 bases here, a little bit more concerned about the counterattack. We have 2 more gates on the way, going up to 4 gateways. To counteract that, again, Creator, he's staying on 2 gateways, which is why he could afford the faster 3rd. So, greed here from Creator. Safetiness from Nightmare. I'm assuming it's safetiness, but, I mean, we'll see if we just avoid the 3rd. Nah, it should be on the way. Yeah, it should be on the way here for Nightmare. Yeah, just really safe play here. Not quite going to pay off. Hallucination does confirm the 3rd base. Nightmare, he knows he's behind in the 3rd base timing. And he's going to have to try to play catch-up. As he does throw his own 3rd down. Again, these additional gateways not quite worth it yet. He can just focus on warp-ins and try to go for a push. He could try to punish the 3rd of Creator. As Nightmare does have a higher Stalker count. Oh, never mind. Okay, we are going to be skipping warp-ins, and we are going for a Bay. We're rushing into Disruptors. That is the way to come back. And it gets scouted. Creator, he comes in with Hallucination. He does get eyes on the base, fully aware of the Disruptors. And what is our response? Do we get into our own Disruptors? Or do we just double down on Stalker production? We're even going to Phoenixes. We are here to find out. But again, big scout, big movement there from Creator. He's aware of what's going on, and he's doubling down, throwing down as many gateways as he can. There's a 5-gate explosion, 7 gates in total. That's going to be a lot of Blink Stalkers. Let me tell you. That is going to be a lot of Stalkers available. 4th base is on the way. We're going for a longer game. Okay. Creator going to be the first to take that fourth. Nightmare building up that disruptor count. Checking his vision. He hasn't seen the fourth yet. Not yet, at least. As Creator is moving out. He's moving out, rotating around. He's going to be knocking down these rocks, making it easier to defend that fourth. Just to secure himself, does confirm the disruptors as well. He's fully aware of what's happening. And it is risky to play against disruptors without your own. Not impossible. The goal here for Creator is to just outmaneuver Nightmare. The disruptors, they do pack quite a punch, but they're also quite vulnerable. They're very vulnerable units here. They can be caught out. Likewise, Nightmare has to be very careful with how and when he does use the Novas. As he does have a finite amount as well. And here we go, Creator, he is pushing. Charge is almost done. Hallucination comes in for a scout. We'll see everything. We have a couple of Stalkers in position to deny it. But for the most part, we get eyes on what we need to see. As there we go. Creator moves out on the right-hand side. He did spot the fourth base, and that's exactly what he's going for. His goal here is to deny the fourth and maintain his economic lead. And Nightmare, he's out of position. Adepts, they shade in towards the natural. They drag the Stalkers over, which means the fourth base is going to be cancelled. A big win here for Creator. Can't be the opening. Can't be the wall. Nova's going off. We don't connect. And that was a kill. Ooh, that was a kill on the Nexus. Not a cancel. 5 probes go down. We do see Nightmare coming in from behind. Trying to catch out this army. But the Concave is too good. Creator, he was in position. He was ready for him. As he catches even more workers. Nightmare coming in. Again, shows those Novas. Nightmare, he's down in supply, but he can still take a fight. He can still make this work. As there it is. We have the Bale on the way. Creator now getting into his own disruptors, working in that direction. We are going to see some Nova on Nova action. Ball on ball action? Yeah. PvP. Let's go. As here come those disruptors. Nova goes off. Oh, big connections. Ooh, on the Zealots. Stalkers, they also take some hits as well. Not a bad start here for Nightmare. Does connect with the Novas. Is breaking through. Getting on top of the Immortal as well. The Novas, once again, they connect with the Sentries. And Nightmare, he takes a decisive fight. Shuts down Creator. Immortals are on the way. Disruptors are getting caught out. But again, we connect with the Immortals and the Zealots as well. Oh my god. And again, Nightmare, he can handle his balls like no other. Ah, it's beautiful. As he pushes on forward, catches another Immortal. Reinforcements are on the way. They are in production, trying desperately to hold on here. Nightmare, he goes for the Zealots, takes them down with those Novas, and Creator, he falls behind in supply. But what does Creator have? He has a better economy. He has a fourth base up and running. Nightmare still doesn't have his. It's still on the way, as we are getting it saturated. Creator, he's got his gases. He's making 2 disruptors at a time with double rover production. So fun fact, even though Nightmare has a lead in disruptors, Creator is going to be catching up with a better economy and better production as a result. So Creator, he is still in this. And we have yet to see his own disruptors. His own Novas, Pappy. Show us what you got. This is still back and forth. Disruptors amassing back at home. Alright, amassing here. Does he get a disruptor? Oh, he gets one! Good pick off. Bit of an overextension there by Nightmare. Zealot drop into the main, gets cleaned up. Zealot's going to be reinforcing here the front lines. Now what's important here is I believe Nightmare hasn't seen the production. He doesn't know that his opponent is also working on disruptors, so the first wave may catch him by surprise. Yeah, we do see Creator, he has a disruptor lead. He's pushing in. Does have a supply lead in general. Let's go off. Up. We do avoid the first shot. Connects with the Immortal. take it down. Shaving off a couple of zelts as well. This Creator just dancing with the army. Likewise, so is Nightmare. Creator getting ready for a big zealot counterattack towards the north. As the Stalkers are going to be engaging. The game is going to be slowing down from here. We're calming things down, Papi. Just a little bit. It's going to be denied. So you get another warp in. Again, a very tense moment. This still just comes down to the purification novas. Who catches who? Who has the better disruptor control? Nova goes off. Almost does connect with the novas or with the disruptors. As Nightmare being quite cavalier here. Being very adventurous, will be losing one disruptor already. Nightmare, calm down, Papi. Again, 4-6. Creator still has that lead. They're exposed. He's going for it. He's going for the dive. We dive on top of them. One goes down. We get a second. The Novas, some of them will connect. We focus down every single disruptor. A big catch there by Nightmare. At the same time, Creator pushing in towards the left. But we have defensive disruptors. We had them. Oh my god, but we're going to be trading out. Both players bleeding out all their disruptors. Overcharge is popped. Nightmare, he will hold. Oh, a big connection. As we try to recall back home. Disruptor gets targeted. Again, a very chaotic moment for both players. Creator got caught, and then Nightmare got caught out. Both players down to one disruptor left. Army's going to be clashing. Creator with the high ground, but he will lose that base. Sixth base is denied. And the armies will back off. Will back off here. Likewise, Creator also looking to deny the low ground base of Nightmare. Looking to deny the Nexus. Won't quite be able to. Oof. Never does connect. What's scary here is that Creator, he's on 3, 4, 5, 6. He's on a 6 base economy, soon to be 7. He's double expanding. Nightmare down on bases, down on economy. Never's going off. Forcing him back at the same time. Oh, we did have a run by, but was dealt with. The disruptors. We dive on forward. Oh, big Nova does connect. Nightmare getting punished. He will take down 2 disruptors, but at what cost? The cost of a lot of stalkers. You can see Creator trying to collapse on this. Yeah, blinks on forward. Only fighting with part of his army, though. Nightmare, you can try and take this, but we're coming from behind. Big connections here. We collapse on the Immortals, on the Stalkers as well. Oh my god! Massive detonations, and Nightmare, he's being overwhelmed. He's being overwhelmed by Creator. There's just too much red Protoss here. The Novas are too good. The economy as well. We have DTs. The Dark Templar, they get some free shots in, and it looks like Creator, he has done it. I can't believe it. He was down 2-0, but the reverse sweep is real. Something not often done in best of 5s. GG gets called, and Creator, he brings it all back, taking game 3, 4, and 5 in a row, and he will be taking down Nightmare. GG. Comes out on top in this best of 5. Congratulations. Creator had a really hard time here at the start of the series. Had a really hard time. GG, well played. Congratulations to Creator. Again, game 1 and game 2 were brutal, especially after game 2. Like, Creator, I mentioned before that he was like typing a lot in the chats. Like, he was looking a little bit distraught after game number 2, and things were looking dire, but he bounced back in the end. Congratulations here. Despite a really rough start, like not just in this series, but in general. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's switch our scenes over for some context. Now, what I meant was, you can see at the start of the night, in the upper bracket, Bunny took down Creator 3-0. He 3-0'd Creator at the start of the night. things were not looking too hot for Creator after that. It was devastating, especially because Gumiho versus Nightmare was so close. I was like, oh, this doesn't bode well. But after an extended break for Creator, remember, we focused and we casted Nightmare vs. Bunny, which was a very long best of 7. It was like a 2-hour series. After that, then we delved into Gumiho versus Creator, and Creator, he did bounce back. He was able to look dominant himself against Gumiho, redeeming himself after what happened against Bunny. And here in the final series, in that best of 5, it was still not cut and dry either. It was still a very close back and forth. GG, well played. A shout out to all the players that competed tonight. A shout out to everyone involved. Not just our reigning champions, not just Bunny and Creator, but a shout out to Nightmare and Gumiho as well. Again, they all performed beautifully. If you weren't here at the start of the night, I don't blame you. It was 7 hours ago. But if you were here 7 hours ago, you would remember Gumiho versus Nightmare. And that was a beautiful series. Like, again, I want to recommend you to check out if you maybe missed out on watching it live, if you maybe want to tune into the VODs, I recommend Gumiho versus Nightmare. I recommend Nightmare versus Bunny. I mean, all the matches, they all had their own kind of pros and cons. They all had their own moments, and it was beautiful what we were able to witness. A lot of really good PvT tonight. Check out the VODs. Check out the VODs. It was great. Again, even though Gumiho went down to Creator 3-0, that was a spicy series. Remember, Gumiho, he started off with a proxy racks in the main base of Creator. Crazy. If that doesn't spark your interest, I don't know what will. Gumiho's wild. So I recommend checking out the VODs. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Again, when it comes to the final standings, Bunny comes out in first place with 400 USD under his belt, followed by Creator with 200 USD, Nightmare with 100, and Gumiho with 50 USD. All players walk away with some money. Some more than others, though. Some more than others. And again, it was a long night of StarCraft. 7-hour-long broadcast. I was expecting a long one. I was expecting like 5 hours. I was expecting like a 5-hour broadcast, but yeah, we did exceed that. We could have gone longer as well. We could have gone longer as we had a couple of 3-0s. And even the best of 7 could have gone longer as well. Oh boy. Regardless, GG, well played. And yeah, if you enjoyed this group, if you enjoyed the Club NV X Duckling Showdown, then hit that follow button. Again, we are live every week, we're live every day with StarCraft, but we're live with the Duckling Showdown every single week. It is a weekly Showmatch series. We did go on a short break. We went on a 2-week hiatus because of IEM. Because of IEM Katowice, we did take a 2-week break just to wait for players to travel to and back from IEM, back and forth. Able to make it back home and then get back into focusing on these show matches. So we did take a break for some time, but now we're back. Now we're back to that weekly show match action. And this is the 6th edition so far. This is a new show match series, so if you haven't heard of it, I mean, we started this year in January. We started in January, and we've been hosting it very consistently, and we're going to be back next week. And I did mention before a bit of a teaser for what's to come. Next week, there will be a TVT between Bjorn and Cure. Again, Bjorn is going to be invited to these show matches for the very first time, going up against Cure. It's going to be a beautiful TVT. I know TVT isn't anyone's cup of tea. I mean, mirror matchups aren't everyone's cup of tea, but I promise you it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be amazing. It always is with Bjorn and Cure getting involved. I'm sure it's going to be very aggressive and very dynamic as TVTs come. We may have a second show match next week. So to reiterate, just because we had a GSL group this week doesn't mean that we'll have it next week. We switch up the formats. Every week, sometimes we have a GSL group, sometimes we have a round robin group, sometimes we have just individual show matches, just like best of 7s and best of 3s. We mix it up. We mix it up from time to time. And sometimes we even have Zerg. It's crazy. Sometimes we even have a Zerg player. It's wild. I know. We didn't have one this week, but we featured DRG before. We featured Shin before. So we'll get some Zerg players. Okay, we'll get them. We'll get it. We'll find them. They're all hiding, Papi. They're hiding. We'll get them. Don't worry. So, yeah, with that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. I'm gonna go and get some food. I'm starving. I would love to get some food inside me, papi. Oh, I'd love it. And yeah, we'll get there. Also, a big shout out to Wardy. Big shout out to Wardy. He did give us a massive raid. Hope you all enjoyed the OSC King of the Hill. Again, for those who don't know, we also cast OSC King of the Hill basically whenever Wardy is otherwise preoccupied, like with ESL broadcasts or his own Wardy events. We do sub in, and we do also cast OSC King of the Hill. It's a great tournament format. I do love it. It's a great way to feature a lot of players in a short amount of time, because it's 15 best of ones back to back to back to back. So I hope you all enjoyed yourselves with that event, and I hope you all enjoyed yourselves here on the CranKy Ducklings as well. Time to cook some ramen. Exactly. Cup of TVT. Oh, predictions, of course. Predictions as well. Predictions have been paid out. When will you set predictions? I got you. I got you. When will you settle predictions? We got you covered, Bob. We got you covered. I won't forget about you. Yo, unlimited rage works? URW? That is a blast from the Papi. Oh my god, it's great to see you again. Quack, Papi, quack. Wow, shout out to Unlimited Rage Works. A fellow OG CranKy Duckling. Hold on, do I still have the emotes? I think I do. Hold on. I think the channel got shut down, the Crank channel. No, I got it. There we go. Bam! Look at that. I don't know if Unlimited Rage Works is still there, but yeah. Shout out to Unlimited Rage Works. He's an OG CranKy Duckling from back in 2014, back when we were all viewers in Crank's channel. Wow, just yeah, a really old school name. Good to see you again. Good to see you, Papi. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Again, for those who don't know, we've been casting StarCraft for a long time. Many years at this point, and we all kind of came together back in 2014 as viewers of Crank's Twitch channel. Crank, of course, he was the team captain of Axiom Esports back in the day, Korean Protoss, and he used to stream back in English. Or he used to stream in English back in the day. Before, of course, turning into a full-time caster, full-time content creator and Korean caster instead. But we can have a history lesson next time. It's I'm starving. we can go over the history of the Ducklings next time. But you know, we've been around for quite some time and been engrossed in StarCraft for a long time as well. So I hope you all enjoyed your stay, and consider following us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. ! Socials in the chat. You can follow us on your social media of choice, or even just join us on Discord. We also stream on YouTube, and we have VODs on YouTube as well. So if you are keen for some VOD content, we upload on a daily basis. We are live every single day on the channel with so much StarCraft. And yeah, it's all on YouTube if you're interested, or on Twitch. VODs are available wherever you so please. So check out the VOD content if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. Stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. And when it comes to our next broadcast, we don't have anything scheduled, but one of these days, either tomorrow, Thursday, or Friday, we will be casting ESL Open Cup Americas via replays. Because we're currently in Poland right now, we can cast ESL Asia live, ESL Europe live, but ESL Americas is at a really bad time slot, so we will be going over the replays one of these days to catch up on that weekly EPT action. So we got you covered there. Again, keep an eye on our social media. We will post when we go live. Otherwise, again, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who can we raid? Who's live right now? I know Coconut Games is live. Senor Sadsack is live. Showtime is live, but he's got plenty of viewers. We usually try to raid smaller streamers. Give them some love and some support. Minu VK is live. Strange, let's go. Skylar is live. We'll find someone. We'll find someone. Someone to support. So give them a chance. Stick around. Give them a chance. Give them. Bratok is live. Aristory. Oh my god. So many people are streaming right now. But yeah, we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys there. See you guys there. Enjoy yourselves. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi. Ciao. Hasta luego. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for supporting.